Auspicious defence. First blood in the second innings. It's Bumrah. It's always Bumrah.
Right ball to him and Clyde to bowl. Cleaned up. Straight through him. Siraj says shush to the crowd.
Siraj, two in the court. Bowls here to Smith. Driving. Caught behind the wicket. Slashing away, looking to open up the offside. Thick edge gone. Bumrah round the wicket to head. First crack at him. Round the corner. Square leg. Caught off the hip. Bumrah's done it again. Bumrah is steamrolling through Australia. It is game on at the MCG.
It's official. King Bumrah. The Boxing Day nightmare continues for Travis Head. And Bumrah, 200 test wickets.
Approaches and bowls to Carey. He's bowled him as well. Straight through the gate. Middle stump, back. Bumrah's got 4. This is a genius at work. One of the best we have ever seen.
Tell you what, you talked about the greatest of all time. He's putting his hand up again. The big man, Bumrah. He is winning this test match for India.
How can you look at what he's done so far in this calendar year, this series, and every time he's come to Australia and say he's not the best probably we've ever seen, Gerard, at least on these shores. A number of times already in this series, it's always felt like a different game when he has the ball in his hand.
Through the thrilling middle stages of day 4, India grabbed such momentum as to roar to favouritism. Again, through the mesmerising deeds of Jasprit Bumrah. By every measure, an all-time great, Bumrah stands as the defining figure of the series.
Delivers here to Khawaja, leg stump line, catches the call, it goes through leg gully. Should have been taken, Jaiswal round the corner. That's a bad drop for India.
Ashton Labuschagne, who runs the ball, he's dropped the gully. Shocking drop by Jaiswal. That was fielding practice from the pre-match. What more could Jaiswal have dropped in that moment?
Jadeja to Cummins, plays it to Silly Point through his hands. He's dropped him again, I reckon.
Oh, no.
He has. Jaiswal, 3 drop catches in this second innings. And Labuschagne plays late, as he's done many times through backward point for 1. Such an important half-century for Marnus Labuschagne, the Australian number 3.
Bowls, line drives in the air, past mid-on for 4. He bowls to line, full toss, slap for 4. Line's 33.
They face 50 balls, this pair. Boland through the corner, boundary. It gets the lead to beyond 300.
Bowls to the line, who's slicing the ball. Rahul's dropped it at third slip. Or no, he jammed it between his legs.
He's caught it.
It fell out of his hand. Line is out for 30. Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. Last ball with Jasprit Bumrah. Delivers to the line, who edges past Rahul for 4. Day finishes on a high note for Australia. Line goes to 41. The lead is 333.
I think there's obviously, we want to make sure we get enough runs, but I think we also need to back ourselves and trust that we're going to bowl India out. India definitely clawed it back there today, and I would say that we're just ahead.
But India spilt some chances and Australia balanced up. Marnus held the innings together before a confounding 10th wicket partnership gave the home side the buffer it was striving for.
If you need the insurance of 12 overs a day from somebody, is Marsh going to be able to give you that?
I think a change needs to be made there. He hasn't provided anything with the bat. His first ball here today was mid-110s. If I had my selector's hat on, I'm not picking Mitch Marsh in Sydney.
Finishes here to Marsh. He's caught behind as well. Marsh has gone for a duck.
That's a nervous shot from Mitch Marsh. No feet, tentative, just pushed at it with his hands. Gifted Rishabh Pant an easy catch through.
I think we need a top 6-7 batter that can bowl.
And the reigning Ellen Border medalist is on the brink of being dropped. The all-rounder unable to contribute with either bat or ball. Mitch Marsh is the biggest question for the high-stakes closer in Sydney. This is Day 5 at the MCG on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
It's a rare and cherished scenario in Test cricket's a day 5 that offers all possibilities, and Melburnians have responded in force. Just for the time being, there's a pause on ticket sales. There will be on 50,000 of the $10 tickets that were put on sale. The members will arrive in force. There's walk-ups as well. Just progressively, Cricket Australia and ground management are working on opening each block of the top deck. If this goes a certain way and it takes us long into the afternoon, you could have 80, you could have 90,000 people here for the climax of a test match. Who's to say? Who's to say what direction all of this takes us in? SEN Test Cricket is for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Australia has a lead of 333. The biggest question that sits over the start of the day's play is, will that be the declaration? 9 for 228, or will Lyon and Boland continue what is a preposterous 10th wicket stand at the start of play? Gerard Whateley with you, Simon Katich. Good morning.
Good morning, Gerard, Fleming, and all our listeners.
Damien, Fleming, hello.
G'day, Gerard, listeners.
All right.
Let's bring it on.
Time capsule, just 4 results in order for you, most likely to least likely. Damien, Fleming, you first.
If Mitchell Starc is bowling at his peak, I'll go Australia win. If he's not, I'll go draw. Then third likely is India win. And then fourth, tie.
Simon Katich?
I am going the draw. The reason being, I think Australia will take early Indian wickets, and I think India will have to bail out and just shut up shop. And I think if they get through the first 40 overs with minimal damage, like 2 or 3 wickets, then they might have a crack at it. But yeah, I'm going draw. Australia to win second, India to win third, and the tie fourth.
All right.
What about you, Gerard? Have you
I'm
thought about
the same
it?
as you. I'm Australia, draw, India, tie. Barracking for the tie, of course.
I wouldn't be against the tie if we're calling
It's day 5. Just the immense possibilities of this, Simon. It would be incredible as a player, as an observer, as a fan, as these don't come along very often.
They don't, and from experience, it only happened once or twice in my career. Probably the 2005 Ashes, where you get to the last day and you think this could go either way, and the series was deadlocked as well. So, or you're trying to make it even. But I think in this situation here, there's so much at play because there's only one test left in this series, and because it's deadlocked, India probably feel like they hold the upper hand at the moment because of Sydney's history with rain and also the wicket there. It's been pretty good to bat on, and their record there. So they know if they can come out of this test today 1-1, they'll feel like the series and the trophies could well be theirs. Australia feel like they probably need to win today to then make it hard for India and force something in Sydney. So there's so much at play here. And, yeah, I think if India to get 333, if Australia declare overnight and they get the runs, then fair play to them. They've played out of their skin to win this test after being in the situation they found themselves in after 2 days.
It would be an even bigger chase than the miracle of the Gabba. As I agree, the idea of the 5-test series is you want the draw on your side in Sydney, and that's, in a way, you're playing for the right to have the draw on your side. As we set yesterday up, as Australia can't afford not to win, Australia can't lose because the trophy's decided.
No, so drawing, if it gets down to it, the option, Australia have got to do it and back themselves to win in Sydney, win this series, but then they're going to have to win one in Sri Lanka, aren't they? So there's just... I like the World Test Championship because you're always looking at the series, but then what's the chances of getting there? Looking up the weather in Sydney, first 3 days looks good.
Yep.
So
just go 5
they'll be
days
washed
though.
out. No, day 2 and 3, 35 degrees.
Yeah.
So we haven't had baking sun at the SCG. I don't even know what that means to it these days.
Well, we haven't had a lot of cricket there either, so that's the hard part, to know how the wicket's going to behave, because there's only been, I think, one Shield game there this season against WA recently.
If you want to take what's in front of you here, this is... So if you said to Australia at the start of the test match, you can have 333 to defend and a day to bowl India out, they're absolutely signing up for this scenario.
Yeah, even when the second innings started, people are going, well, who would you rather be? And I'm going, well, Australia. We've got this bigger lead, but The good signs for Australia, there was signs of a bit of deterioration in the pitch. It was certainly still nibbling. There was still some swing, particularly when Bumrah's bowling. But Cummins is not unlike him. I can see him a constant threat throughout. Bowling, this is what he's made his money on, these sort of pitches here. But there was ones that were keeping low. You know, I'm hoping for Australia, there's the big LBW day, where if you bowl stump to stump, there's going to be a lot of appeals, and you can set the fields accordingly. Without this last wicket partnership, I think we were cooked. So, you know, well done to Boland and Lyon, but they've got a probably even bigger job to do today with the ball.
Yeah, for mine, if India nullify Boland and Cummins' first couple of spells with in the first 40 overs, that they'll be able to get out of this with a draw or win it. But if they don't, then Australia should be able to win this test, because I think those two on these conditions will be hard work, particularly with the new ball. But I think what we saw yesterday, once it does get to that phase and the ball softens, batting is still very good out there, and Australia were able to score relatively easily later in the day once that ball softened. And I think the greatest example of that is that last wicket partnership. That's the only danger for Australia, is that India have a couple of top order players get going and then they're in with a 50 overall ball, because batting looked pretty comfortable out there later on.
Yeah, when Bolo just wanted to get on the front foot and
Yes.
block, he could comfortably, couldn't he? But, yeah, we haven't talked up the Indians too much as well, but, you know, they're all playing IPL. You know, they can go. I mean, probably the guy who's been the most technically correct and maybe the slowest strike rate. You know, I saw KL Rahul make a 14-ball 50 in the IPL. So even he can just go bang, and that's without Jaswal and Rohit Sharma and Kohli and Rishabh Pant. So, you know, India be backing themselves as well if they can negate that new ball.
Our pre-matches for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. Can we just revel in how preposterous this 10th wicket partnership is? So Lyon and Boland came together in the 65th over and the lead was 278. And we're all a bit jittery. Like, that's not quite enough. Lyon was dropped 1 run later. Siraj dropped the court and bowled. All 3 reviews have been burnt during this partnership on speculative LBWs. There's a catch off a no ball in the last over where Lyon was 2/3 of the way off and called back when Bumrah had overstepped. And they took 14 off the 82nd over. So they've batted from the 65th to the 82nd over, and they've grown Australia's lead from 278 vulnerable to a pretty solid 333 in the strangest phase, I think, of the whole series. I reckon at one stage India lost interest in batting last night. They lost interest in taking the 10th wicket, but they conceded a lot of runs in doing so.
Well, I think that would probably concern that, you know, a 20-minute period at the end of the day, at best, you're going to maybe get through none down and take 20 runs off the target. But worst, you could lose 2 or 3 in a nasty little session where, you know, the quicks come out, get a few right, and then all of a sudden you're coming back tomorrow and you're just having to play safe and go for the draw. So I think in that respect, they were probably happy to trade the extra runs and keep the wickets in the bank for today.
Yep, certainly so. Yeah, do you have the record stats for last wicket partnerships?
Tommy's building those.
Oh, okay. Yep. But I just think the pitch, you know, I thought it would play pretty flat. You know, day 3 was the flattest pitch for the series. And, you know, and looking at it, you know, I thought it'd still behave pretty consistently. But, you know, the Marsh dismissal, I think Bumrah actually put a bit more into that and he got the extra bounce. So that's still available to you. But just as I was saying before, I think LBs are going to play a big part here. You know, you bowl straight, have straight fields, encourage the Indian batsmen maybe to hit through across the line, through the leg side. And maybe Nathan Lyon, you know, has had a quiet series for a variety of reasons, one being mainly that he just hasn't bowled a lot. You know, he can't wait to get that ball in his hand.
The pitch report for Charisma Potatoes. Start cooking with Charisma Potatoes and 25% less carbs. The gates are open, so we're starting to see the first of the patrons file in. They are running in to pick their seats. The $10 general admission.
So this is going to be really lively, and the Indian fans in particular. So we were told there were 10,000 tickets sold in the first 25 minutes when they went on sale. And the Indian fans have made the two ends their own, the Punt Road end and the City end, those bays there. So they're the first to file through. This pitch, the visual deterioration is not there, but there was that hint of up and down. Is when you look at the strip in the middle, Simon, will it... we don't know. It's a long time since we've had a day 5 here at the MCG to know exactly what it'll do.
Look, it still looks good to the naked eye. There's no doubt there's a lot more rough, particularly at the Shane Warne stand end. So for the left-handers outside, they're off stump. There's a lot more footmarks to work into for the spinners. But I think Nathan Lyon, that means that he's probably going to be bowling quite wide, spinning away. So that's the only challenge there. It's not like they've got the left-arm spinner to spin back into the stumps. But in terms of batting, I just think it comes down to, nullifying the threat of that hard new ball. And I think we saw that again yesterday. Once you do that, it's certainly capable of surviving on it and scoring runs a lot more freely. And we saw a lot of the runs come later in the day once that ball softened. And it's still an easy-paced pitch. It's on the slower side compared to the previous 3 tests we played on, and that's understandable. Melbourne's never been, the quickest to wickets, so... yeah, it's going to be an intriguing day.
Yeah, that plays in if you're trying to play for a draw, isn't it? That, that the spin, if it's a fraction too short, can be played on the back foot. And, that the seam, if it's too short, is a play and miss. But there still was a lot of play and misses yesterday. I was surprised even how the older ball, it was easier to play, but there was still movement, wasn't there, throughout the whole day.
Bumrah is 29 wickets at 13 in the series. So we're in the presence of greatness. It has the question openly been posed is he the best touring fast bowler we've ever seen on these shores?
I'll do my top 5 today.
Yep.
Since I've been following cricket, so say 45 years. So he's definitely in that top 5 without giving away. I think the most dominant series I'd seen was Sir Richard Hadley in 85-86. 3 tests, maybe 33 wickets. But I reckon Sir Richard possibly bowled more overs because the thing is, like, Bumrah had 6 for up at the Gabba. The natural, I think there was 3 wickets left, or at least 2. So, I want him to get 8 for. I love seeing best bowling, 8 for. But he just took himself off. There was a bigger job to do in the second innings. So he hasn't cashed in by mopping in. These are 29 quality wickets and changing games like he did yesterday. Siraj come to the party, but it has looked a little bit test cricket from one end and a bit of first grade at the other at times this series. So that only puts him up in the echelon. But he's in the top 5, but I don't think we'll get a boring bit today, but I've got my top 5 up my sleeve.
Listen to the hum that's building here. This is going to be one of the most special days of cricket we've ever seen in this country, I think. The way that this crowd is going to build up.
A day like this.
Yep. The greatness of Bumrah, Kat?
It's hard to keep saying all the superlatives about him because he's just been ruthless throughout this series and he's got a stranglehold on all of the Australian batting lineup, really. He doesn't discriminate between any player. He's good enough to knock any of them over. And yesterday was just another example of not single-handedly dragging India back in this test because I thought he got really good support from Siraj. Siraj stood up yesterday. He charged in. He was noticeably attacking the crease more than he has in the previous series or previous tests. And I think his pace was up. He was around the 140 mark, which that hadn't been the case previously. So good support yesterday, and it's amazing what happens when you get that level of support. Bumrah was already at that level, and then he got backed up, and the pressure just mounted at both ends. So what I love about him is his control and the fact that he can work batsmen over. He works their minds over because he can go hard at the stumps. He can use the bounce of the Yorker and then the length ball with movement both ways. And facing him would be an absolute nightmare because he would be playing mind games with your footwork. And as a result, all you can do is just play the very next ball as well as you can. You can't think too much about what the previous ball's done because he's good enough to change it up the very next ball or try and set you up over a longer period of time, and that's why he's so great.
Update here, Bolo bringing out bat and gloves. So he's eyeing off his first Test 50. If he does, I want him to do it very quickly, please, Scott.
Our pre-match is for the 17 Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers, where we'll be deeply immersed in today's action. And I suspect how much Australia has to bowl and how many more overs go into the quicks will play a role in determining things. But will it be time to bite the bullet on Mitch Marsh in Sydney?
Oh, I think he's already under huge pressure prior to this Test match. And this Test match so far, when you look at both innings and the bowling that he did, just another 7 overs in that first innings, he's well and truly in the gun.
Yeah, I mean, if Cam Green was fit, he was probably playing anyway, but that's that spot. What output are you getting? I didn't even know until I looked last night, but it is just the one score in the double figures. McSweeney got dropped for less, but the Marsh rolls double fold. We need overs. We know that Mitchell Starc, even if he's not injured, his average goes up at the MCG and the SCG. So, I'd be pretty sure, unless Marsh does something special with the ball today, Bo Webster will debut in Sydney.
Yeah, it feels like that's the way that it's heading. The bowlers are going to need extra support in Sydney at the end of a series.
Well, just have that luxury what Bumrah does. We might need to use Starc like that. So you need a fifth bowling option to do that.
And look, it would be consistent for Bo Webster to get that opportunity. He's been in the squad, but I could also see them playing Sean Abbott and batting Alex Carey at 6.
Yep.
So these are contemplations as the day unfolds. If I could make a recommendation to you, I would say come to the cricket today. This is just has the promise, it has the whiff of a day of sport that you'll remember all your life. And you'll regret not being here if you don't come. And the way that it's been so enthusiastically taken up, we need some Australian fans here because the Indian fans are en masse immediately. And this is a critical day for Australia in the series, for this generation of player, for legacy, for all that's at stake is grabbing this trophy after a decade without it. Yeah, if I could make one recommendation to you, it would be come to the cricket today. Kat, you're due downstairs. Alex Carey's about to join us. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there, not too bad in and around town at this stage of the morning. Clear quite silver for the most part. We've got works continuing. Carrum Downs, Pilato Road closed eastbound at Frankston, down road to Skipper. You can take Hall Road instead. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. 3 to 5 city-bound lanes on the Westgate Bridge will be closed until January 4. Plan ahead and seek alternate routes at transport.vic.gov.au/Westgate Bridge. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Summer's here, and that means one thing. Whether you're on the road, at home or cheering from the stands, there's nothing better than a 4 and 20 pie. Whether your favourite bowler's taken 5 wickets or our best batter's been trapped LBW, any break in the day's play is your chance to enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Pie's so good, they'll have you cheering with every single bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Hi, Ricky Ponting here. Cruising and fine wine go hand in hand, just like summer and cricket. And thanks to Royal Caribbean, you could win a cruise holiday while enjoying Ponting wines. You'll enjoy wine tasting hosted by Ponting Wine's award-winning winemaker Ben Riggs, ride the Flow Rider Surf Simulator, even a game of cricket in the middle of the ocean. Or just relax in the adults-only Solarium pool. Enter at iCanWin.com.au to win all this and more. Conditions apply.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
The Worksite Portaloo. Okay. The perfect place to save money on your business insurance.
$400!
Because at bizcover.com.au you can compare, save and get covered in minutes. For on-the-go cover,
Go BizCover.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
This week, get game-changing sound with the Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Save now on everything from home theatre to headphones. All you need for the ultimate sound experience. Whether you're watching the match or hosting friends and family, Sonos elevates the summer with perfectly clear and immersive sound you can feel all around. A smart speaker from Sonos will also bring premium audio to any and every room. Visit sonos.com to shop now. Offers end December 31st.
Your active, vibrant life starts at Jubilee. Just 35 minutes from Melbourne CBD, Jubilee in Wyndham Vale offers the ultimate active lifestyle. With sports fields, parks and nature trails. House and land packages start from $503,600. Visit myjubilee.com.au.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles. Tyler's save with Beaumont's. No need for a third umpire.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Your messages are coming through. Bernie, hey Gerard, second level for $10. Front row, the bargain of all time. Come on, Aussies. Ollie, Ticketek is having a mental breakdown this morning. Had less trouble getting grand final tickets. She's going to be massive. Alex, this feels like grand final day for cricket. We haven't had this in my generation apart from days in England. I'm working and desperately disappointed I can't make it. Luckily, SEN can make me feel like I'm there. Alex will be on the tractor. Brad, we'll need to silence the crowd like in the World Cup final. Also, why do I get the feeling something will happen today that will threaten diplomatic relations? I hope not, but we've seen it before. Enjoy the call. 0433 98 11 16 if you are coming today. Pack the earbuds. We'll keep you company right throughout the day on SEN Stadium, and you can sync the call to the pitches on TV as well. But for those who are going to be here at the ground, put the earbuds in and we'll be with you right throughout the day. Let's check in with the Australian camp for Smarter Light. Alex Carey is with Adam Collins and Simon Katich.
Alex Carey, thanks for joining SEN Test Cricket. A beautiful day. All the results on the table. I'm hearing over 50,000 tickets already been sold as well. This could be very special.
Yeah, it's set up that way, isn't it? It's ebbed and flowed all game, really, and I think a fitting way to go into day 5. We've had an amazing crowd so far. The players have really recognised that. So hopefully another good turnout today and some good cricket for Australia.
You going to bat on this morning?
Oh, it's a good question. We're talking about it in the car. I don't have an answer for you, unfortunately. I'm still not sure. Don't know. I think either way, 330 is now a defendable target. And if we do go out there and take a few overs out of it, I'm not sure. We'll soon find out. But an amazing partnership from the two boys at the end. I thought the skipper stood up really well with Marnus and a collapse in the middle there. So to come sort of 6 for 190 effectively to now 330, I think it's shown a lot of fight. Obviously a huge day of cricket ahead of us, but we've definitely now given ourselves a chance.
Yeah, in a test that's bounced around quite a lot with the energy of yesterday after the collapse, just that stabilisation, how that felt in the dressing room last night with what Nathan and Scott were able to do through to the close.
Oh, they got a nice clap in. I think this test team has been able to get out of those situations over the last 12 to probably 24 months. So the dressing room was, I guess, a little bit on edge there when it was 6 for 190, but still very calm. So I guess that's the experience of the team. We've had sort of situations like that in the past. I guess a little bit's been on Marnus lately, but, that's a pretty special innings, or it could turn out to be a very special innings, and I think the skipper again was fantastic.
You walked out to a rampant Jasprit Bumrah yesterday. Can you give us a sense of what was going through your mind after that mini collapse?
Yeah, not too much. I wasn't looking at the scoreboard. It was just process, and I think for me, that's the best way that I play, if I just stick to my process and don't alter too much from that. And, Trav's the same and Mitch is the same. It just happened really quickly. And, Trav middle one's off his legs to that man catching it. Bice gets one to stand up and just nick his thumb, unfortunately. And then, a pretty decent bowler with his back up and a wicket that was doing quite a bit. So I guess that's promising signs for us. And then we're able to navigate out of that. But, it was a great atmosphere. Unfortunately, Trav, Mitch and I didn't get us to the total we wanted, but the tail stood up.
And you talk about this experienced group. Today's another opportunity to really create a legacy by finishing India off. Is that the sense that you get in the dressing room today? Without doubt, we want to do that. The messaging will definitely just be our process. We've just got to go out and try to put the ball in the right area. I thought India bowled really well that second innings. They come out there, they had their energy up, they put the ball in the right area, and there was a lot of play and misses. Hopefully a few of those nicks go to hand today. But I think for this group, we are able to stay in the moment, and we want to win the test match, but that starts off with either a couple overs batting or just going out there and executing our skill, looking at what the first 4 days have done and then trying to put the ball in the right area with the right fields and just build throughout the day and not try to rush it.
Just on the surface, did the guys in the dressing room who out there yesterday detect maybe a little bit more up and down than they had been on days 1 through 3?
I think when we were 6 for, absolutely. And then, Pat played his way, was able to continue to score, which then allowed Marnus to soak up Bumrah, which I thought was a really good plan. And then, seeing Nathan and Scotty do what they did, I'm not sure if that's promising or if it's a bit heartbreaking. But no, I think there's enough there. I certainly saw balls, a little bit up and down, a little bit of sideways movement, maybe a bit of reverse swing. And I thought India set the field accordingly to the wicket, so we can learn off that. But, an experienced attack who's played a lot more cricket than I have on wickets like this. So, it's really exciting.
You kept beautifully in the first innings. Not often you see a clean sheet through 120 overs. The chance to be up to the stumps to Nathan Lyon, presumably quite a lot today, and have a real influence on the final result.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Nathan toiled away. Probably, he'll be critical of himself. Probably not his, finest bowling innings, but he was just able to continue to work his way into it. So to end up with 3 for in the first innings now, hopefully he comes into his own. Got Scotty bowling. I might be up the stumps a little bit, and Mitch Marsh, if there's a little bit there, but it might be a bit of stump to stump, bit of old school Test cricket, which we haven't seen lately.
And your sense is everyone's fit and raring to go, especially Mitch Starc with that little rib complaint a couple of days ago. He's good to go today?
Yeah, I believe Mitch is fine. He hasn't said anything. It doesn't look like. I think it was a bit of a pinchy something, but Mitch is ready to go. The boys are ready to go. We are excited. They'll start to roll in the next sort of half an hour and we'll get into our work.
What a huge day. Enjoy it. And thanks for joining us today, SEN Test Cricket.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Alex Carey there, thanks to Smarter Light, 80% less energy and carbon usage. Battery-free, always compliant, huge savings. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. And Alex Carey is an ambassador for Blue Dinosaur. Join Alex Carey and Blue Dinosaur in supporting McGrath Breast Care Nurses with every Pink Bar purchase. Blue Dinosaur has donated 10 cents from every berry and coconut bar sold to the McGrath Foundation. Your messages are pouring through. Went to the third day, no leave pass granted for today. It's touch and go whether this constitutes irreconcilable differences. Ray from Moonee Ponds. I'm here, level 1, M4, great spot. Go, mighty Aussies. Made the pilgrimage from Ballarat on the train. Mate's got me a member's guest pass. Can't wait. Been listening to SEN all morning. Keen for a great day of Test cricket. Tom from Ballarat. Ollie, got him. Got through the Ticket Tech web to get tickets. So be persistent. What a bloody terrible time to get COVID. Cheers, Chris, MCC member who spent the past 3 days on the sofa. And working on a job in Glen Iris. SEN syncing the headphones, clients' TV on in the background, working through Christmas, but this test is definitely keeping my spirits high. Go Aussies, that's from Matt. Keep your messages coming through. 0433 98 11 16. It is an expectant crowd that is pouring in. The first ball is at 9 minutes past 10, as only Test cricket would deliver. 9 minutes past 10 for the first ball of the day. Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there, it is nothing but brake lights on the Westgate inbound from Millers Road to atop the bridge where there's the annual works set up, just 2 lanes open, speeds down to 40 in those lanes. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Dakin Air Conditioning has been cooling Aussies for 55 years, backed by over 500 dealers nationwide. Make this summer a cool innings. Visit dakin.com.au. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick. So go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
For over a decade, Junheinrich has led the way in lithium-ion technology for material handling. Compared to lead-acid, lithium-ion batteries save up to 20% in both energy efficiency and CO2 emissions. They deliver longer run times, faster charging speeds, and a service life 3 times longer than traditional alternatives, which will hit you for 6. German-engineered, Junheinrich is your trusted partner in safe, efficient and sustainable material handling. Visit junheinrich.com.au or call 131 687.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Hi, Ian Healy here. For 50 years, Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts have been lightening the load for weekend warriors and tradies alike. Built tough to last, so you can count on them season after season. With a wide range plus parts and accessories also available, Sherlock has everything you need. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, because quality matters. Explore the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think Peking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
Our pre-matches for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. We're going to keep you up to speed if you're coming to the MCG, if you're thinking about it. You're the best source of information. Here's a slice of what we're getting. Michael from Clyde. Morning, lads. Been away in lock sport with serious FOMO and got home last night. Waited for 20 minutes to get tickets and got them with my best mates. We are bloody keen to watch our boy Boland get 5 wickets today. Come on, you good things. Michael's from Clyde. Didn't think I'd make the test this year, but who would have thought a Day 5 special would be set up so well? So many greats of the game ready to stamp their mark on Boxing Day history. On my way in with some tickets purchased early this morning. Even managed to sell the story to my partner and dragging her along too. Ethan, well done. Gerard, I'm in, mate. Directly behind the bowler on level 2A. Pumped, can't wait for this. Scotty 6 for, that's Dwayne. Australia outnumbered. Aussies are outnumbered 4-1 currently. Get here, that's from Steph. Your pre-game hype has convinced me to come as a Pakistani. Aussies have my full support. K-Man from Brisbane, who's down here on holidays. Jeff, MCC have underestimated attendance and Punt Road Car Park 4 not open, forcing cars to Jollymont Car Park 3. Been waiting in traffic for 40 minutes now. It'll be worth it. Went on day 3 and absolutely loved it. We'll be listening on SEN throughout the day. Ann Mole in Sunbury. You know, a test has gripped a city when my partner, who has no interest in cricket, asked this morning for the state of play, the possible scenarios and the ramifications of each result. I think I'll have no demands to tend to the garden or the downpipe. That seems to be blocked today. SEN in the ear all day. And Greg never felt so out of place at the MCG. Can some Aussies please get here soon? Peter Lalor, we have something special on the build here.
Something's in the air, isn't it, Gerard Whateley? That's just fantastic. There's every chance that will break the all-time crowd record. I think we're at 299,000 now. It's already the biggest Boxing Day test in history. From what I'm hearing, there's every single chance that it will pass the 350,000 mark that was set back in Bradman's day.
I think we're in absolute certainty to get there now. Thanks to Makita. Rule the outdoors with Makita's cordless outdoor power equipment. Makita XGT, the professional choice. Bharat, hello.
Oh, morning, Gerard. Morning, Pete. The members were queuing up even when I was walking in at around 7:50 this morning. And speaking of people, unexpected people at the gym, my wife was at it last night. Isha, you know her really well, Pete. Yeah. She said, no, when the thing went on, she was online for 2 hours waiting for the link to open, and she was like, I was pressing it. I can get very competitive, she said, and she's got herself tickets and her sister and her kids, their kids tickets as well. They're all coming.
It's bigger than Taylor Swift.
Tom Morris, so we're keeping tabs with the MCC and Cricket Australia just to keep everyone informed.
Yeah, there's been some confusion over some pre-sale tickets and the arrangements there. So if it does go off slightly, it's only going to be momentarily because they're opening up more sections at the MCG as the morning goes on. Cricket Australia is expecting 75,000 people. That's their official forecast today. They only need 51,000 to break the record. We're going to smash the record. This is incredible. So stick with the pre-sale. You'll get in and you'll get a ticket for $10 if you're an adult. And if you have a kid, they can get in for free under the age of 15.
And there are box offices here at the ground. So there's the walk-ups. You can $10 adults, kids under 15 are free. So you don't just have to use the online. There's box offices here at the ground. Nothing draws a crowd like a crowd in Melbourne. So this is building into something special. Craig's on the road. Flew home from Queensland yesterday, taking down my cricket-obsessed 4-year-old for his first trip to the G. Going to be a bloody proud dad moment. Good on you, Craig. Enjoy the day with your son. So the possibilities are just immense Pete, in the play itself. All 4 results in play. Legacies, complete CVs, control of the series. You want to have the draw on your side in Sydney. There's just an awful lot to play for.
It's an extraordinary setup. I've got to tell you, Gerard, I was surprised to wake up this morning and see that there was debate about whether Australia should have declared last night. It never crossed my mind for a moment, although you've invoked your wife's name. My wife did call with 20 minutes to go saying, they've got to declare now. I'm thinking, no, they don't have enough runs. It is so fascinatingly set up, this game. We don't know how the wicket's going to play. Mana said last night that a little bit of the bounce has gone out of the wicket. Now, that's brought the bowlers... curiously brought the bowlers into the game because it's brought the stumps into play more than they were in the first half of this match. So balls that were tennis bouncing over the top and LBs that you weren't going to get will be available. We know that the bowlers are on top for the first 40 to 50 overs. After that, batting gets easier. India bats very deep. We've seen what the Australian tail's done. They've shown up the top order to a degree, but I think that's an indication of just how much easier it is to bat when the ball's old and when the bowlers are tired. And that's the question we've got too now. Watching Mitchell Starc warm up. How's Mitchell Starc going? He keeps saying, I'm all right, nothing wrong. Speed's the same, isn't it? And it is, and well done him, because he's a tough bloke and he'll push through. Last thing the Aussies wanted to do was be bowling today, and the absolute last thing they want to be doing is bowling deep into the third session with the SCG so close around the corner, being the 5th match. So much excitement, so much.
Yeah, I think that what you've just painted there is everybody redlining it today. Take what's in front of you, because the SCG is unpredictable traditionally. You can have a look now and go, the first 3 days are okay, but then it gets dicey after that. Got to take what's in front of you.
If you've got a broken leg, you have to bowl today. I'm sorry. You have to throw everything at this. It's all on the line. You've got to have that advantage going into Sydney. And then we have the whole World Test Championship scenario hanging over the top as an extra layer of pressure. It's exciting.
It is, and just looking out there, Scott Boland was just practicing his cover driving, so I don't think, like you said, Pete, they're in any hurry to declare. They'll throw their bat around, get whatever they get. If they get bowled out, they get bowled out. It's a 98-over day. It's not a 90-over day. And you spoke about redlining it, just looking down from where we sat. Rohit Sharma has been having a long hit, and what a big day for him. It could well be the last day of his Test career, and I don't say it lightly. But if things go India's way, what a way it would be for him to continue on in his Test career if he can lead India to a famous win.
Well, that's the other factor riding on this, isn't it? The result will have some say on who plays in Sydney, in my mind. I mean, a lot of people are saying to me this morning, if Australia win, Mitch Marsh is more likely to play in Sydney than not. And if India lose, well, dear God, what happens with Rohit Sharma?
And India, the worst case scenario for them would be a 1-all going into Sydney, because they get the better chance at retaining the Border Gavaskar Trophy and keep their World Test Championship hopes alive as well. So even though they will go hard, I'm sure they'll go hard at whatever target Australia leave for them, but they can always pull the handbrake. As we saw, Washington Sundar can play both games, Nitish Reddy can play both games, and so can Jadeja. And like the Australian tail showed, it's not easy to get wickets on this pitch, even if it's against the lower order, once the ball gets to that 50-over mark.
So you think that they will close up shop? They won't throw throw the kitchen sink at this? Because I reckon Australia are going to throw the kitchen sink.
Oh, no, India will start with the kitchen sink and everything else that they got. But if they get into trouble, they go 5 down. That's where the depth in the batting could come in handy. But if Rishabh Pant is still out there, there's only one way he knows to go, as we saw at the Gabba 4 years ago.
And the Gabba is the right template, is they weren't bullet a gate at the start. And Shubman Gill and Pujara batted progressively and steadily. I think that's 97 overs. Scribble this down this morning. 328 was the target. 97 overs. They went at 3.39. And they only fully accelerated with Pant in the last session once the Australian bowlers were beaten down.
Yeah, that's the blueprint. Yeah.
They've got Jaiswal and Rohit off the top, who are goers. But, yeah, I wouldn't expect rashness early. But I think their template will be they'll have the whiff that Australia's bowlers are weary. And if you can drag them to 60 overs to 65 overs and then really launch the white ball assault there.
Yeah, launch around the back turn, don't you, in the home straight. Yeah, I think that's absolutely how they'll want to play it, but it's so critical the first few sessions with the ball for Australia. 4 with the new ball for Australia is everything, isn't it? Yes, it is. Such great possibilities. All right. Peter Lawler, Channel 7, Cricket Adal, Bharat Sundaresan, Crick Buzz, and the Australian for Makita XGT 40 VMAX. More power, intelligence, and efficiency. More Makita power without limits. Thanks to the Camberwell train driver who gave us a car spot so we could get the train in time for the start. We went day 2, but we're back for day 5 because we can't miss this. Adelaide's from Camberwell. I'm a proud dad today. My daughter rang me last night and said she's got tickets for the day. Rang her boss to tell her that she owed her a day and was taking today in lieu if that day worked. Now she's taking her boss's kids. That's from Ross. That's perfect. Currently on the train on the way to the G, you'd be mistaken for thinking you were in a Gujarat. Love the passion of the Indians uniting 2 nations through passion in sport. Love it. Tom's from Werribee. On the train from the southeast, I swear every second passenger is going to the G. It's one of those days in Melbourne. It's what makes sport the centre of our culture. And there's a huge number descending on the MCG for what has the capacity to be a memorable day of Test cricket. SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there, it is nothing but brake lights on the Westgate inbound from Millers Road to atop the bridge where there's Daniel Works set up, just 2 lanes open, speeds down to 40 in those lanes. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Dakin Air Conditioning has been cooling Aussies for 55 years, backed by over 500 dealers nationwide. Make this summer a cool innings. Visit dakin.com.au. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
For over 70 years, Junheinrich has been a pioneering material handling solutions provider. With a presence in 42 countries and 6 branches across Australia, Junheinrich is your one-stop shop for warehouse solutions, offering forklifts, order pickers, stackers, racking systems, and a full range of new, used, and rental equipment. Their comprehensive range will have you stumped. Junheinrich, German engineered, your trusted material handling partner for long-term success. Visit junheinrich.com.au or call 131 687.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger. And a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Leave your weekday worries behind on a Royal Caribbean cruise holiday where every day is the weekend. From bumper cars with your crew to a couple's massage for the both of you. Save up to 60% off your second guest, while kids sail from just $59 a day. Plus, book now with a half-price deposit. Whether you're looking to dial up your weekend with a short getaway or escape to the South Pacific, get on board with Royal Caribbean. Conditions apply. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au now.
Tired of running out of sparkling water or having to carry heavy bottles from the supermarket? Then get a SodaStream and make fresh sparkling water at home whenever you want. And if you feel like getting creative, add your favourite flavour like Pepsi Max, Lipton Iced Tea, ginger beer or passion fruit. There's a flavour for everyone. Never run out of sparkling drinks again this summer. Fizz, mix and enjoy with SodaStream.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently somewhere between Burke and Broken Hill. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Sharon. Oh, look, I'm in a bit of a pickle. I could really use your Hilux. I was cruising across the Simpson Desert in my ute when its GPS system just cucked it. It says I'm in Guam, which I am not. Hoping you can come and help me. I'm next to some sand. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling.
Toyota, imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Pests, insects and weeds. Give them a spray. Ian Healy here. Sylvan's Pro-Grade range is built tough for serious gardeners and professionals. With a 5-year warranty, they're easy to operate with multiple spray nozzles for any application. Sylvan, the spraying specialists. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Afternoon, legends. Another big day smashed. Now tackle your hobbies, side hustles or workouts with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Boost your energy levels and maintain your focus with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into water, let it fizz and tackle tonight. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies.
Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
There is a special vibe about the MCG today. We're not far away from the first ball on day 5. There's horns, there's vuvuzelas, there's both teams warming up. In fact, a security guard fielded the ball on the boundary and he got a rousing applause from the Indians blowers to our left. This is the pre-match for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. Both teams have completed their Ream warm-up. Ream, Australia's favourite hot water, that's steady, hot and strong. Colo, you have been following the crowd as closely as anyone else here, and I'm excited as you are. What can you bring us?
How can you not be excited? It feels like we're about to watch India play in a World Cup final. Or I was at the Champions Trophy final in 2017 at the Oval where India played Pakistan, and the atmosphere and the build-up to that was something else. But yeah, this is special. It feels like a footy final outside with people everywhere gathering. They're expecting over 75,000 people. They're trying to get as much food and drink in as they can at the moment, the MCC. So it's one of those days. And yeah, the crowd numbers, if you want a historical reference point, 1954 was the highest crowd on day 5. That was 50,483. So that was an interesting one where Australia was set 240 to win, to go 2-1 up in the series. And they were 2 for 75 overnight, evening 4, with Benno and Harvey batting. So you want to get in there for that, right? And then Frank the Typhoon Tyson rocked up the next morning. They were 2 for 75, all out 111 within an hour. And Tyson took 7 for 27, which became a decisive test match in England, winning in Australia for the first time since the war. So I don't think it'll end that quickly today, but that's the last time we had numbers like this on day 5 of an MCG test match.
And of all test matches that have ever been played, this will be the second most attended. So the most attended, and this seems like an approximate number, it's India v Pakistan, 98-99, 465,000 people across those 5 days. We'll get 350 easily for the test match here. We'll probably get 375 if we get 75k today.
Yeah, that's a stunning, groundbreaking series in 98-99 where there was so much interest. When Pakistan go on to win at Madras there as well, the scenes are extraordinary. So I'm not surprised to see that as the clubhouse leader, but yeah, we'll push ahead of 37. And as I said to you, I think 2 or 3 days ago, the reason why 37 was so big here, that was the year they built the old Great Southern Stand, or the original Southern Stand, my apologies. That went up in the year of 1936, and in 37 was when they were able to realise an even bigger attendance. So
that was a 6-day test as well.
It was, with a rest day in there too. So they were here for a week, which was the custom back then.
Can we go around the grounds?
Sure.
Straight to Centurion. South Africa, Pakistan last night. This had all the hallmarks, and I hate to say it, of a typical South African choke before lunch. They were 8 down. They lost, 4 for 5 at one point. And then they rallied late. Rabada and Jansen got the job done. They won 8 wickets down, and they're in the World Test Championship final.
What a player, Kagiso Rabada. Walking out at 10 after a collapse of 4 for 5 on a hat-trick ball, and he threads 31 not out from 26 balls with 5 boundaries. Some conventional, some resourceful, making room to smack Naseem Shah back over his head at one stage there. It was compelling watching. Lunch came at the wrong time for Pakistan. They needed 2 wickets to win, just when a bus was on one, having picked up 2 and over and had 6 wickets to that point. But when they returned from lunch, it didn't take long for South Africa to finish the job and to be the first side to book their place in the World Test Championship final for 2025 at Lords.
For those uneducated, as I am in many ways, around the World Test Championship table, how can South Africa make the final having beaten the West Indies, Sri Lanka, now Pakistan 1-0 and Bangladesh? Like, they haven't played the hardest opponents, yet they're going to be playing at Lords.
And they essentially forfeited a series to New Zealand earlier this year when they sent their third 11 owing to the clash with the SAT20, which is owned by the Indian conglomerates, and that was the reason why they couldn't send out a full-strength side. Look, the nub of it is that it's done on a, to use an old footy term, match ratio basis, so the percentage of points available to you. So as it was for New Zealand in the first cycle of the WTC, you're at an advantage when you play 2 Test match series, because winning 2-0 is the equivalent of winning 5-0, and we know how infrequently you win 5-0, of course. So owing to that percentage system, by playing less Test cricket, their margin for error is wider, I suppose you could say, and they've made the most of it. To be fair to South Africa, they've been on a roll since that loss in New Zealand, and they've got themselves into a position where they can not only do something special for that group of players, but do something special for Test cricket, the format of Test cricket in that country where the money simply hasn't been there. But the crowd last night at Centurion, they were making so much noise as well.
So Australia's going to bat on to begin day 5. They've elected not to declare. So Scott Boland hitting cover drives in the outfield wasn't a facade. They'll bat on.
Interesting. The body language from Nathan Lyon when we saw him out in the middle, I was fairly convinced they were going to have a bowl straight away. So they'll have to absorb the 2-over changeover, which I don't think is for nothing in all of this. I know it's an earlier start at 10:09 local time. I think that's what it works out to be. But nevertheless, there's a part of that where they're going to lose a couple. You wouldn't want to have them 8 down with men round the bat with quarter of an hour to go and be ruining the overs they've lost this morning. We'll see.
In many ways, they're backing their bowlers to get 10 wickets in a shorter amount of time. In other ways, they're not backing their bowlers to get 10 wickets before India make the runs.
Well, second Newey as well.
Second Newey.
How many overs with the second new ball will they get deeper into today after the bell rings for the final hour?
Well, there's a minimum 81 overs before the final hour. So they get out first ball of the day, 2-over changeover. So
78 from there.
Yeah. Just some other things to wrap up before we move on. The Brisbane Heat lost to the Sydney Sixers last night. Josh Philippe in the runs again, which is fantastic. And the Bullaway Batathon, that continued amid some difficult weather. Zimbabwe, having made 586, now have Afghanistan at stumps on day 4, Colo. 3 for 515. Not a test match that's exactly grabbed the imagination, unlike the one in Centurion and here at the MCG.
No, frustrated by rain on that 4th day, which meant that Afghanistan couldn't advance to a first innings lead and apply some scoreboard pressure back on Zimbabwe, who would have been knackered after 2 days in the field. But yeah, not to be there. But the good news there, I come back to this, a 2 test match series being played in Zimbabwe is a good thing for world cricket.
The Women's Ashes see Australia ignite in the Women's Ashes this January 12 to February 2 here at the MCG for the Big Paul Test. Search Ashes tickets. Our pre-match has been for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. The crowd is packing in. We're expecting 75,000 people here, and Gerard Whateley will be back with the first ball as Australia bat on from the MCG in a few moments' time.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there, it's a shambles on the West Gate making your way inbound. Delays from Millers Road to the top of the bridge where there's works. Just 2 lanes open, speed to Centre 40 as well in those lanes. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Grab the kids. Everyone's beloved high-speed Hedgehog is back in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the must-see movie these school holidays. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 in cinemas now. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
The Port Arlington Mussel Festival is on January 11. Port Phillip Ferries will run direct to the event. Live bands, kids fun and delicious mussels. Visit portphillipferries.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Paddington is back on the big screen in an exciting new adventure, starring Antonio Banderas and Olivia Colman. Paddington in Peru, only in cinemas January 1.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel, and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back. Men, ask yourself, what will it take to win back your freedom and take back control? The answer is simple with the Molicare Premium Men Continence Pads range. They provide the comfort, security and discretion you're looking for to take back control. The Molicare V-shaped pad is designed for men, keeping skin dry with a 3-layer absorbent core and advanced fast dry effect to prevent skin irritations and maintain healthy skin. Get a free sample and try the Molicare difference at molicare.au.
At Blunston, we've always kept moving, so the people who wear our boots can do the same. Our work and safety range is built for anything the day throws at you. From a long day on the worksite to tackling the rugged terrain on the farm and everything in between, Blunston has you covered. Engineered tough with next-gen technology and award-winning design. Our work and safety boots provide protection and comfort all day long. Blunston, building the future. Find your local retailer at blunston.com.au.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MCG. Build a winning team with apprenticeship experts.
Australia batting on at the MCG, a day which has 96 overs built into it. A lead of 333. Nathan Lyon with the equal to his highest, so his second highest test score. He's on 41. He's searching for his first career half century. And India looking to wrap this up quickly. A lot of your thoughts this morning as you've made plans to be here. Just been told by staff downstairs that seating is a free-for-all today. Just landed amazing seats on level 2 in the Olympic stand. Let's go, boys. That's from Ethan. Was on the way to the gym listening to SEN. Got there, found a shady spot for my dog and walked through the turnstile. Almost immediately, I thought, stuff it. I can't miss the start, and have driven straight back home. Can't wait. Thanks for the great coverage. That's from Jean. Jim Bob of Heathmont. Taking my 2 kids for their first cricket game. Even busted out the circa 1996 one-day shirt just for some nostalgia. Looking forwards to one in the making. My daughter's 21st birthday today. Managed to convince her and my wife, grandparents and all the family to come to the cricket to celebrate over lunch in the MCC. Great day. Happy birthday, Steph. That's from Jeff. Working from home, in quote marks, this morning, and was thinking I'd head down after lunch if we take a few wickets early. Sounds like I may have to head down earlier. That's Jack from St Kilda. And the Richmond station is packed, fellas. Feels like a footy final. Goosebumps. Proud to be a Melburnian on days like today. Neil is in Cheltenham. 0433 98 11 16. It's a community day. Share it all with us here on SEN. It's 21 degrees, clear blue skies. The top of 28 is forecast for Beacon Trade, a tradies key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. And And the pitch will play a big role today for Get a Mole Map 1 Check 2 experts. Day 5 of a test match. No visual deterioration, but some up and down, perhaps, for the bowlers. Simon Katich, welcome in one hell of an atmosphere.
Good morning, Gerard. Good morning to all our listeners. It certainly is. It's like a big open-air nightclub, this, the G. The music was pumping just before. Siraj is just about ready to unfurl the first ball of the day. And Australia want to extend this lead of 333 to make it hard for India.
It's a clear punt, isn't it, with 96 overs in the day's play. Siraj to open, to Boland, leaves outside the off stump like an accomplished batter.
And some good movement there, first ball from Siraj. Scotty Boland didn't want a bar of it. Just let it go through to Rishabh Pant.
It's the new ball. It was taken for, it had 11 balls bowled with it last night. And Bumrah went for 14 in the last over.
It's not often you see him bowl a full bunger too.
There was some crazy stuff late last night. Boland plays from the stumps, edges through the cordon 4. Went hard at it. Rahul down to his left. Couldn't snatch it. The opening boundary of the day for Azito. Do it with the Azito Power Tools. The lead is 337.
And I guess there'll be a lot of talk around why Australia batting on. The only thing I can think of is they want more runs to then have more attacking fields when they're out there with the ball. And if they do pick up a quick 20 or 30 runs here, it's already been an excellent partnership of 59. That will allow them to be aggressive with their fields, particularly with the new ball.
It seemed catchable. There was a bigger gap between second and third slip than you would ordinarily have. Siraj to Boland leaves. So Rahul had the catch edge to him at the end last night. He dropped it and then jammed it between his legs. He thought they'd removed line, but then the front foot no ball was signalled from the middle.
Just another one of those twists and turns that we've seen throughout this series. Siraj had the caught and bowled opportunity offline. It would have been a very good return catch. Awkward height near his head in the follow through.
Siraj from the members' ends. Bowls, Boland. Well, he pretended that he pulled the bat inside the line after he'd been beaten. He's seen too many batters do that to him.
Yep. And he's got a massive role to play today with the new ball. I don't think he'll take it, but he will get it with the first change when Pat Cummins decides to either he or Mitchell Starc have a breather, but we know what he's capable of here at the home deck.
Gully
the MCG.
Gully comes in, so they short shifted in the slip, so I reckon it cost them the Boland wicket right at the starts. Boland's beaten on the outside edge as he pushed forward in defence.
Yeah, and it's another example of Rohit Sharma was good yesterday, but it's always like he's just one step behind the play a little bit. It's a new ball starting the day. They've got to take this wicket if they genuinely want to win this test. Get out there and get into it. And I think they'll genuinely try to do that, but a lot will depend on how they get through the new ball.
Last ball of the first over. Boland's on 14. He sees it from the pad. It'll be a leg by to grow the lead to 338. It's all on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier. Just remarkable fluctuations throughout yesterday, Simon, and we were watching it. Sometimes you just keep an eye on the odds to see where it's all going. India roared into favouritism during the Bumrah spell, which from where we were at the start of day 3 was just inconceivable. Australia had 475 on the board and India was, 5 down, 5 for 164. And yet, halfway through day 4, they became favourites. And the draw was miles out. And by the time we got here today, the draw is favoured. India are clear outsiders and Australia sort of in the middle position.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how quickly it can swing. And I think a lot of that would have swung on this partnership now of 60, because at one stage Australia looked like they might have to defend 270.
Jasprit Bumrah looking for his 30th wicket of the series. He bowls. Scott Boland tucked up in defence. Played it away to mid-on, no run.
And that's where it felt like India had roared back into favouritism, because if you'd given them 270 to chase down off probably 100-plus overs at that stage, just over a day or maybe even longer, they would have said, we'll take that every day of the week. But now this last partnership has just swung it. And the reason I think the draw is favoured is because I could see them running into some problems against the new ball. And if they do, then they might have to consider just batting out the day.
Bumrah in from the worn stand ends. Boland readies himself and leaves outside the off stump.
Because realistically, in the first innings of this test, it was up to the two youngsters to bail them out of a big hole that they were in after Australia got 474.
The crowd is absolutely packed in down below us at the members' ends. Every seat taken on the lower deck, and the chant of Bumrah, which rings out at cricket grounds around India, has come to Melbourne. Bumrah to Boland, squared up, edge past gully. Jaiswal has to get chasing. They'll take one and build the lead to 339. Nathan Lyon, 41. So slapdash his way to 50 or get out, isn't it? He's always wanted a test half-century.
Yeah. And this is the moment for him, because I'm sure that they've been told that they can get on with it. They've done the job last night. I mean, I'm assuming they don't want to just bat.
No.
They need the overs to bowl India out.
Lyons on 41. Bumrah bowls to him. Bowled it. Middle stump out of the ground. As emphatic as he could get. For the third time in the series, Jasprit Bumrah with a 5-wicket haul. And for the Indian fans who filled the terraces early, a moment to celebrate. How do you like that?
Yeah, another beauty from Bumrah. Nathan Lyon just played all around it. He pitched up. It was angled in. It just kept coming back into the stumps. And there was a massive gap between bat and pad. The front leg went nowhere. And Bumrah, a deserved fifer. He finishes with 5 for 57 off 24.4. What a legend he is. He single-handedly got India back into this test match, and now Australia are leading by 339, so 340 for victory for India. Can they do it?
Bumrah raises the ball to the Melbourne crowd as he departs the scene. Australia all out 234. Lyon, the last man, gone for 41. Boland not out 15. That's a bolshy start to the day. Airfields, and now all attention turns to a historic chase, 340.
It certainly does, and the big question now and the challenge is for the Indian skipper. He's under the pump personally, and he's got to come out here and find a way to set the tone for his team, because the Wolves are at the door. He's had a tough time of it. 37 years of age, and he's going to be up against it. Stark, Cummins, Boland with a new ball. So what can India do here? They're attacking players at the top of the order. It's that risk-reward between getting off to a flyer but also making sure they don't find themselves losing too many wickets to the new ball.
So 2 overs lost and 2 on the turnover. So 92 overs for India's chase of 340. They celebrate the wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. The ground to be reset again. The great chase begins at the MCG. Coming up next, SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
When you swim for sick kids, Australia cheers you on. Be a Starlight Super Swim hero this February and join the challenge at superswim.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
The fantastic sale is on now. Enjoy up to 20% off thousands of selected products, like up to $200 off selected sofas. Find your fantastic today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal. That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio. How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
G'day there, it's a shambles on the West Gate making your way inbound. Delays from Millers Road to the top of the bridge where there's works. Just 2 lanes open, speed to Centre 40 is well in those lanes. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Grab the kids. Everyone's beloved high-speed Hedgehog is back in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the must-see movie these school holidays. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 in cinemas now. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
Take one, Ray. Too fast, Ray.
You did say to read it faster than a NAB home loan approval.
Touche, Ray.
Search NAB Home Loans. NAB, more than money. T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply. See our website for details.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Main View Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Bumrah bowls to him, bowled it, middle stump, out of the ground. As emphatic as he could get. For the third time in the series, Jasprit Bumrah with a 5-wicket haul. And for the Indian fans who filled the terraces early, a moment to celebrate. How do you like that?
Change of innings for Trojan. Tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Bumrah 5 for 30 in Perth, 6 for 76 in Brisbane, 5 for 57 in Melbourne, 9 wickets for the test match here, same as Brisbane, 8 in Perth, 4 in Adelaide, 30 at 12.83. He is the leading wicket taker by a margin in the series. Before you dig, before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. The change of innings, so 92 overs, a target of 340. This is for Trojan. Tools built tough, available at Bunnings Warehouse. There was 23,500 in to see the first ball and 3 times as many likely at the MCG as this day progresses. Gary's gone with India will have a whip in one hand and an anchor in another. I'm not sure which one will come in handy by the end of the day. That's the beauty of Test cricket. That would appeal to you, Simon Katich, I think.
Yes, very, very true that. It's going to be intriguing to see how they go about this, India. And also Australia. I'm really interested to see the energy levels of this Australian group. Wasn't that long ago they were out there for about 120 overs in that first innings. So they're going to have to back up again today. It's a nice warm day, 28 degrees. Sun's out, but they've got a legacy at stake here. They get it right today. 2-1 up in the series. That's the challenge for them.
Your messages pouring through this morning. 0433 98 11 16. Stephen from Preston. Day 1 with my son for his first day of Test cricket. Day 4 with my family for my daughter's first game. Here today by myself. Back in love with Test cricket at the G after a 15-year absence. The 7:45 from Ballarat was packed this morning. Almost everyone heading to the G. Something special brewing. Did contemplate the trip from Sydney. Cost of the return flight was the only inhibitor. Today has all the hallmarks of one of the best days in Test cricket history. Brett's from Engadine in New South Wales. And morning, guys. I'm a 41-year-old who grew up in the amazing era of the War brothers, Ponting, Hayden, McGrath, Warne. I loved my Test cricket and hardly missed a ball over a summer. In recent years, I've watched very little due to family commitments and a lack of affinity with the current generation of players. Over the past 5 days, I've fallen back in love with Test cricket and have told the family they can spend the day at the Taste of Tasmania while I lock in to watch history at the G. Come on, Aussies. Samuel from Hobart. A day best shared. 0433 98 11 16. SEN Stadium if you're coming to the ground. SEN Sync if you're with us at home. 10:26 the commencement, so the players, the Australians, are out to the middle already. Jacewell and Rowett. I don't know whether they're on speaking terms at the moment after the events of yesterday. They're going to open the batting together. And you talk about legacy moments. Rowett is so far out of runs as the leader of this team. He needs something here to give India a chance. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Stark is heading to the members' end. He'll open proceedings. Jacewell, who's had a prodigious 2024. This is the last innings of it. He'll finish second on the table behind Joe Root. He brings 1,394 runs at an average of 53.5. He was on his way in the first innings before a wretched run out.
Can't wait to watch this first over. We know Stark's ability to strike in the first over, and it's crucial for Australia. If he sets the tone early here and knocks this youngster over, then it could go a long way to taking the pressure off Australia, because if Jacewell gets going, there's no doubt that he could light this afternoon up at the MCG. He loves scoring quickly, but he can also get knocked over early.
Let's play indeed. The great chase of the MCG 2024. 340 is the target. Australia 10 wickets. If there's a victor, they'll go 2-1 up in the series. If it's India, the trophy is theirs. Stark begins affairs. Bows to Jacewell, who's forward and leaving. The little skip step down the pitch. Didn't have to play.
Just a loosener there from Stark. 138. He'll work into it, but this is the moment. You only get one crack to set the tone in the first over. He's done it so well this series. Did it in Adelaide. Did it again in Brisbane. Can he do it here at the MCG when it matters most?
3 slips gully and fly gully where Lyon is. Big strides into the middle. Stark over the wicket. Jacewell forward and leaves.
Yeah, nice. Bit fuller. 140. Just trying to lure Jacewell forward.
A little bit. Sorry,
yeah, a little bit of shape.
His back as he was walking back past the stumps at the non-strikers.
Yeah, and this will tell a story. You know, if he's not able to get through today, then that's potentially why Pat Cummins batted on. Because if they're down to 2 quicks, India will feel their chances are very much the better.
Got to play hurt on a day like this. Stark bowls. Jacewell beaten on the outside edge.
That's a beauty from Stark. Great length. The youngster wants to feel the ball and he's bat early. Get one away. Feel good about himself, and he's done well there to not nick it. That one straight and down the line. Absolute beauty from Stark.
The pay.com.au replay screen draws a breath around the G as you see how close it was to the outside edge and to the off stump. Jacewell gives Stark a bit of a look as he hops forward. Sense of expectation building. Stark to Jacewell. Full driven inside portion of the bat. Off to square. Constance fields no run.
Yeah, the youngster's just feeling it here at the moment. You can't blame him. It's a massive day. He probably hasn't experienced this in his test career so far. His short test career. Just wants to get the first one away here. Stark knows it. I think if anything, make him hit it through mid-off to start. Catch the outside edge. Play away from himself.
Jacewell just composing himself. The threat is clear. Stark is on him. He bowls full. Went the Yorker. Jagged out. Pushed to point. First run. Line comes around from Fly Gully. Jacewell's looking at the base of the bats. Jammed down in the nick of time.
And he dug that one out nicely. It was quick and full from Stark. And there's no one at point. Nathan Lyon is deep and backward of point. So as soon as you get it into that cover point region, it's an easy single on offer. But there's good shape early for Stark. And this is going to be the challenge now for Rohit Sharma. He won't want to overcommit on that front foot. But if Stark puts it into the channel, the nick's in play.
Shaky figure of the Indian captain. Faces up to Mitch Stark. Rohit squeezes it from the stumps. Great bit of fielding from Marsh in the gully. Diving away to his right, denying a run. None for one. Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Looking for a super fund that is halal and affordable? Get Halal Super from Hijaz Financial Services. We help Australians invest their super while your funds remain true to your values. Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. hijazfs.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
David from Hyatt walking into the ground from Richmond Station, and the crowd coming in like a huge Saturday afternoon AFL game. The vibe is electric. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now. Crowd is growing every minute. Starting to head to the top deck of the Southern Stand, of the Ponsford Stand. Australia quickly bowled out for 234. Bumrah got his fifth. None for one. Cummins to Jacewell. Plays from his pads to mid-wicket. No run as Constance in the cable mix scurries around.
There was nearly one there. Jacewell thought about it, but Rohit Sharma, he thought better of it. Good energy from Constance at square leg, scurrying around to mid-wicket. And it was an excellent piece of fielding from Mitch Marsh at gully last over. That can be the difference sometimes. Rohit Sharma desperate for runs. If that had squirted through and gone down to third man for four, he would have relaxed a little bit.
Clear blue skies over the MCG. Cummins rushes in, bowls. Jacewell tucks from his pads down to fine leg. A glanced single, he's two. That's all of India's score.
Yeah, you can hear it there. The Aussies like this matchup. Pat Cummins to the Indian skipper, Rohit Sharma.
Helmets are being distributed, so Head will go in at short leg and Labuschagne will come up at third slip.
The challenge for here, Sharma, is that Pat Cummins is going to be challenging the top of off stump here. He's going to be decisive with his footwork.
Captain to captain, Rohit edges short of Marsh at gully.
He knows this is going to be a massive spell. If he can weather the storm and get through Cummins' 5 over spell probably with the new ball, he'll feel like he can build on that throughout the day, but it's going to be a challenge. He's been worked over in the channel by these Australian quicks.
It's been a nightmare series for him. 3, 6, 10, 3. Indian fans Showing their full support behind Rowett. Cummins at him. Rowett leaves. Rising delivery outside the off stump.
His natural instinct is he's a ball striker. And that's what makes him dangerous at the top of the order and get away and score freely. But it's also the chance for Australia to create an early opportunity. Nicked one at the Gabba. Was tentative with his footwork. He has a tendency to plant his front foot straight down the line of middle stump and then play away from his body with his hands. And he'll know that. It's just whether he can contain himself, much like Virat Kohli.
It's a gamble for him to open at the moment. Cummins to Rowett. Squared up and defends soundly to the leg side.
Yeah, and the challenge for him here is to make Pat Cummins bowl to him, which is at the stumps. Rohit Sharma will feel much more comfortable with the ball in line with his pads and body, in line with the stumps. He's got a little prelim, but his front foot doesn't tend to do a lot after the initial movement, and that's the danger, not having a secondary movement and going to the line or the pitch of the ball.
One left in Cummins' first over. Rowett readies himself. Rowett edges short of second slip. It just wouldn't carry to Smith, who lies on the turf in frustration in the aftermath. None for two. Rowett survives. Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier. Adam Collins coming in for Bundaberg Gingibeer.
G'day there. Crews are attending to a breakdown. A flat tyre, in fact, on the Tulla outbound just before Bell Street. The left-hand lane closed. Speeds down to 40. A mess on the Westgate inbound from Millers Road to the bridge thanks to works. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Zamel's Boxing Day sale is on now with up to a whopping 70% off selected diamonds, gold, watches and more. Shop Zamel's in-store and online today. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Our coverage here at the G for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now. Mitchell Stack operating away from us. Into Jaiswal on two. Targets 340. Three slips the gully. Bowls here. Driving full face of the bat. Stopped by Cummins at mid-off. No run. Adam Collins, Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan as well. 4 and 20 pies. Australia's original fan food. The bottom deck of the southern stand to our left. The Old Bay 13 region. Punt road end. It's chock-a-block. This is special.
Certainly is, isn't it, Bharat? Oh, what do you can't expect anything less from the Indian supporters.
No, they've flown in from everywhere, and it's not just here. Nobody slept in India. We've been getting a lot of messages from back there. They didn't want to risk skipping the alarm. They all stayed up at the start of this.
There's a lot of that around the world. Stark bowls here. Jaiswal beaten. Full and wide of the off stump. Looked for the booming drive through the gap at cover, didn't make contact.
Yeah, and he's making a really conscious effort here to get as far forward as possible. Even the ball before that he hit to mid-off, he was a long way down the surface, trying to get a stride into the ball. That one there, just not quite as much as the previous ball. And as a result, ended up playing and missing to a ball that swung away from him. He knows Stark's going to swing it, but he's probably a little bit concerned about over-committing with that front pad and getting LB like he did in Adelaide or chipping one to square leg like he did at the Gabba.
Stark with the Pat Corden. Deepish backward point as well. Bowls here to Jaiswal, who leaves alone. I think they've hit it in the corner. They've heard something. Labuschagne's insistent. Stark isn't even turning around, which might say a little bit about the dynamic of the Corden compared to the bowlers. Labuschagne was the one sprinting towards the big quick Stark, who by that point had turned on his heel cat. He did leave it late, did kind of withdraw the bat awkwardly and jerkily, but there's a gap between that and an appeal, no review.
Stark had zero interest, just like Harvey Norman. Absolutely no interest there.
Let's see it back on the pay.com.au screen. Oh. He has missed that by a foot.
I don't know what Marnus has been on overnight, but
they burned a similar review in the first innings.
I mean, that was yes, that was that. Stark bowls here. Jaiswal leaves close to the off stump. That's more like it. That prompts a wry smile from the quick, whose pace is up 142 clicks.
Yeah, he's getting it through nicely. And there was concerns around him, but from what we've seen so far, that one's just kept tracking back. And Jaiswal, interestingly, he's on the move. So he's got concerns. That was the wobble seam. It just kept tracking back in. It's gone straight over the top of middle stump.
That's your good leaf, bad leaf territory, Kat.
That would have made for a very ugly replay if I stayed a little lower.
Yeah, maybe a ball width away from clipping the bail. Stark 2 left, all dots so far. Into Jaiswal over the wicket. He plays and misses again. Super over this. That's swung away. Again committed to the shot. Again the shimmy forward from the left-handed opener. Crowd involved here. The Aussie fans finding their voice.
Yeah. And a lot of it's because his front foot hasn't really gone to the line of the ball. It's half-stepped, hasn't covered the line, and as a result, he's playing inside the line of the ball, presenting the outside edge.
Oh. And there's one thing standing outside your crease, but then you still have to put your front foot out, don't you, Simon?
Yep. Particularly when the line is down 4th or 5th stump line, you've got to get out to it, otherwise you're every chance of catching the outside edge with the ball swinging away.
That has done loads. Watching it back, pay.com.au screen. Stark again here. Jaiswal beaten for the 3rd time in the over. That is a high-quality maiden for Mitchell Stark. India, none for 2 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Your trusted plumbing supplier. Jaiswal has both of those. Row it down the other end. The target's 340.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
For MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Crowd swelling at the G. Cummins bowls here to Rohit Sharma. He's got the short leg. That's back of the length taken by Carey on the way up. Love this text in on 0433 98 11 16 from Damien. I was planning to go to Sereno today, but all the talk and calls on SEN has convinced me the only place I should be is the G, and I'm heading in now.
Well done, Damien.
Brilliant from Damien. That's what we want. This day is perfect. 28 degrees, barely a cloud in the sky. A test match with all the results on the table. And on the evidence of what we've seen, India are having a dart at this. Certainly Jaiswal, 3 times beaten on the drive in the previous Stark over. Cummins to Rohit, captain to captain. Southern end, close to the stumps, bowls here, leaves alone wide of the off stump. How about that appeal from Marnus? That was a foot away. I know he captains Queensland. He might have...
and he bowls 16 overs of pace.
I mean, I'm sympathetic to Marnus as a starting point. I like his energy. I like what he brings and all the rest. But, yes...
clarity isn't one of them.
Yeah.
He gets excited, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He is excited for this test match.
He's kind of like we are. We're all fired up here too.
Very much so.
Just wants to be here, wants it so much. He's in at that very close 3rd slip with the helmet on for Cummins, who bowls here to Rohit, who plays back defensively and comfortably. Had lots of time there down to line at points.
Still on naught. You could feel it. You could feel he just wants to get down the other end, and Cummins is working him over. That one high up onto the toes. It was banged into the surface. So Pat Cummins just mixing his length just to try and unsettle Rohit Sharma, force him back, and then get fuller and try and lure him forward to get that nick. He got it last over, just fell short. That's what he'll be aiming for. Expose Sharma's technique. Doesn't get a big stride into the ball when he drives.
Khawaja, Smith, Labuschagne and Marsha the Corden. Cummins the bowler. Rohit facing, defending to cover. An early touch for Constas. Got Tom Morris with us with the good oil for the Cobram Estate. Australian extra virgin olive oil. Let's wrap up Bumrah.
A lot to wrap up. So he finishes the year 2024 with 71 wickets at 14.92, an economy rate of 2.96. So he's the only bowler in the top 9 wicket takers this year with an economy rate under 3. His overall figures remain amazing. His overall test average is 19.42. So we're actually talking about 18-19 now, more than we're talking about 19-20.
Tommy, what's the greatest calendar year ever?
I'll get to that. I've got it here.
2 left for Cummins. 4th over of the chase. Bowls here to Rohit, who leaves well wide of the off stump. Swinging ball, though.
So you were part of this. Warney in 2005 took 96 wickets in 15 matches. But Bumrah's 71 wickets is the best return for a pace bowler since Dale Steyn in 2008, when he took 74 from the same amount of test matches. So invariably the top 10 or 15 wicket takers every year, overall, are all spin bowlers because they can bowl more. Staines an outlier, Kapil Dev in 1979 is an outlier, Malcolm Marshall in 1984, and now Bumrah in 2024. And Dennis Lilly in 1981, actually. He took 85 wickets in 81.
Some of the truly great names. Bumrah sits with them. Cummins bowls here. Rowett plays back out to mid-on where there won't be a single. Not quite full enough in that over from Cummins. It is a maiden India, none for two. That is on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal? That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio? How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686 and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542 and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
And Test cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home and move in now. Text flooding in from where people are at the G. One in here with someone who's rocked up here from South Africa to be at a day of cricket at the G. Listening to SEN Stadium. Terrific. Stark away from us. Northern end bowls here. Full Jaiswal. Defends rather than drives. Bat on ball. That feels significant after the previous over.
Yeah, 5 balls which either beat his bat or he left alone, but not with any conviction. That sounded good for Jaiswal. That sounded good for India. And that front foot came out as well.
Let's finish off on Bumrah for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Tommy.
So pace bowlers with 30-plus wickets in a Test series since McGrath in the 01 Ashes. Mitchell Johnson, 13-14. How could we forget? And Bumrah, second pace bowler in 23 years to take 30 wickets in a series. And he's still got one Test to go.
Cummins up here, bowls full and straight to Jaiswal, who defends confidently and competently to Travis Head at mid-on. And Bishan Sindbadi took 31 against Australia here in 77-78, so that's another Indian benchmark as well, Tom.
And one last one, we love the Bumrah stuff. He's the first visiting seamer to take 3 fifers in Australia since Curtly Ambrose in 92-93. That's 30 years ago, 31 years ago.
Again.
That's proper all-time stuff as well, the Curtly Ambrose demolition job at Perth to finish it there.
Given these numbers, it's actually amazing the series is 1-1. Pure domination from one bowler.
Stark started so nicely to Jaiswal here, back of the length, leaves the ball at swabbled seam and comes back off the seam. Carey takes it moving down the leg side. Good point of difference there. He's sort of swinging it away through the air and finding balls with that change up, that scramble seam, wobble seam to come back towards the left-handed Jaiswal.
And this is how I expected India to go. Let's try and bat normally against the new ball. We've seen how batting gets easier even on this pitch. That ball begins to wear out and the bowlers are brought back for their later spells.
Stark's got the 3 slips in a gully. Bowls to Jaiswal over the wicket and beats him with a jam. Ever so close to the edge and the off stump. Interest again from the cordon. Although this time Alex Carey goes and chats to Cummins. He heard something. Smith did as well. Labuschagne not involved in the conversation. It's Cummins and Carey. 2 cool heads.
And Stark's almost back to the top of his mark. This is bizarre.
Precious reviews in the 4th innings. They won't use one here.
Rarely do you see the bowler not even interested in the captain having a chat with the slip cordon. Mitchell Stark is back to the top of his mark. Nothing on the snicker, so good thing they didn't go for the review yet again.
Just a really good piece of bowling.
Unbelievable delivery.
That is stunning. Seeing the replay here, pay.com.au. He's on one here, Stark. 2 left in the over to Jaiswal. Sways out the way of the short ball. Stark, his pace is up. In the 140s throughout this over, there were questions about that little niggle. He was receiving attention beneath his hip round a couple of days ago, but he was insistent. We interviewed him yesterday that he was fine. Extra intel came through that he just woke up a bit sore a couple of days ago.
He's
good to go here.
He's fired up. You just get a feeling if he gets one, he'll get a few in this spell. Can he get one? Can India keep him out?
Last ball of the 5th over, 88 to come after this, remembering they've got to get them all in being day 5. There'll be 15 in the final hour. Stark up, Jaiswal, drives straight, great shot, past the stumps. made terrific contact, gets the first boundary of India's chase. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools. Jaiswal to 6 with a straight drive. Ravi yet to score. India, none for 6. 3:34 to win here at the G. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deal sale.
Are tax worries keeping you up at night? Take the stress out of tax with RJ Sanderson and Associates. Whether you're a small business, a company, or managing your self-managed super fund, RJ Sanderson can help maximise your refunds. Visit rjsanderson.com.au.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
First session for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with these. I love the fact that people are coming in getting the best seats in the house as well. One here saying, I'm right behind the bowler's arm. I'm getting the commentator's view. Tom Miles, regular listener to SEN, on level 2 right behind the bowler's arm in the Shane Warne stand. That's the direction that Cummins is coming from. Bowls to Rohit Sharma, well behind it in defence. It's a People's Day here at the G.
And just on the basis of that roar that went around the MCG when Yashasvi Jaiswal drove a half volley from Mitchell Starc, he went searching there down the ground for 4. You can imagine who most of these people are supporting Adam Collins. A lot of Indian flags, a lot of Indian supporters.
Well, I said it yesterday. What's that old Harsha Bhogle quote? India don't play away games. Well, they're not playing an away one here.
Not
the crowd is as much Indian as it is Australian right now. Adds to this atmosphere. Cummins to Rohit Sharma, yet to get off the mark, bowls to him and leaves alone. He's faced 13 dot balls so far. So, Bharat, let's go map this against what happened in 2021 when they came back needing, what was target of 328. They came back needing almost all of those on the final day. And they were in no hurry whatsoever until the last 20 minutes of the first session when Shubman Gill teed off.
Yeah, that's where it all started. Rohit Sharma was the first wicket to fall. He got out, I think, at the end of the 9th over or so. Yep. And then Shubman Gill, Pujara was doing Pujara. He was playing his own game at one end. And Shubman Gill kept looking for runs, but it was that over against Starc that you just mentioned there.
21 off it, wasn't it? Cummins up close to the stumps. Rohit Sharma skews it away to cover and gets off the mark. Easy single in the end to the left of Travis Head. None for 7. Rohit 1. Reminder that target's 340.
Big relief for Rohit Sharma. He's looking for that 1 run just to get off strike. And yeah, going back to 2021. And then once Shubman Gill got out, I thought the moment when India really showed that they were going for it was the way Ajinkya Rahane batted. Hit a big 6 of Hazelwood, wasn't it? Yep. Jumped at him and hit him over deep mid-wicket.
3 slips. Cummins gets a crack at Jaiswal for the first time in the innings. Bowls here. Jaiswal leaves over the top of the off stump and it dies into the gloves of Alex Carey. Yes, you look through it here. On that 5th day, India took until the 24th over to make it to 50. So again, you're getting a sense of the slow build there. At lunch, they were 1 for 83. Then at tea, they were 3 for 183. And then Rishabh Pant rocked up.
He did.
So don't expect, if you think, oh, well, they're not really going for it yet, they will trust that lower middle order. Pant, Jadeja, Reddy, Sundar can all turn up the volume. Akashdeep as well. Cummins in, bowls to Jaiswal, skews out to the offside the same way that Rohit did earlier in the over. And the result is the same, a single. They've exchanged him in the over. 1 ball to come, none for 8. Jaiswal 7.
One man they do not have that famous day at the Kaaba will be batting at number 4, Virat Kohli, in his final innings at the MCG, final test innings anyway. He's had an interesting test match, and you know how he thinks and how he goes about run chases across formats. Couldn't get India over the line in Adelaide in that famous test in 2014. What a way it'll be for him to sign off at the MCG.
A decade ago, nearly did it single-handedly that day, Kohli. Cummins up here, bowls to Rohit Sharma, leaves closer to the off stump. Good delivery to finish from Cummins, none for 8. 3:32 to win from here. That's on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
When you swim for sick kids, Australia cheers you on. Be a Starlight Super Swim hero this February and join the challenge at superswim.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
First session is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Remember, if you're here at the ground, SEN Stadium, SEN Sync if you're at home. Listen to our commentary along with the pictures on telly. Cummins has got a 6-3 field. Away from us, northern end, bowls here to Jaiswal. Jaiswal leaves again. They think they heard something when he was leaving it. Again, it's Labuschagne. And again, it's Stark, this time pointing to the cordon, demonstrating just how far he thinks the ball's missed the bat by. About 1.5 foot. Probably not that far, but Stark making the point to the cordon. Cool your jets, boys.
Yeah, and he's shaking his head now. He's annoyed with the slip cordon, probably Manas in particular. They went up the same way they have a couple of times. Yeah, Alex Carey this time was not interested.
See it here, and yeah, I mean, it is may not be 1.5 foot that Stark said, but it's a long, long way away. And again, it was Labuschagne kind of running towards the stumps, and yes, he'll need to just chill a bit here. He's got a job to do at third slip. Stark up bowls. The Jaiswal hits him on the pad. Interest from the cordon, but again, not from the bowler for its trending down leg. Got Tom Morris as well. He's been looking through fourth innings chases at the G.
Lots of chat about the high successful fourth innings chases at the G, but the biggest sample size is actually the highest unsuccessful fourth inning chases at the G. That gives us a greater understanding of when teams have set targets, when they miss and when they get it and when it's a draw. So since 1962, just one team has successfully chased more than 200 at the G in the fourth innings. That was in 2013.
Yes, our colleague Chris Rogers strumming a lovely 100 that day. Stark bowls here. Jaiswal leg stump line, pushing towards mid-wicket. Easy one to the left of Travis Head at mid-on. Jaiswal's 8, none for 9. Reminder the target's 340, Tommy.
So 200's not an especially large number to chase, but the stats tell us it actually is here at the MCG over a long period of time.
What about unsuccessful chases where they've where the score's gone beyond 200, 250 in that span of time?
I'll get to that. But 16 test matches since 1962.
Okay.
Yep. 1 win for a team chasing more than 200.
Right.
3 draws, 12 losses.
Tom Morris with the good oil. Nice reference points there showing just how significant it would be if India get towards that 340 mark. That's what they've been set. Stark to Rowett, across him, through the cordon it goes. Outside of the bat, wasn't in the air, towards Bay 13 it runs, and they'll return for an easy 3. They're into double figures. Rowett's 4, India none for 12, 2 left in the over.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon took some pace off the ball there. Nicely played by Rohit Sharma. Just got big on him, Nathan Lyon. To the edge of the pitch and bounced over his hand. Got a finger on it.
With that reference there that Tom was making, that the difference feels that the draw. Go back a generation from here. You're batting fourth. You're only going for it if you're in an absolutely pristine position at tee. The way that modern cricketers are hardwired, it's different now. It makes those chases more likely around the world. Stark bowls, Jaiswal leaves well wide of the off stump. We've seen so many more scores of 300 plus hauled down in Test cricket in the last 5 or 6 years, and that has to be an influence of all the short form cricket they're playing.
Yeah, it's muscle memory. Because of the white ball cricket they play, they think run chase first. The draw is the secondary option these days for most teams. And it's almost happens when it's enforced, when they have they're in a position where India's in Sydney 2021 again.
And even that test match for about half an hour there when Rishabh Pant was firing. The target they were set that day, 400 plus, looked in range. Stark to finish the over. 4 runs from it, delivers here, and leaving alone is Jaiswal, pulling in just inside the line at the right time not to play. None for 12 the score. That's on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier. Jaiswal 8, Rohit Sharma 4. The target's 340.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
At Kilmore Ford, we're overstocked on used vehicles. Check out the #1 selling Ranger models in stock now, along with Ford Everests. Trade-ins are welcome and valued straight away. So why not visit kilmoreford.com.au for all available stock. LMCT 808.
Wait for the reception here. Being named around the ground, shaking up the bowling for the Manshake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. Is Scott Boland. Test average of 20. Bowled so nicely in the first innings, taking 3 for 57. A couple of those in the top order. Kohli and Rishabh Pant. And the man who Australia have depended on at the G whenever he's played.
Wasn't as loud as usual. Tells you again the composition of this rapidly building crowd around the MCG. Still very Indian.
So Rohit Sharma, the captain, facing Boland. First ball here, plays back, defends to backward point. Extra bounce that he didn't necessarily anticipate. Ran into the stickers of the bat. The other point with MCG in fourth innings is that for the longest time here batting, it was rolling along the ground deep into the test, whereas drop-in pitches have changed the dynamic entirely in terms of deterioration. We've heard from Nathan Lyon through the test saying that there isn't much going on out there, and that'll fill India with some confidence as well that it remains a very good track to bat on in context.
Big role for him, Nathan Lyon. He needs a big test against India at home, doesn't he? This is perfectly set up for him.
It's been a little while on that front. Boland delivers and Rohit defends. Yes, Lyon took 12 wickets, including 7 when they bowled out India on the final day in 2014, but yeah, only 9 wickets in the series 4 years ago. Been dying to get into things this time around.
6 at 46 in this series, so if ever a test match was set up for him, yes, the seamers will do a lot of the bowling to start with.
And also for Alex Carey, up to the stumps all day. There's not been a single bye in the whole test match so far. Might get time to check whether there's ever been a test match go as deep as this without a bye. That'll be tough, but I trust him. I'll back him. Here's Boland. 3 slips the gullies. Shimmying forward is Rohit Sharma. Extra bounce defended to Nathan Lyon, who we're discussing off the shoulder of the blade. But a bit of intent there with Rohit in the crease, just getting forward before Boland delivers it.
It was interesting when the Australian innings finished. So used to seeing the openers run off first. From the openers from the fielding team, that is, who get padded up. But Rohit held back. He stayed back. He was there just clapping Jasprit Bumrah off. Jaiswal was already off. So was KL Rahul.
Can they get a breakthrough with this new ball? 8th over being bowled by Boland. Leg stump line defended by Rohit. Out to Constas at mid-wicket. No single.
That's going to be such an important delivery throughout this day. Australian bowlers attacking the stumps. We saw this not being the easiest to contend with yesterday for the Australians. Manas kept getting hit on the pads. Was given not out and then was given out later on. Yeah, the bat came down just in the nick of time. Not very convincing from Rohit Sharma.
Breeze blowing over Boland's right shoulder towards the cordon. He's got 4 in there. Bowling to Rohit Sharma here. He hits him on the thigh pad. Again, extra bounce. We've seen that a few times in the over.
Like
to the offside, no run.
Always at the MCG, Scott Boland into his spell already. Asking questions. 13 wickets at 15 for Boland. We've been speaking a lot about Bumrah's numbers at this ground. Boland's played the same number of test matches, even though this is, of course, his home ground. His den.
Good bounce here from Boland. That hit him in the box, Rohit Sharma, seeing it back a second time. Last ball of his first over. Rohit leaves on length. On the 4th stump line as well. Maiden complete for Boland. None for 12 India. Their target is 340 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier. It'll be Gerard Whateley coming in for me.
When you swim for sick kids, Australia cheers you on. Be a Starlight Super Swim hero this February and join the challenge at superswim.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. None for 12. Jacewell faces up to Stark. Defends back down the pitch. Got past Stark, but it won't beat head at mid-on. Our experts are for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Bharat is in. Ravi Shastri, welcome in, Ravi.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, Bharat. Morning, all.
What a morning it is, eh?
What a morning. I mean, I was surprised at the atmosphere when you were down at the ground before start of play. Good crowd, plenty of noise, anticipation, huge. Expectations, huge. Only question I was asked, what will India do? Will they chase? Will they block it?
Jacewell's 8. He has the strike. Stark to him. He turns off his hip. Fine. It rushes down toward the boundary. Boland's got no play. 4-leg buys. None for 16. Boundary for a Zito. Do it with a Zito Power Tools. And what did you tell them all, Ravi?
No, I think I said, India will play normal cricket for the first 3 hours and see how it goes. I was a little surprised Australia didn't have a crack at India yesterday. I think against any other team in the world, they would have been bowling at least 10 overs, 8 to 10 overs. It's probably the respect they have for this Indian team, probably the results of the past that dictated that.
3:24 to win. Stark bowls to Jacewell on the move, leaves a wider delivery.
But you've been in dressing rooms with this modern era, Ravi, quite a bit. Do they even talk about drawing games, or is it just happenstance if they can't chase down?
Yeah, they will not talk draw. They will say normal cricket. We'll see after lunch, an hour after lunch or closer to tea, where we are before we decide, let's go hell for leather for an hour or so. Gamble with losing 2 or 3 wickets if need be, but still be able to pull the shutters down if needed. So that will be the approach. I think this pair is crucial. I mean, they've done well to see the first few overs off because the ball is swinging.
Stark bowls, Jacewell leaves.
And this is crucial. The reason I say it, it's 8.4 overs now. They would say, let's play normal, watchful cricket for the first 15, 18 overs and then take it from there.
Stark's just reaching around, holding his back as he heads back to his run-up. So the rib under the number 5 on his number is what was causing him concern. He's saying nothing of it publicly. He's clearly bowling through at least a niggle. 3 slips and a gully ready themselves. Stark's spell's been a good one. Bowls, Jacewell flashes at the 4 ball, plays and misses.
Oh, he's bowled as well as he's bowled in the series because at that pace, 140, if you can swing the ball, you're going to trouble anyone. And he's beaten the outside edge of Jaiswal on numerous occasions. This was much like Bumrah yesterday in his first 2 spells.
They ready themselves in the slips. Marnus has just had a wander around. Smith waving his arms. Stark from the top of his mark at this member's end. Bowls, Jacewell leaves the last ball of the over. 4-leg buys from it, none for 16. Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
G'day there, a shambles on the West Gate inbound. Delays from Millers Road to the top of the bridge where there's works. Just 2 lanes open, speeds down to 40 inset lanes. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Dakin Air Conditioning has been cooling Aussies for 55 years. Backed by over 500 dealers nationwide. Make this summer a cool innings. Visit dakin.com.au. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
And Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. I do rather love this. Ravi Shastri should have introduced the teams onto the field this morning like a world title heavyweight bout. That would have been something. Rowett's on 4. Bowling to him. Rowett leaves tight to the off stump.
Yeah.
I did have that feel about it.
Yeah, it's box office. Yes.
Let's get ready to rumble, Ravi.
But do you think, Ravi, that India would sense that hesitancy in the Australian setup?
Oh, yes.
Not to have a dip?
Oh, yes. And they would have realised it yesterday when Australia didn't declare and then carried on batting today, which was obvious that they would.
Boland is in operation from the worn ends. Bowls to Rowett, who's on the back foot defending.
And I like the approach of India. You know, there's discipline there. It's not just blocking. If there's something to hit, they look to hit it. And that's the approach of both these players.
How big is the Virat Kohli factor, though, Ravi? He's had an interesting test match and he'll want to go out on a high at this ground.
Yeah, but remember, the series is still level, peg. Right, it's 1-1. So you know, India don't want to be too flash. Yeah.
Boland to Rowett leaves. That is close to the off stump.
And to be honest, it's Australia's call. The ball is in Australia's court. They need to win the Border Gavaskar Trophy. They've got to call the shots. What Australia won't want is to go to Sydney 1-1.
And that is zeroing in on the off bail.
Big day for Rohit Sharma. Needs to score just for himself, for his confidence.
I think the longer he stays, you'll see improvement in his footwork as well. The stride will get bigger. He'll go closer to the ball or towards the ball.
Boland to Rowett. Back foot fended away. Lands short of Marsh in the gully. And parries it wide and they're able to take a run. First run from the bowling of Scott Boland. None for 17.
Yes, boy. Boland will have a big job to play, not just because this is his home ground and he bowls so well. He's probably the freshest of the 3 fast bowlers. He's played 1 test this summer before this.
Right up on the shoulder of the bat, the previous. Labuschagne's been handed the helmet in 3rd to take 2 big strides closer with Jaswell on strike. 3 slips gully and a backward point. Boland's around the wicket when he bowls to Jaswell, who's on the move and he drives. He won't beat mid-on. Cummins gets around and denies runs.
I think he's the danger man as far as Australia is concerned. Jaiswal is someone India will look to be there 2 hours from now, because then that will dictate whether they are looking to chase down the score or they're looking to defend and draw the game. His presence is important because he'll score quickly. He maintains a good tempo.
Jaswell beaten on the outside edge. Fine ball from Boland to close the over. None for 17. Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Changing the bowling at the members' end. Pat Cummins Takes it up from Mitch Stark, shaking up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. None for 17. Jacewell is 8. Rowett is 5. Australia bowled out for 234 in the second over. Target is 340. Cummins begins the new spell. Rowett forward, everything behind it as he defends back down the pitch. Captain versus captain is a big duel.
Always. It's a contest. But I just see a sense of determination in with Rohit Sharma today. His main aim would be to see this new ball off, be there after 20 overs and then take it from there.
This is the start of the 11th over. Rowett forward, driving, knocked down by Head, saves runs. They'll get a couple as it parried away. Stark comes to lend a hand. The off-drive Head did a good job to get a hand to it. That was beautifully off the blade. Rowett is 7, none for 19.
That's the best shot he's played. Just like the stride, when those feet start moving towards the ball, that's when he's at his best. But he's always had time to play the quicks. But it's the footwork with which he can be accused of being lazy at times.
The gap is that cover being presented to him. Cummins to Rowett, leaves. Cummins thought that got very close to the off-stump. It's the half-hearted nature of the pull in the first innings. He didn't fully commit to a shot that has served him so well. It was one of those ones, it looked like the shot of an old man, and I just wonder how psychologically you recognise it,
yes,
and then move past it.
I think you're on the money, and that's why I think this time that he's already spent at the crease will stand him in good stead. 10 overs, you can already see the feet beginning to move a lot better.
Cummins flows in, bowls, Rowett jammed up to the leg side, gets it safely to mid-wicket, no run. He's one of a handful of players, is the legacy that sits over all of this. This and what happens in Sydney, Rowett and Kohli are front and centre of that.
Yep.
Smith and Stark, Cummins as captain. It was a beautiful part of this series, and it's materialised before us.
It's huge. I mean, what a final day that's been set up here.
Cummins continues to row it forward, stroking the ball to Head at mid-off. No run.
And it's a tribute to both these teams. The respect they have for each other. I think any other team Australia would have declared yesterday. It's just that knowing what India is capable of, what India have done in the past, have made them bat a lot longer. India, on the other hand, will be saying 91 for 6. We had a great opportunity, and we dropped 3 catches. 250 to chase would have been just about ideal.
Last ball of the Cummins over. He delivers to Rowett, who tucks him to leg. Thought about the single. Constas moved quickly out of mid-wicket. No run. None for 19. Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Light up your taste buds at a Porto with our flavour-packed garlic-loaded wrapper. Chicken tenders, garlic sauce, Portuguese salad, mayo and chips, all wrapped up in a toasted pita for only $10.95. Limited time, excludes delivery and airports.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
None for 19. These are crucial moments against the new ball for New Farm, Australian through and through. Scott Boland is in operation from the worn ends. He delivers to Jacewell, who's beaten, coming forward to defend. So we're in your hands as to how this is all building today, and it's not smooth going, not when there's such a spontaneously big crowd. Hi, Gerard. At 9:15, we got off the Monash and onto Punt Road It's now 10 past 11 and I'm still not near the only car park entry that's open. Nearly 2 hours. I'm still not in. The MCG are an unorganised rabble. Going home to watch it on TV. Crack the sads. It has taken a degree of planning for everybody involved, and it's with estimates of 75,000. It's more than anyone imagined. Jacewell leaves the ball jagging back at the off stump. It'll be worth it if you can persist and find your way here.
You can almost feel the tension, just building here. India biding their time. They'll be happy. They haven't lost a wicket in the first 12 overs, 11.2 overs now.
Did you have the marker at 20 overs or 30 overs to work their way through? It's the first checkpoint in the chase. Jacewell is forward and defending to mid-off, no run.
I think 20, because if the ball gets softer, opportunities to score will become more. And both these players, you don't have to change their plan. It's just the range of shots they have, their natural ability will allow them to put the loose ball away. And that's what you got to be looking for and planning. Don't need to manufacture anything, just play normal cricket and treat the bowling on merit.
Constance being pushed back a deep backwards square. Bo Webster's in the gully at the moment. Jacewell faces up to Boland. He's pushing and missing. A little shuffle forward, beaten on the outside edge.
You can see what he's trying. He's trying to chip down the track, make Boland shorten his length so that he doesn't get the movement.
Webster has been released from the Australian squad at various times to play BBL, but here in attendance today, and probably a sign of things for Sydney. As if there is a move on Mitch Marsh. There's a couple of different ways to go, and Webster's the most obvious. Jacewell's on 8, Boland to him. Full face of the bat to it this time on the shuffle forward, defends to head at mid-off.
Just wonder if a bouncer is not around the corner, because he's chipping down the track literally every ball. So as a bowler, Boland must be thinking, or his captain would tell him, why don't you get one shot head high, just to let him know I can bowl the short ball as well.
No scoring off Boland for the most part. Jacewell drives. He will find a run. Cummins across. Gathers. Throws. At mid-on, a good stop from the captain, but the single was there. Second run from the bowling of Boland. Jacewell keeps the strike. He's 9. Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier. None for 20.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. hijazfs.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Just for a moment, the firmly struck on drive to Cummins and a youngster taking off had flashbacks, but it was just to the side of Cummins, made him work, and the single was there on that occasion. So Cummins is bowling to Jacewell as a result, and he leaves outside the off stump. Just if you could, Ravi, just take us back to the Gabba chase, because it's very relevant. The target was 328. Here it's 340. It was achieved in 97 overs. There are 92 overs here. So it will eclipse the Gabba as the third greatest chase in Indian Test history if it was successfully done.
Yeah, that was someday.
Jacewell's 9. Cummins bowls to him. Jacewell beat.
And I remember no one thought about it till about tea time, and there was one man thinking of it at tea time, and that was Rishabh Pant, because India needed 145 to win at tea. And his calculations were on as to how to get there, even at tea time, because there were about 8 or 9 overs to go for the new ball. So the planning was, how much should we get before the new ball is taken? Who should I attack? Who do you reckon is going to bowl?
Cummins testing Jaiswal, who's on the back foot, jamming the ball past the stumps. Rowett calls him through, gets him off strike. Just for a moment, Jaiswal's head swiveled around. He survived his 10.
Yeah, so the computer was working. He reckoned Labuschagne might bowl 2 or 3 overs. That might be Nathan Lyon will bowl a few. And he had targeted at that stage 4.5, 5 runs an over. I need to get 50 runs before the new ball is taken to bring it down to double figures when the second new ball is taken. And he did exactly that. Pujara gave him company. Pujara, was stoic as ever in defense. But it was Pant who started taking the attack to Australia.
Cummins again to Rowett, who's forward defending.
And then come the last hour, that's when things started happening. India started losing wickets. The pressure started building and showing on the players who went out. And funnily enough, it was some debutants who did the job there. Washington Sundar, I think he got about 25 or 30 very handy runs, and Rishabh was there right till the end, and it was unbelievable. They just went for it.
Atmosphere is building. Cummins to Rowett, jams down on it, straight to mid-on, no on the call.
And they just went for it. And I think the difference between the Gabba and here is the start. Australia have bowled already 13 overs. They've not given much. They've given just 21 runs. I think over there the game was set up by Shubman Gill. Shubman Gill really played his normal game. He attacked. And I think he took 20 in an over of Mitchell Starc, when actually the dressing room started thinking, what are these guys on about?
Cummins to Rowett, defends to off.
And at tea time,
pick this up in half a tick. It's none for 21. Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sale.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. None for 21 from the first 13 overs. Ravi's recounting the great chase at the Gabba, where India at tea were 3 for 183 from 63 overs, and then accelerated to get the 328. Jaiswal faces Boland and defends back down the pitch.
So I mentioned Gill set it up. And then at tea time, there was a conversation happening between Gill and Pant, which I overheard to an extent, so I didn't bother. I just spun around and went back to my seat. And the conversation was precisely what I just told you. 9 overs, we need that many. There was never a draw in mind. The thought was to chase, come what may. And leave it to the youngsters. It's exuberance of youth.
Boland to Jaiswal leaves.
And, what transpired was that computer planning was just about perfect. He went out there, he attacked Lyon, he attacked Labuschagne, got that 50 runs, and then whoever went out, I felt like at some stages sending a message, pull the shutters down, think of a draw as well. But Washi went out there and smacked a couple, hit Cummins for 6 and then drove him down the ground for 4. I said, let him go.
Yeah.
I said, the way this series has been played, you don't mind losing 2-1, but go for it. It gives us a sniff as well. And rest is history.
Boland switches over the wicket. Jaiswal in behind defending to cover. There probably was a single, but they didn't go as Lyon comes out of point. So In the end part, 89 from 138, 9 fours and a 6. Washington was 22 from 29. So the markers of that chase, just having a look through, Shubman Gill set it up. So it was 1 for 83 from 38. That was at lunch. And then at tea, as you referenced, 3 for 183 off 63. And then the acceleration to win from 97 overs. Australia keeping it tight. Around the wicket again, Boland. Jacewell drives to mid-off. Headfields, no run.
Just get the feeling that Jaiswal is just wanting to shift gears. Australia have kept things tight.
It's the new ball bowling has been high quality, beating the outside edge repeatedly, but that has been a feature of this test match, as Labuschagne got beaten some 30 times on the outside edge. Don't get deterred by that. So leg gully now comes in place. Australia trying everything. Jacewell leaves. The angle from around the wicket is giving Boland a look at the off stump. He is zeroing in on it.
Very determined, both these openers. They somehow want to go to Sydney without losing this game. And winning at this moment will be last on their minds. A draw definitely favourites at the moment in their mind. Australia need wickets early.
They've been repelled for the moment. Boland, Jacewell drives, clipped it firmly to Cummins and stayed at home. A maiden over from Scott Boland, none for 21 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sail.
G'day there. Watch out for a crash on the Monash Freeway outbound before Warrigal Road. The left-hand lane closed off and speed back to 40 k's. Maintenance works on the Westgate Bridge City bound, only 2 lanes open, speed back to 40 k's. And on the Mudge Peninsula Freeway, delays Peninsula bound from Eastling past Cranbourne Frankston Road. Heading off on the holidays, Woolworths have everything for summer and more online and in your local store. Check out Woolworths for the best of an Aussie summer. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, none for 21 after 14 overs. Jacewell 10, Sharma 7. Pat Cummins is in operation from the members' ends. Rowett has the strike. He pulls across the line and got jammed up in his pads, and it falls harmlessly at the popping crease. So just a hint that they would like to get going here, Rowett and Jacewell, in the past 10 balls.
Yes, there's no question about that. They just want to break the shackles.
Damien Fleming comes in over our shoulder for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Welcome in, Flem.
Gerard, listeners.
It's been tight stuff, hasn't it?
Yep.
So what have we had? 5 maidens in the 14 that have been completed. Stark none for 9. Cummins none for 6. Boland none for 2. Cummins to Rowett. He pulls down to fine leg. Safely across the turf. Gets a single. None for 22.
That is one of his feature shots, isn't it? I mean, he's, you know, caresses the ball when he plays that pull shot, but it led to his dismissal in the first innings. I thought he was half-hearted. You know, you're either letting it go or really give it a go. Just feel like the Aussies need a wicket here.
He's looked far more solid in this innings. The feet are moving a lot better.
I thought he looked better until he got dismissed in the first innings.
Yeah.
So opening's his go.
2 in the deep on the leg side, down to 2 slips in the corner. Jacewell back foot punch to mid-off. Head fields, no run.
Yeah, Australia would want 2 wickets before lunch. Still about an hour to go. India's main aim would be just go into lunch, no loss, and then take it from there. If they bat till lunch, they should be 50 plus. They can evaluate things after that. It's less than 200 then to get, less than 300 to get.
Cummins is around the wicket, trying against Jacewell, blocking to cover. So Australia trying everything at the moment. Over the wicket, round the wicket, leg gully, slip, all sorts of different formations to try to get something to happen.
Yep. That's what good teams do. It's just one of these stages in test matches where we have an arm wrestle, and there might be periods where one team gets on top, but we know that they're very combative, they're very consistent with their efforts, both teams.
Marsh back on the field at gully. Cummins to him. Jaiswal back foot punch straight to point. Lionfields no run. This will be the last ball before the drinks break.
It's always that first wicket that is important. That'll lift the team up. Cummins is hoping to get that breakthrough.
Justice gets Bay 13 to chant along to Cummins. He's coming back over the wicket for the last ball of the over. Jaiswal's 10 from 52. Cummins bowls to him. Jaiswal in behind, defending to cover. Safely enough. None for 22 after 15 overs of the chase. The target is 340 from 92 overs. Australia bowled out for 234. Bumrah got Lyon. Lyon made 41. Bumrah 5 for 57. And India have had their moments, but not a chance created yet. 15 overs into the chase. None for 22. That's the Toyota scoreboard. Big December deals sail. Drinks are on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
When it comes to trusted and reliable brands, don't look past Holman Plumbing. In the industry for over 30 years, Holman Plumbing offers a comprehensive range of quality and watermark-approved PVC fittings, manufactured to Australian and New Zealand standards. With offices around Australia, speak to one of Holman's local representatives about their PVC fittings. You can't go wrong with Australia's full-range plumbing supplier, passionate about providing clever solutions to the trade market. View their full plumbing supplies range at holmanplumbing.com.au.
Stark up, Jaiswal drives straight, great shot, past the stumps, made terrific contact, gets the first boundary on India's chase.
No scoring off ball, and for the most part, Jaiswal drives, he will find a run, Cummins across, gathers, throws, mid-on, a good stuff from the captain, but the single was there.
We're at the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Adam Collins taking over from Gerard Whateley for the next half an hour or so. I've got Damien Fleming with me. India, who've been set 340 for victory after Australia were bowled out for 234 after 10 balls this morning. And they've faced 15 overs for their 22 runs, but without loss so far. So Jaiswal 10, the captain Rohit Sharma on 8, in no hurry whatsoever. Damien Fleming joins me for 4 and 20 pies. Flem, your thoughts on what we've seen in the first hour of the chase or thereabouts?
Yeah, Colo, real arm wrestle, isn't it? No team giving any respite to the other. Australia have bowled very well, but equally Jaiswal and Rohit Sharma have been able to combat the swing and the seam from Stark, the pacey, bouncy stock balls from Cummins and Scott Boland so far. So I'm interested in this hour whether, they look to try and, accelerate the run rate a little bit. Particularly Jaiswal, being a young player and a free scorer, that he'd love to get rid of the shackles and be able to caress some boundaries.
Just change the energy a bit, wouldn't it? If they hit a couple of boundaries, it would That's the beauty of a fourth innings chase, isn't it? If India start to score, that'll change the way Australia can set up. At the moment for Boland, it's how they want it. 2 slips a gully, all on the one. Just a man down at fine leg. Just being held before he starts the fresh hour here.
And Rohit Sharma's a different element. He has not had a role to play in this series. Yeah. He started to get a couple of those hook pull shots going.
So Boland to him here, southern end. Rohit Sharma beaten straight away. Seamed away past the shoulder of the blade, Flem.
We've had so many player misses in this test match. It is not changing on day 5, is it? It's just, the only thing I'd say about Scott Boland at the moment, just a fraction fuller. But that could have easily got edged, couldn't it?
Yeah.
That delivery.
Seeing it again, it was the scrambled seam variety from Boland, where he's so effective. Subtle movement. Passes umpire Goff here. Bowls to Rohit Sharma. Leg stump line straight up. Pushed him to the onside for 1. Well bowled and well played. Rohit 9, none for 23. So trying to get the stumps into play there, Boland. A little bit fuller, as you're saying.
That's been the sort of the half problem when they have got balls that are going to hit the stumps. They're pitching more on middle and leg and getting work through the leg side. They're not pitching on off stump.
The wild card here is Jaiswal, right? He's 10 from 53, but we've seen him make run-a-ball double hundreds in Test cricket. He's got that club in the bag if he can get away. Now
it's just not easy, is it, against this attack?
Just trying to neutralise the best they can. Extra slip goes in. Round the wicket, Boland. Jaiswal drives straight. Off drive. Straight to the man at mid-off. Work to do for Cummins. He collects after they rotate for a couple. Jaiswal 12, a check drive. None for 25 to score. That'll feel good out the middle of the
bat. Yeah, nice shot. Just a little bit of a check drive. That's sort of showing that he is a bit hesitant of going hard at the ball.
So Carey foreshadowed this when we spoke to him this morning. He's up to the stumps for Scott Boland. Thoughts on that?
It's a good effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
As long as the bowler's comfortable with it, which they are more and more these days. But that's great skill to be able to keep to Boland.
It's up here. Boland delivers to Jaiswal. Tries to take him on from the crease. Not a lot of footwork. He almost hacks it out to mid-off where Constance does the fielding. So there have been no buys in this test match for what it's worth, Glenn.
Really?
It's most unusual. I mean, we had one small rain delay, didn't we? But basically, it's been a full test match.
That's brilliant from Carey and Park.
As Carey said today when we interviewed him, he could play a big role with Nathan Lyon. He'll be up to the stumps for most of the day from one end once Lyon gets into his work.
Come on, Barrel. Come on, boys.
Tommy Morris with us as well for you and Heinrich, German engineered forklifts and racking systems. Come back to you after this ball, Tommy. 2 slips, the gully, Boland round the wicket, Carey's up. Jaiswal back, great take from Carey, reared up off a length.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. And now Carey's going back.
We'll see it on replay here. That was 136 clicks. It wasn't short.
But my worry is there has been some balls that have bounced. Oh, not, I wouldn't say go through the top, but they've bounced about 30 centimetres more than what you'd expect.
Wow, that's great adjustment.
We don't want him getting injured.
Yeah, he kind of had to ride the bounce like if he was playing a shot to backward point.
Great.
He'd go all the way up to get it in the webbing of the gloves. At the peak of his powers, Carey in that facet of the game. Boland again. Carey back, takes it comfortably after the arms were shouldered. None for 25 with 3 runs from the over. 315 away from their target. Jaiswal 12, Rohit Sharma 9. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
The leading run scorer in the chase so far is Jaiswal. He's 12. That's Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Cummins. New over away from us. His second spell, he's into it here. Bowls to Rohit Sharma. Catch! Is the call has taken a gully. Mitch Marsh had to juggle it. It was a leading edge. It wasn't an easy catch. Went straight to him, went quickly, held onto it, played his role. Rohit Sharma's gone for 9. Pat Cummins gets the breakthrough. India 1 for 25. They are never easy. He was trying to whip that through mid-wicket. And Marsh held on the second bite, Damien Fleming.
No, he did. It was brilliantly taken for Mitch Marsh. He's been short of runs and wickets, but his catching throughout this series has been elite. And, yeah, Rohit Sharma just started to get a few balls in the middle, so his confidence was up, but he's tried to whip it through the leg side. It's always danger against someone like Pat Cummins with that extra pace zip. Might have been the one that went straight on. So, very good catch. Australia had their first wicket, and they needed it as well. They bowled beautifully this first session without luck, but 1 wicket down. Brings in KL Rahul, though, who's probably been India's best and most consistent batsman for the series.
We'll get Tommy to crunch the numbers on Rohit Sharma's series, which has been a fairly dismal one with that in hand. Celebrating a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, the Australians, as family-owned business since 1934. And KL Rahul, who in the first innings here got the ball of the series from Cummins.
Yep. Spoke to the captain Pat about it. He thought it was more seam, and myself and Andrew McDonald reckon it was a combination of seam but also a bit of outswing, which Pat Cummins normally bowls wide outswingers. He doesn't have generally one that pitches on middle and off and swings away, but just another element for the batsman to get on top of.
He's taking guard. KL Rahul's been super impressive through this series. Earned a lot of admirers. So a man in form, got 24 in the first dig, was great until the point where he got that unplayable from Captain Pat.
That's the thing, like he's as watchful as Indian batsmen have got, so that I reckon that magnifies how good that ball was. Good footwork through the series. He's been unflustered, loves hitting through point and cover.
So the energy changes. Australia have a wicket. Cummins bowls to KL Rahul. First delivery here, well behind it. Like he's been there for 50 balls. Defends with bat and pad close together out to cover no run.
Yeah, that's pretty much a stock ball for Pat Cummins and a stock shot for Rahul. Very uncomplicated with his footwork, isn't it? It was forward, so he comes forward. He gets his front foot planted before he starts his downswing with the bat. When it comes through, it's always providing a full face. Just getting the bail to mark his guard.
Like that. Haven't seen that. Not many players do that these days. Would have been Shivnarine Chandapur when you were playing, wouldn't it? Knocking the bail in.
He had the weirdest guard, didn't he?
Yes. Cummins bowls to Rahul. His second ball goes back and rides that bounce out to point where there isn't a run.
Was it the one days in 1999 in the West Indies? And it was the first time I bowled since he made the reel change. And you're running into bowl. He faced the first ball, but he was square onto it. and I could see the stumps, all the stumps. And by the time you release the ball, he's virtually batting on middle and off stump, whipping you through the leg side. Averaged over 50, didn't he, Chandapur? Underrated. He doesn't get talked about a lot, does he?
Over 10,000 test runs. Cummins to the crease and bowls to Rahul. Inside edge onto the pad. The ball spills out back down the pitch and hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. We've got Tom with his hand up as well.
Rohit Sharma's last 15 test innings, 161 runs at 10.7 for the Indian captain.
Not good numbers.
But in better news, Cricket Australia tells me that the crowd is nudging 50,000.
Wow. We're going to get there.
45, I'm told. 45,000. That's nudging.
Yeah, well, they'll get there. Don't worry about that. Melbourne are up for this. So's Cummins bowling to KL Rahul close to the stumps. He defends down the pitch.
Just one last thing. There's also an update from the MCG. So if you're just driving along at the moment and thinking about coming to the ground, parking in Yarra Park car park gate 3 is exhausted. So gate 3 is now closed. Gate 7 remains open for disability permit holders with prepaid parking only. So if you're not one of those, you're not going to be able to park at the ground. Okay. You can get the train.
Find it. An alternative way to get here.
Nice day for a walk from Richmond Station.
Yep. Sounds good. Cummins to finish here. Started the over with a wicket, and he ends it as well. Caught it first slip. Rahul caught on the crease. Gone for a duck. A double wicket maiden for Cummins, and Rahul, who has been superb through the series, nicks off to Khawaja. 2 for 25. This test match moves so quickly. It changes in the space of an over. Nicely pouched by Khawaja. Pat Cummins loves bowling at this ground.
Pat Cummins bowling into the corridor of confusion to KL Rahul. That was an absolute beauty. He trained him for straight balls, bringing KL Rahul straight down the pitch. That one was a little bit wider. Rahul sparring at the ball, not in control, not playing his favoured cover drive or square drive, and edging through to Usman. And the boos are overflating the cheers from the Indian fans because Virat Kohli strides out, averaging 47.43, but being short of runs. That was an unusual decision. Decision to play at that ball from Kohli. He half let it go, and then it sort of hit his edge, didn't it?
I think he was trying to leave it. Seeing it again the second time, I think the ball coming back off the seam, he was trying to pull inside the line, the way he does pretty well. In the end, he gets a duck. Love a duck. Peking pancakes that make scoring a duck delicious. Boland in, delivers here to Jaiswal, driving out to mid-off. There won't be a run there. Yes, for Virat Kohli. This will be his final test innings at the MCG, almost certainly. 100 here back in 2014. A punchy one at that. Can he step up one last time? There'll be the game within a game as they set the trap outside the line of the off-stump to him as well.
And it throws it back on young Jaiswal now, who, it looked like he was trying to accelerate the run rate a bit.
Boland southern end, Jaiswal leaves. Doesn't get to the gloves that comfortably. So as a consequence of that, Alex Carey grabs his lid. He'll go back up to the pegs. How about Pat Cummins, eh? Just when things, I wouldn't say they were drifting. Of course, it was tight. But just when we were all thinking, oh, gee, they wouldn't want to be none down at lunch and through the new ball challenge, and Rohit seeing them okay, and Jaiswal building and looking to drive. Suddenly, both the captain and the in-form KL Rahul.
Carey back up to the stumps.
Been and gone. Carey up with 2 slips a gully. Boland round the wicket to Jaiswal. Wide on the crease, leaves alone. Carey gloves it on. Well, doesn't quite glove it. It hits his gloves and falls to the stumps.
It was always going to seesaw today. And it's Cummins again, who just changes the game, isn't he? His record since he's been captain with bat and ball has been phenomenal.
Cummins in the first innings here, 3 for 89. Took early wickets and 2 in an over here. Boland halfway through the over. Jaiswal facing up and leaving again on that line outside the off stump. And for this generation of players, Flem, I mean, Alex Carey was very upfront about this morning. This series means so much, having not beaten India for 10 years, and this might be the day the series hinges on. This is their chance.
Yep, certainly so. Plenty to play out here. And Scott Boland, the MCG hero, he's going about his work nicely here. None for 5 of 5.4 overs.
So Boland passing umpire off. Delivers to Jaiswal, nearly sneaks through. Played at it, Carey gloved it. So close to both edge and off stump. Oh, beauty.
Oh, that's so close to an outside edge too. Excellent take from Carey.
Carey's having a blinder.
Pops back again.
Yes.
Even that's just annoying for Jaiswal, going out of his crease. Keepers up, keepers back.
So here's Boland to finish the over. To Jaiswal, who defends coming forward. So the maiden is complete. Back to Cummins, who picked up 2 in the previous over. 2 for 25 India. The incision has been made. Jaiswal 12. Kohli yet to face a ball on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Spend $5 or more with your MasterCard credit card and you could win a $1,500 MasterCard gift card. Ends December 31, 2024. TC's exclusions and eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Want to maximise your tax refund? Visit rjsanderson.com.au and update your information. Whether it's personal tax returns, business, company or self-managed super funds, RJ Sanderson will ensure they claim every expense available to maximise your refund. rjsanderson.com.au.
Time for the captain, Cummins again, who was doing it with ease with Dinah Breeze in his previous over. Industrial strength heavy-duty fans with a double wicket maiden. And now waiting down the other end is a man playing his final test innings at Melbourne. Virat Kohli adds that extra edge to proceedings here at the G. Simon Katich jumps in as well, changing commentary. Bundaberg, ginger beer, cap. Heavy-duty stuff here.
Morning, Colo. Morning to all our listeners.
Cummins in, start of a new over. Well forward in defence. First ball, bat and pad close together.
Yeah, the man Cummins again stands up when India were getting off to a decent start, nullifying the threat of the new ball. He strikes twice in the over. And the Indian skipper's miserable tour continues. Well held by Mitch Marsh at gully, and then KL Rahul just looked a little bit tentative. He's been India's best player throughout this series.
Cummins up. Beyond umpire Wilson, bowls to Kohli here. It's fallen straight. They want to keep the stumps in play. Defends to bit off, no singles. Some oohs and ahs from the cordon.
Yeah, and now it's the time for the King. Final test innings at the MCG. Well, we're assuming that, but 2028 seems a long way off for him at 36 years of age. And he's going to have to contend with the Aussie skipper who's got his tail up and he's got the crowd going. It's a big 36 minutes before the break. India can't afford to lose too many more before the break, otherwise Australia will be able to dominate the rest of this test match.
Kohli's got 700s in Australia. Facing Cummins here, turning into the onside where there won't be a single. One of them a few weeks ago when we were at Perth. It feels a time ago now. Kohli at the MCG made 169 in 2014. Backed that up with a half century, 82 in 2018. So has made runs at this ground, and of course one of the greatest short form innings ever against Pakistan here at the 2022 T20 World Cup. Loves the big stage. Cummins has 2 for 7. Bowls to Kohli here. It balloons up at him. One hand off the bat. Took off from the surface, kept down to Marsh in the gully. Well bowled and well played.
It was great cricket all round there. There's enough happening. Bit of bounce there. He's just caught the shoulder of the bat. Did well to take his bottom hand off and guide it safely to ground to gully. The slips are in the game. Khawaja just took a good catch. Marsh parried one to himself. And they feel like they're in the game here. Marnus Labuschagne's got the helmet on. He's close.
In a close third slip. Cummins up here, bowls to Kohli, who leaves more convincingly. A bit wide of the off stump.
It's good heat from Cummins, isn't it? 7.5 overs, 2 for 7. Remarkable. And as you're saying, Colo, last time we'll see this battle at the MCG. Kohli with such a great record in Australia. But Captain Pat, he loves getting out the opposition captain and the biggest name in the opposition batting order.
One of the batters of his generation. Facing Cummins. Into him here, and Kohli leaves on length. Quick, though, through to Carey. Hitting him hard on the gloves. 3 maidens on the trot. Australia have got them pinned. India 2 for 25. Jaiswal 12. Kohli yet to score. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
I love twilight events. Going to a twilight movie and you're sitting there on the grass, and just as the sun sets, the light fades away, and that sort of dusk time as the night comes on, that's quite a magical time.
Twilight, I don't mind it. The time of the day, I think, is kind of gives you a good feeling or good energy. It's just good ambience, I think.
Celebrate life as the sun sets with Tobin Brothers Funerals. Find out more about their twilight services at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Going to be a change in bowling for Australia. Mitchell Marsh So wants to get amongst the action. Australia running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. So a lot made of the overs. Marsh hasn't bowled in the series, getting a crack here with about half an hour until lunch.
Yeah, and this is significant, I think, because we know Pat Cummins is a big fan of Mitch Marsh, and he knows that he's under pressure, and given his role throughout this series with bat and ball, hasn't probably been what he would expect, and he's giving him the opportunity now with a newish ball, 19 overs old. So he's backing him in. If he can get a wicket here, he got Jacewell out in the second innings in Perth, I think, caught at point.
Couldn't ask for a better time to bowl either, Mitchell Marsh.
Carey up to the stumps. Marsh's first ball's way wide, and Carey just gloves it to make sure he doesn't give away a bye. Wouldn't want that, given he's gone this far.
That's a gutter ball from Mitchell Marsh.
It was, wasn't it?
By the way, just between overs, we saw on our screen in close up there, Virat Kohli getting some of the old-fashioned magic spray on that thumb that was whacked in the previous over. Love a can of magic spray. So splitting up the cordon here. Smith's at first slip, Khawaja's at third, and I suppose Labuschagne's at fourth or gully, depending how you interpret it. Marsh over the wicket, bowls to Jaiswal here. Mate. Back of a length, defends from the crease, no run.
What's interesting with the cordon is that Steve Smith's effectively at first slip now when Khawaja does that role in the previous over and has taken the catch there. So I'm not sure why he's gone wider and Smith's staying at first.
It's like a first, third and fifth.
Maybe with Carey up at the stumps. Yeah. That's the reason.
Yeah, the experience of doing it to Nathan Lyon, I suppose, would be the theory. Marsh's third ball, bowls here. Jaiswal plays late into that fifth slip area where Labuschagne fields.
There's no doubt it's a different dynamic. Having done it in England where the keepers get up to the stumps a lot in county cricket and you're at first slip, you can be obscured by the keeper.
Yeah, I'd imagine it put you off.
It can put you off, definitely. I've seen Jacewell a number of times leave balls and they've nearly run off the face of his bat. There was a few off Stark and there was one off Scott Boland, so he's got to be mindful of that when he's leaving the ball and it's climbing.
21 balls without a run. Marsh over the wicket and playing and missing is Jaiswal. The ball he should be leaving in the channel. Carey up to the stumps, gloves it cleanly. In saying
that first ball, it's been good for Mitchell Marsh. This is what we want. I don't think he's going to get into the mid-130s, but that is jagged significantly. Good take from Carey.
Just needs to be a bit fuller, doesn't it, Flem?
Definitely.
So two to come here, Marsh. Southern end, a bit wider on the crease. Jaiswal plays and misses again, and Carey takes the bail.
No, there's nothing wrong with getting fuller. Just with the fielders in front there. Even if he nails it, you've got to catch a mid-wicket cover. They can carry to mid-off and mid-on. Well, if it jags like that, then the slips are certainly going to get a catch.
Well, given too where the score's at, India still need 315, so the run rate's up over 4 and over already.
That's relevant too. Labuschagne puts the helmet on at third slip. Stark bowls here. Jaiswal drives nicely out to mid-off. End of the over. Fourth maiden on the trot. India are going nowhere. They're 2 for 25. I am, though. I'm jumping out. Tom Morris will take you through to lunch. Our coverage is for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now. Jaiswal 12. Kohli yet to score.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal. That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio. How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542. It does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. By Henley completed home and move in now. Cummins bowls. Kohli works down to fine leg. He's off the mark. India 2 for 26.
Always a good feeling. He's getting tempted just outside off stump. He was pretty disciplined in the first innings, wasn't he? It was the best he'd looked since Perth.
Yep.
But he got worn down.
Well, I think he got distracted by that run out.
And the
like
run out,
he'd been so focused for that whole innings and he had such good control of his hands, particularly when they were dumping it out sort of fifth stump line wide of him, and then just that break in concentration and distraction from the run out.
Cummins around the wicket. He's bowling to Jaiswal. 2 in a gully in place. And Jaiswal's on the back foot guiding it to Mitch Marsh. What is really a fourth slip or a fine gully.
You talk about Kohli, Flem. I asked Ravi off air just before today's play how he's going, because he's spoken to him out in the middle, and obviously there's a fair bit happened so far in his test with the shoulder charge and all that, but Ravi had said to him, mate, these days are what you were made for, you know, big crowd, the game, this is set for you. So he said he was in a good frame of mind.
Cummins has 2. He winds up and he bowls. And Jaiswal is going to look for 1. He dissects mid-wicket and mid-on where Mitch Starc fields. He moves to 13. India 2 for 27.
Gee, another run-out mixer between these two would make it interesting. That's a nice shot.
I'd love to know what they talked about behind the scenes in the change rooms after that run out. Did Kohli take any responsibility? Did Jaiswal take responsibility?
Yeah, it would be interesting, but I still think the youngster got a bit giddy. And this is a challenge for him because his natural instinct is to attack, and they've just lost 2 quick wickets and there's still 27 minutes to lunch, so he's got to temper things because India is still a long way from home here with 72 overs remaining today.
There's a big gap at point for Kohli to open his blade. Nathan Lyons moves straight to cover. Cummins to Kohli. Kohli's leaving through to Kerr.
Because in my mind, if these two were able to get India to around the 40 over mark, it will really settle the dressing room, and then the rest of the players will know that they're dealing with an older ball later in the day. But if they lose 1 or 2 more now before lunch and go into lunch 4 down, much like what happened with Australia yesterday where they got on a roll, India, then the pressure will mount on that lower order, and it is young and inexperienced, and there's still a lot of overs left in today. So these two got a chance to do the damage against Australia if they can wear this new ball down.
Cummins to Kohli. It's full. It was a double bluff because Constas was pushed out to deep backward square, and Kohli works to the 19-year-old and picks up 1. He moves to 2. India 2 for 28. It is the 21st over, so they're taking their time. Long time left, though. And we learnt that in Brisbane a few years ago, didn't we?
Oh, yeah. I don't think they need to worry about the runs at this stage. It's just a matter of nullifying the threat of the new ball. And then once scoring becomes easier and 2 guys get set, like we saw these 2 in the first innings, the game changes quickly. You can score 4 or 5 runs and over once the ball stops doing as much and you're set into your innings.
Last ball of Cummins over is 9th. He bowls and Jaiswal is punching off the back foot to Marnus Labuschagne, who picks up and pretends to shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. 3 runs from the over. India 2 for 28 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
G'day there, watch out for a crash on the Monash Freeway. Outbound before Warragul Road, the left-hand lane closed off and speed back to 40 on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway. Delays outbound from Eastlink past Cranbourne Frankston Road, then through Dramana and approaching Getty Road in Rosebud. Spend $5 or more with your MasterCard credit card and you could win a $1,500 Bennelong dining voucher. Hurry, ends December 31, 2024. TC's exclusions and eligibility criteria apply. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
No boundaries yet for Virat Kohli. The MCG will go wild when he does. For Azito, do it with Azito Power Tools. This is SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley, completed home and move in now. Mitch Marsh will continue from the Shane Warne stand end.
Yeah, when he was at a peak as a test bowler, I'd like this matchup. You know, Mitchell Marsh bowling in the mid-130s, bowled a genuine outswinger. And we know that Kohli's been very susceptible in that corridor in the last couple of years and in this series.
Yeah, I like this. They're bringing up deep point. It's just about to say, I don't think they need a deep point with 20-odd minutes before lunch. Build the pressure on him.
There's a Mexican wave going around the MCG on day 5. Marsh bowls to Kohli, who's working it to the leg side. He might come back for 2. And he will. Good running. Mitchell Starc did his best at fine leg. But Kohli was quick off the mark.
Great running, wasn't it? He's still such a great athlete, Virat Kohli. Probably for an Indian, took it to the next level. You know, he was the first of that generation.
Having seen him train firsthand in IPL, he's comfortably the best I've seen, and that's saying something given how Langer and all the boys of our era trained.
Yeah.
Marsh bowls. Kohli lets it go. Well, what we can tell you now is we have an all-time record for a test match at the MCG. Well done to the Victorians. Well done to Melburnians. Flem, you must be very proud.
Yeah, thank you. On behalf of the 100,000 Melburnians and friends that have come in, including Simon Katich. We always love personality like that coming here. It's incredible. Almost 90 years ago, we have broken the record. More to come. Make it unbreakable.
Marsh bowls. Kohli is on the back foot this time and worked it to the offside. He tells Alex Carey he'd prefer him back to the stumps, and Carey says, I'll stay up at the stumps.
Tommy, it was never in doubt, mate. No. Never in doubt.
I wavered a bit yesterday when there was 43,000.
You had that nervous look in your eyes.
Yesterday did put it
It's a
into
Sunday.
question.
Where were people yesterday? Jeez, it's good though, isn't it?
It's awesome.
And there's a different vibe. Adam Collins said it beautifully before. It's like a World Cup final vibe today. The sort of noise, Mexican wave going anti-clockwise.
Yeah, the Indian fans are helping make it as well.
Marsh bowls to Kohli. He lets it go, and Carey takes it cleanly behind the stumps.
Oh, mate. But the holiday period,
go boys,
there's no parking. Why not hop on the train and just pop in? We've still got so much more cricket, haven't we, to play out here.
71 more overs.
It's going deep. So if you're thinking about it, get in.
So the total crowd across the 5 days so far is 350,700. The previous record was 350,574 in 1936-37.
A lot of standing room back then.
Marsh again. Kohli's driving on the up. Straight to Constance at cover, who fields cleanly for no run.
The Aussies like this. There's four men behind the wicket on the offside that are waiting for a mistake here.
Travis Head being pushed back to deep forward square leg.
Oh, I'd like to see another tempted cover drive.
Still going back as the ball's about to be bowled. Marsh outside the off stump, and Kohli lets it through. Just the two from the over. India 2 for 30 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The fantastic sale is on now. Enjoy up to 20% off thousands of selected products, like up to $200 off selected sofas. Find your fantastic today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. It'll be a change of bowling. Mitchell Starc. As Virat Kohli just gets his hand attended to.
Starkey back for the second spell in front of the record crowd. Bowled pretty well, deserved one early, didn't he? Mitchell Starc was swinging, it was seamy, and he's showing real resilience with that side strain.
So this is also the second most attended test match of all time anywhere. After India v Pakistan in 1998-99, the total crowd for that test was 460,000. And you know it was somewhat of a guess or an approximation because it's 460,000, 000. So they said, it looks like about 460. Anyway, Mitchell Starc. He's bowled 5 overs, no wicket for 9. He's bowling to Jaiswal, who's defending on the back foot. He thought about one into the onside. He decided against it.
See, there's probably more of a single there on that one, given he split the gap between those two, and Constance had to go to his right and pick the ball up, and he would have been awkward for him to throw to both ends. He would have probably only had to play at the non-striker's end, but compared to the one in the first innings, which he absolutely smoked to mid-on, there's no way there was a run there.
2 slips, a 4th slip, a point, and that's Marnus Labuschagne in a very straight, almost short extra cover. Starc bowls, and Jaiswal lets it through.
Yeah, good discipline there from Jaiswal, because Stark is generating good pace and bounce, and he wants Jaiswal to play a big booming drive here just before lunch. Try and open up an end. He's containing himself at the moment.
Hasn't got a wicket in the test match, Mitchell Stark. It's been 25 tests since he's gone wicketless in an entire test. Still got 8 to have a crack at here for India, if he's good enough. He approaches now from the members' end. And Jaiswal's again letting it go through to Alex Carey. He takes it low to his right.
It'd have to be one of the slowest Jaiswal innings in his career, wouldn't it? Hearing about run a ball double hundreds, and that 100 in Perth was an amazing knock, wasn't it? Full of stroke play.
I just wonder whether Australia can dangle the carrot here and lose that cover with 17 minutes before lunch and put another man in at gully or wherever they feel. Because I think you want him cover driving here. You want to get 3 down and get the chance for a 4th before lunch to really crack this test open.
Stark bowls. Jaiswal again is letting it through. This time it carries.
At the moment, there's no incentive for Jaiswal to play a big drive. It's blocked off, mid-off cover. And Nathan Lyon's just having a chat to Pat Cummins right now.
He's run all the way from backward point, Nathan Lyon, to speak to Pat Cummins, who was standing at mid-off.
I want the ball, Pat. That's what he's saying.
No, I think it was more about the field. I saw him direct maybe square leg going back, get him thinking about the short ball.
It's a 6-3 field. First slip, second slip, fourth slip, the catching men. Stark unloads, and Jaiswal on the back foot watches it go through.
It's getting closer to the stumps, but it's still leavable.
5 dots this over. He's 13 from 77 balls, Jaiswal.
Mitchell Stark, you know, for him, why not have a go at the stumps?
Yeah, well,
they're a long way behind.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think they're a long way from home here, and you need to dangle the carrot here because it'll make the job easier through the middle of the day. This is the time to be attacking. Just think the cover can go. He can attack in the gully or another slip if they want.
That's Marnus Labuschagne at cover. He's been vocal today. Stark bowls. This time Jaiswal plays, but on the back foot and in a defensive manner. It's a maiden. India 2 for 30 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Tie Bow scoreboard, big December deals sale. India 2 for 30. They still require a further 310 runs to win. Alex Carey's remaining up at the stumps for Mitch Marsh, who's bowled 2 overs for 2. Virat Kohli will be on strike. Geez, you'd love Virat Kohli, wouldn't you? I mean, they all would, but Mitch Marsh in particular, given
he'll
what
go
he's
off
been through.
If he gets Virat out. He might do a full lap.
15 minutes till lunch. Marsh bowls to Kohli, and Kohli's defending back to the bowler. Marnus Labuschagne with the helmet now at second slip. 2.5, really.
Come on, boys. Welcome myself. That's how Morris.
Bharat, Sundaresan. I'm going to say, g'day, Baz.
Come on, lads. Good day, new ball partner, Simon. Mitch Marsh, this is the quickest he's bowled all series. He's hit 129 once. He's been in the higher 120s consistently in his 2 overs so far.
Marsh bowls. Kohli is solid in defence. No run.
And you know, as journalists, Tommy, we're always looking for a narrative. I can totally see that narrative if Mitch Marsh does get Virat Kohli out. Mitch Marsh was the one who walked up to Pat Cummins and said, give me the ball, I'll get him out. That's how these stories are built on, aren't they, Sam?
You're right about his pace. I mean, and it's a given. It should be a given. That's what. Look at the size of him. He's not called the Bison for no reason. He should be bowling 130k plus. Look at the size of him. So, but there is a spring in his step today. He's charging in.
He's bowling to Kohli. And Kohli this time is opening the blade off the back foot. It only goes far as line at backward point for no run. India batting for lunch now.
Yeah, it's been terrific bowling from Australia, and they haven't really allowed the Indians to get away. I didn't expect them to be going at just over 1-0 at this stage of the innings, even though seeing off the new ball would have been crucial. They haven't been able to. They've lost 2 big wickets.
Marsh from over the wicket. He delivers. Kohli lets it through to Carey, who's moved back. And now he's going to go back up to the stumps. What's the thinking behind this? Changing ball by ball.
Oh, look, I mean, sometimes when the keeper's up to the stumps, batsmen start to play at more balls because you feel like you've got one less catcher behind. But, yeah, in terms of alternating ball after ball, I'm not sure why.
Especially when the deep backward square legs drop back.
He's making subtle changes, Pat Cummins. Marsh bowls, and Carey takes it behind the stumps as Kohli lets it go through.
I do remember Alex Carey taking a stunning catch at the Adelaide Oval a couple of summers ago. I just wanted to talk about Michael Messer.
I was going to say.
Thought I'll bring it in. Hashtag Nisa must play.
Has his hamstring.
Not played in the BBL so far. He's running around the other day, 2 weeks ago in Brisbane. So should be good. But Mitchell Marsh's hamstrings look okay. He looks in good rhythm in this spell.
It's his third over. He's only gone for 2 runs, Mitch Marsh. Last ball of the over. He bowls to Kohli, and Kohli will probably get a bye. That might be the first of the match, as Carey couldn't take it cleanly down the leg side. And it is. Well, it still counts as a maiden. It means Kohli will be on strike at the start of the next over. India 2 for 31 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sail. And it might have been a stumping chance as well, Kat. The back leg came up.
Definitely lifted. Tough take for Alex Carey.
That'd have been a set play.
Yeah, that would have, and that's probably why he has come back up. They will talk about that, throwing the odd one down the leg side and trying to get that leg side stumping from the bat overbalancing.
Of all the wickets for Marsh to get, a leg side stumping would be incredible.
Well, I mean, this is similar to what happened in Perth. Remember in the second innings, Virat Kohli entered the fray. Pat Cummins didn't bowl himself, and Kohli got the second innings 100.
Stark from the members' end. He's bowling to Kohli over the wicket, and Kohli's defending back down the pitch. He's on 4, JSL 13, India 2 for 31.
So I just wonder whether they could consider Boland having another crack to him first up. He obviously faced Cummins. Stark's replaced Cummins at the members' end, so whether Boland has a little burst for 10 minutes at Marsh's end.
Especially the record Boland has against Kohli.
Yeah.
Got him out a few times. And before lunch, a nervous poke outside off stump. We've seen it from Virat so often in recent years.
Mitchell Stark approaches. Big bounding, leaps in, and Kohli defends down the pitch. So Nathan Lyons changed his position now. He's gone almost to a catching backward point. Pat Cummins just shifting things ever so slightly.
Yeah, and that's why with 10 minutes left, do they consider putting Marnus Labuschagne at backward point and opening up that cover region? Because they know Virat Kohli's fighting himself at the moment. He wants to play as straight as possible. Mitchell Stark's got the angle across him. Open it up. Say, do you want to play a cover drive before lunch?
Stark's bowled 6.2 overs for 9. He goes again to Kohli, and Kohli's leaving it through to Alex Carey behind the pegs.
There's a decent amount of runs in the bank here, 309. So you've got to try and play with those when you need to, which is right now. They're just shutting up shop, try and lure them in to do something they don't want to do in this little period to open the game up.
And you lose nothing if he gets away and hits a couple of cover drives and hits it for 4.
Correct. You've got 10, 20 runs to play with here. You can go, yep, if you're good enough, you get them. But if you don't, if you're not good enough, you make a mistake, we're going to make you pay with a wicket.
Stark again. He bowls. Kohli gets hit on the pad and it just ricochets through to Alex Carey. It was too high.
And it's always bowling quicker than Mitchell Marsh, but just that slight slow pace is what can suck you in, Kenneth Simon. And the record, like I said, that he has against Virat Kohli. And it's not a natural approach to batting for someone like Virat Kohli, being overly defensive, playing for a session. He's always looking to score runs.
Here we go. Stark 4 dots in a row. He's testing Kohli's patience. He goes again, and Kohli this time is jammed up and defending into the onside. That leg side stumping would have been a crucial moment for New Farm, Australian through and through. I wonder how Alex Carey categorises that chance.
Yeah, look, I think given the line of it, it was a fair way down leg side, so would have been tough to even still take the bails off whilst Kohli had his back foot raised. He still would have had time to get it back down in time, given the line that ball was. It was a long way down leg.
There's a field change here. Pat Cummins has moved Nathan Lyon from backward point to backward square leg, and Sam Constas has gone from square leg to deep forward square. Kohli expecting a short one potentially. Stark bowls, and it's outside the off stump, and Kohli lets it go. He had a good look at it. India 2 for 31 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
This is how Virat Kohli started his innings. A couple of days ago in the first innings, left a lot of deliveries from Mitchell Stark, just angling away. And yeah, I mean, just on that stumping opportunity, if you want to call it that, you could be writing a song if you had pulled that stumping off. It would have been quite something special. Like, remember Jack Russell pulling a test match stumping off like that? Was it Dominic Cork? One of those medium pace English bowlers from the 90s.
Would have been the third umpire who made the call. Yeah, 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
Moment this, Nathan Lyon. I've spoken a lot about him in the last couple of days. It's been a while since he bowled Australia to victory against India on the final day on home soil.
So India 2 for 31 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. They need a further 309 runs to win. JSWell's 13, Kohli's 4. The partnership is just 6. 25 overs they've batted for India. It's been slow going, but they can back end these chases. We've seen it before. And JSWell's critical to that, with Nathan Lyon coming on for the first time today from the Shane Warne stand end. There's a slip, there's a short leg, and mid-off is 3/4 of the way back to the fence. That's Pat Cummins. Lyon from around the wicket. Bowling to JSWell. He bowls, and JSWell defends, looking for one to long off, and he won't get it. Lyon fields.
Still, I'm sure anybody noticed, but you're not allowed to walk backwards when ball is running in. Pat Cummins just taking little things you notice as an umpire.
Forgot you're an umpire, Baz. Lyon again, he bowls. This one's tossed up, and JSWell makes the most of it. You'll find one to Cummins at long off. He moves to 14. India 2 for 32 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Big December deal sale.
You like getting your finger up, Baz?
Yeah. Quick game.
Quick.
Yeah.
Are you a trigger, or are you a Rudy Kurtzen, or what's your style? I'll just hold that. Same field for the right-hander, but long offs in the circle, and Kohli works to deep forward square for 1. He moves to 5 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Big December deal sale. India 2 for 33.
I like to believe I look rather graceful. You know me, I have graceful moments.
What did that mean for an umpire?
I don't, Daryl Harper was graceful, wasn't he? True. Unless you were the batter being given out.
Billy Bowden. JSWell on the back foot. Defends down the pitch for no run.
Good matchup though. Yashasvi Jaiswal will be eager to get at Nathan Lyon. He's done that throughout the series. Mid on a little deep as well. Does he take him on? Make a statement just before the lunch break.
14 JSWell from 80 balls at the crease. He's facing Lyon, and he's defending down the pitch for no run. I don't think I've ever seen JSWell bat like this. I mean, you would have seen him bat more than me, but he generally is quite aggressive shows more intent.
Grab this one here, guys. He's got different layers to his game, though. We've seen it before. He just loves batting. Just loves being out there.
He's taking his time between balls, hoping that we just one over after this. Line for the 6th ball of his first over, and Jaiswal is solid in defence again. India 2 for 33 on the Thai Power scoreboard. Big December deal sale. Probably Pat Cummins is the player of the day to this point. Bing Lee better living every day. And the crowd is just being informed that this is a new test record for attendance. 351,104 people across the 5 days, and more to come, I'd imagine.
You still think the Ashes is the #1 rivalry in the world? Okay.
Do you think it is?
Of course.
What do you think it is?
It's
What do you
India,
think, Kato?
Australia.
It's changing.
But what do you think it is?
It's almost on par now, I reckon.
I'm 52-48 in favour of the Ashes, but it used to be probably 60-40.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say that, given what we're seeing here at the MCG today. This should be the last over before lunch. It'll be Mitchell Starc with the ball. From the members' end, bowling to Kohli. He drives, and he's out! Virat Kohli's gone, caught a first slip. Usman Khawaja low down. Starc has the big fish, and that is disastrous for India. They lose their 3rd, and Kohli fails again.
It was coming, wasn't it? It was coming. He'd held himself together for so long. There was a wide delivery from Mitchell Starc. Virat Kohli knows this. Leaves the MCG probably for the last time as a test cricketer. Head bowed down, telling himself what he should have done. He had kept his hands together for long periods in the first innings. This is not his natural game, playing or trying to play out a session. Reached for it. A humongous moment in this test match.
The king is dead. He trudges off. King Bumrah's taken the mantle now. Yeah, Kohli looks dejected with himself. That was a big knock for him. He's come up short. And India now reeling at 3 for 33 as we head into lunch on day 5 here. Australia will be very, very happy with the situation they find themselves in now for the rest of the day.
Faced 29 balls for his 5 runs, Kohli, and Starc just hung it out there, waiting for him to drive. We've seen it so many times before, and Khawaja made no mistake.
Oof, yeah, he 5 more deliveries or 6 more deliveries he had to survive. He left so many of these alone.
Alongside me, how big a blow was that to extract Virat Kohli just before the break?
Yeah, it's massive. Obviously, he's a superstar, and we know that. But I thought the boys, that's probably the best we've bowled in a session this series. I thought our quicks were absolutely exceptional there, and we got the late rewards of the 3 wickets in that session.
That come in setting the tone with those first 2?
Yeah, that's Pat being Pat, isn't it? Captain fantastic, isn't it? What everyone calls him. So him and Jasper are the best in the business, but well backed up by Scotty and Mitch.
These are the days you play for. 7 wickets to get day 5 of the 4th test match here at the G. Loads of people in.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I'm sure Vaughan is a bit disappointed, but no, this is what you do. You try to win these games in the last session, the last hour on day 5. So this is the ultimate test cricket, this is.
Happy with your batting?
Got a golden duck today, didn't I?
Well, you did contribute quite a lot yesterday with Scott Boland. It was an important partnership. What are we expecting from you with the ball this afternoon?
I just got to do my role. Obviously, it looks like there's a bit of movement there for the fast bowlers. It's not really breaking up as a spinner's wicket, so I'll just do my role and keep chipping away there and hopefully chip in here and there, but we'll see how we go.
Cheers, Nathan. Enjoy lunch.
Thanks.
That's Ishiguro with Nathan Lyon. Thanks to Fox. India 3 for 33. Virat Kohli out for 5. Caught by Usman Khawaja at first slip. Simon Katich said the king is dead. We won't see Virat Kohli at the MCG again. The next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now will be Rishabh Pant after lunch. There'll be some more fireworks if he can get going.
Well, he's going to have a challenge on his hands, because the way he got out in the first innings, he cannot afford, with India in this situation now, a long way from home, 66 overs left, to leave the job to someone else. There's inexperience in that lower order, although the inexperienced players in Reddy and Sundar led the way in the first innings. So India have got plenty of work to do here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the goal complexion of the game has changed. India were under pressure. The scoreboard wasn't moving. It wasn't going anywhere. And like Nathan Lyon just said there in that interview with Isha Guha, it was probably the best they bowled collectively since that first morning in Perth. And it's paid dividends. But yeah, Virat Kohli will not... we'll be thinking about that dismissal for a while to come.
India 3 for 33. Australia right on top here at lunch. Damien Fleming will join me for the lunch break in a few moments' time.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Just like reviewing an umpire's decision, it's worth taking a second look at your skin. At Mole Map, you'll get a comprehensive skin check from an expert melanographer. Then your images go to a dermatologist for thorough analysis and diagnosis, like Snicko for your skin. One check, two experts, a winning combination that increases early melanoma detection when it's most treatable. Book your full body Mole Map today. It's quick, it's easy, and you'll get a double take that could save your life. Visit molemap.net.au.
Some providers just can't help but phone it in with Boxing Day sales. Well, at Kogan Mobile, the Boxing Day sale is a big deal. Right now, they're taking up to 27% off yearly prepaid plans, including 500 gigs for just $219. That's $81 off. Now that's a big deal worth giving a click about. Shop the Kogan Mobile Boxing Day sale now and search Kogan Mobile to find out more. Kogan.com, clickin' awesome. T's and C's apply.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals store-wide. TVs, fridges, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more. Priced to clear. Save over $1,500 on LG 65-inch OLED TV. Up to 35% off Windows 11 computers. 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses and adjustable bases. Up to a huge 50% off clearance rugs. And Lusso fabric recliner and footstool. Hot price now just $448. Harvey Norman clearance. Best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply.
Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? View the latest from Nutrien Water. Toro universal valve boxes provide maximum protection of underground systems, offering ease of use and installation and adjustment for existing or new irrigation. 25mm poly manifolds are also available in 1, 2, 3 and 4 outlet versions, including fittings like elbows, T's, nipple and end cap, and UV stabilised polyarticulated and rigid risers with a maximum working pressure of 1000 kPa. Visit your local Nutrien Water store or nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
The festive season's here, and with places to be, people to see, and the extra time spent travelling, now's the time to win back your freedom and take back control. With the Molicare Premium Mobile Continence Absorbent Pants range, you'll do just that and enjoy the holidays with extra confidence. Easy to use like regular underwear, Molicare Premium Mobile Pants provide the comfort, security and discretion you're looking for while maintaining healthy skin. Get your free sample and try the Molicare difference at molicare.com.au. hijaz.com.au.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. hijazfs.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
New over away from us. His second spell is into it here. Bowls to Rohit Sharma. Catch is the call, has taken a gully. Mitch Marsh had to juggle it. Rohit Sharma's gone for 9. Pat Cummins gets the breakthrough. Good Cummins to finish here. Started the over with a wicket. And he ends it as well. Caught it first slip. Rahul caught on the crease. Will be Mitchell Stark with the ball. From the members' end, bowling to Kohli. He drives, and he's out! Gerard Whateley's gone, caught a first slip. Usman Khawaja lay down. Stark has the big fish, and that is disastrous for India.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
It's a much better lunch break for Australia than it is for India. It is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we'll bowl you away with our better prices. The state of play for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechhealth.com.au. Virat Kohli, the big fish, out on the stroke of lunch. Well, he was the big fish. He might not be the big fish anymore, but historically he probably is. 3 for 33 India. They require another 307 runs to win. Jaiswal has moved along like a snail. He's 14 from 83 balls, and Rishabh Pant will be the new batter. Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul have also been dismissed. Damien Fleming is alongside me. That was an exhibition in fast bowling.
It was. They took their time to get the first wicket, but that's not to say they weren't bowling well early, the Australians, and really Rohit Sharma for the first time in series really batted down, and Jaiswal playing against type. He loves playing his shots there, but there's some really good deliveries there. Captain Pat picked up the ball and goes, no, I've got to change this game, and he did. Knocking over Sharma and then KL Rahul. But Virat Kohli, Stark deserved this wicket. He does at least have a minor side strain. No complaints, charging in, pace has been good. He's bowled pretty well. That's his only wicket, but a big one. And Virat Kohli, just a wide half volley again.
We've seen it so many times before from Virat Kohli, and the longer his career has gone on, the more susceptible he is to edging those sort of deliveries, and that is the Bendix breaks, big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks. The player of the day contender, thanks to Bingley, better living every day. Pat Cummins at the top.
I think we go Cummins, don't we? He was wicketless in his first spell, but he just senses the big moments, and I think he's got the opposition captain Rohit Sharma 4 times cheaply now. Like the matchup isn't great. To get KL Rahul was big. He's someone that's shown that he could have batted through the day, and equally have gone on to play shots. But once again, that's the pace and the accuracy from Cummins. He's a very hostile bowler, but he's also accurate. Normally that doesn't always match up. And KL Rahul he wasn't sure whether to leave it. He just sort of hung his bat out there and he hit it, and good catch from Khawaja. So, this is all set. The record crowd we've been talking about, Tom, how good, to get an Aussie victory, significant to be able to go 2-1 up in this series, because India obviously hold the trophy. But then we're one test win closer to the chance to retain the World Test Championship.
So from the state of play perspective for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain, visit eipechhealth.com.au. Jaiswal's 14 off 83 balls. Rishabh Pant only knows one way. Definitely. So how are India going to play it from here?
Well, Pant will score if he's out there. And their opportunity it's a long way away if Jaiswal joins the party, isn't it? Sundar and Reddy showed that they could, bat time with their big partnership. But, it's still a big ask because there's still enough natural variation in this pitch. The ball's still jagging, and there's some just keeping a little bit lower, and then a couple have just gone through the top a little bit.
It's completely against the trend of the series for India to be on 33 from 26 overs. I feel like they've been relatively attacking throughout. Certainly most of their batters like to play that way. So is this just good Australian bowling, or is this India just being circumspect?
I don't know what more they could have done besides maybe giving Jaiswal a licence to go hard, but then he could have nicked off in the first over if that was the case. So I think it's more. And you saw when Boland come on, we did his pitch map. You know, the balls are like in a 30 centimetre, radius. Really, he just bangs short of a length. Fifth day wicket. You know, it's still not a horrible batting pitch, is it? But what do you do if you're not getting half volleys and you get no width to play your cut shot? It's not short to play the pull shot. So I don't think they've missed out on many scoring opportunities, have they?
No. The 66 overs remaining today, they need another 307 runs. You just look at those pure numbers, and for India, in Indian cricket, that sounds relatively easy, but the conditions, the pressure, the fact that they're 3 wickets down already, that's a long way away.
The way they played, they'd want 9 wickets in hand. We've batted hard against the next 10 overs, maybe the ball gets softer and we can start going after it. But as you said, this will be an intriguing partnership, because you can't imagine Rishabh Pant's thinking to himself, I'm going to block out the rest of the day.
You wouldn't know what that means. No. And if you listen to Ravi Shastri talk about the discussion they had at tea at the Gabba 4 years ago, there was not even in Pant's mind to defend for a draw. He was always going to go for the win.
Yeah.
This is a more difficult task now. They're further away.
But, I think they just allow him to play his natural strokes, because, they do have 2 batsmen who batted beautifully in the first. Oh, well, Jaswal obviously still in, but, Reddy and Washington Sundar, they batted really well. They are someone, if this partnership went for an hour and a half, could bat out the day.
And Jadeja as well, of course.
Sorry, I'm forgetting about Jadeja. Yeah, so they've got a fair bit of batting left, but you'd imagine it needs to come from these two to score, and their strike rate would have to be around 70, 80.
Just riddle me this with Rohit Sharma. Normally when opposition captains come here and they have a bad series, with their own discipline, which in his case is with the bat, maybe some captaincy, but he's actually affected the batting order by deciding he wants to open, pushing KL Rahul down where he was in such good form at the top. So Sharma gets out, then KL Rahul makes a duck as well. It just feels like he's almost had the worst possible time for a bloke who's played 3 tests.
I think he did the team-orientated thing when he come in to bat in the middle order, and even in this test match here, and he's scored virtually nothing, he looked better.
Yep.
Opening. I think he is an opener. The biggest question they could have had was, although he still would have had to have played, with whether the captaincy stayed with Bumrah after that first test.
And Shubman Gill as well. I mean, there'll be a question if they lose this test.
Now, Shubman Gill is, I haven't liked his dismissals. They're wide, even fuller corridors than Kohli, but he has been getting at least 20s and 30s. Rohit Sharma's not getting, but he's battling to get to double figures.
No. Well, he's averaging, what is he averaging for the series? He's
6 or 7.
6.5 for the series, the lowest ever for a touring captain.
So it doesn't look like a real planned, structural team changes for the reason of team tactics. It's just a little bit, we won the first test. Well, Rohit's got to come back in, Shubman Gill's got to come in, and it's almost like it's unbalanced the team.
I wonder if Rohit Sharma survives for Sydney. I mean, that's the question now. Survives as captain, survives in the team. I'm sure they'll have discussions about it, especially if they lose here today.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a young gun in Shubman Gill not playing. So who's going to get the most runs? I'd say Shubman Gill.
I'd say so. And it's not like Rohit's performances over past tours have been that strong in Australia either. For whatever reason, he hasn't really succeeded here.
No. I mean, he hasn't played a lot. I think he come in the second half of the last series, getting a couple of 50s in the middle order. He probably, he's peaked in between the 2 tours, and it's only once he got up to opening the batting that it exploded.
Yeah.
And definitely he's an opener that goes after them. But, they're all getting on, him and Bharat, aren't they? And they've seen signs with particularly Reddy and Jaswal. The future batting's still going to be very strong, isn't it? To tick that off, they'd want to see that Shubman Gill can be a consistent run scorer at test level.
Yeah, that's right. Can you please not excuse or make allowances for Bharat? This is a texter. How could he? That's such an inexplicable shot to play, and he should be held to account for letting down the team in such an extraordinarily poor way. How critical should we be of Virat Kohli's shot?
What are they talking about? When did we make an excuse?
No, it wasn't you. No, it wasn't you. It was beforehand. Saying it was there to hit.
I don't understand that message.
But how critical are you of Virat Kohli's?
Don't read those out.
We're not going to read that one out again.
What are you talking about? Excuse me. What?
It wasn't directed towards
What can I say?
No, it wasn't you.
Wide half. What can I say here?
It was a wide half volley, and he edged it to Usman Khawaja.
Listen to what we're saying.
I shouldn't have read it out, Flem. Don't worry about it. The dig for Sherlock Wheelbarrows. Lighten the load with Sherlock Wheelbarrows. Who are you having a dig at then, Flem? At lunch? Anyone not here, I reckon. This is an amazing test match.
Fantastic.
Get to the MCG.
Like the atmosphere, day 5, we're not used to this because generally one team is dominating, going to win pretty quickly. But here, mate, all 4 scenarios we were talking about in the warm-up, weren't we? You know, India win, Australia win, draw, tie. I went Australia win first, draw second, India win, and obviously the tie 4th. No, I'm happy to be positive, actually. Just loved how many people have turned up. A lot of Indian fans have actually flown in for it. And well done to the Australians with the ball so far. I don't think they need to bat on. I'd rather seen us bowl straight away if there's one negative. You know, and I hope, you know, they don't bat it out and you know, just 5 or 6 overs might have been handy at the end. But I think they're ahead of the game here, Tom. The ball's still moving. The bowlers are fresh. If it goes deep, they've still got the second new ball. I reckon yesterday we saw a little bit of reverse swing too. So, you know, this first hour, big for India. Massive. If they lose 2 more wickets, it's all over.
Appreciate your time, Flem. We'll chat to you later this afternoon. From the job site to your backyard, lighten the load with Sherlock. And this is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. India are 3 for 33. Jaiswal's not out on 14. Kohli's just been dismissed. We do have a quiz. Bharat is in the house. Adam Collins is doing his thing. Oh, it's Bharat versus Adam Collins. Oh, Bharat versus a listener. Okay, I love this. This is exciting. Whoa, a $50 Ponting Wines voucher up for grabs. Give us a call, 1300 736 736, if you want to go up against the great Bharat in a quiz. And if you beat Bharat, I'll double it. I'll give you another $50 Ponting Wines voucher because that's how significant it will be. Stay with us from SEN at the MCG.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
For over 70 years, Junheinrich has been a pioneering material handling solutions provider. With a presence in 42 countries and 6 branches across Australia, Junheinrich is your one-stop shop for warehouse solutions, offering forklifts, order pickers, stackers, racking systems, and a full range of new, used, and rental equipment. Their comprehensive range will have you stumped. Junheinrich, German engineered, your trusted material handling partner for long-term success. Visit junheinrich.com.au or call 131 687.
Just like reviewing an umpire's decision, it's worth taking a second look at your skin. At Mole Map, you'll get a comprehensive skin check from an expert melanographer. Then your images go to a dermatologist for thorough analysis and diagnosis, like Snicko for your skin. 1 check, 2 experts, a winning combination that increases early melanoma detection when it's most treatable. Book your full body Mole Map today. It's quick, it's easy, and you'll get a double take that could save your life. Visit molemap.net.au.
Are you ready to go to a new level with Mitsubishi? Get along to Chadstone Mitsubishi and lock in your test drive. If you're ready for adventure, the all-new Triton is available for immediate delivery and an absolute game changer. Plus, you'll get the Diamond Advantage 10-year warranty and 10 years cap price servicing. Get up and about with Chadstone Mitsubishi. Go meet the team, test drive the new Triton and heaps more. Visit chadstonemitsubishi.com.au. LMCT 11716.
SEN and Binglee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think picking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Binglee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Moving home in Metro Melbourne or perhaps further afield in Victoria? Red Energy is here to make moving in Victoria that little bit easier with next business day electricity connections and a dedicated moving team to help you. Call the Aussie-based team on 131 806. 100% Australian electricity and gas. That's Red Energy. Available to Vic residential customers only. Book by 12 p.m. Monday to Friday, except public holidays, and standard connections available next business day when signing up by phone for electricity only. Exclusions and conditions apply. Additional fees and charges may apply.
Get your Kiwi racing fix at loveracing.nz and experience the thrill of thoroughbred racing. Catch all the action from across the ditch and get ahead of the game with the best New Zealand racing has to offer. News, previews, reviews, profiles and much more. So why wait for the first in Aussie? Kickstart your mornings, have breakfast with the Kiwis and get the early jump on racing. Find your next Kiwi winner at loveracing.nz, your home of New Zealand thoroughbred racing.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
This should be the last over before lunch. Will be Mitchell Stark with the ball from the members' end, bowling to Coley. He drives and he's out. Virat Kohli's gone. Quarter first leg. Usman Khawaja low down. Stark has the big fish. And that is disastrous for India. They lose their third. And Kohli fails again. It sure is, and he sure did. It's the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we will bowl you away with our better prices. India on the stroke of lunch, losing 3 for 33 the score. They still need 307 for a most unlikely victory target of 340. Jaiswal still there on 14 from 83 balls. It was Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul out in a double wicket maiden from Cummins for 9 and 0 respectively, and the aforementioned Kohli for 5. But we'll put that to one side for the time being, for it is time on day 5 to go to the
lunchtime quiz with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan.
Yes, it is Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan, but with a twist. We haven't done this across 3 summers.
Ever.
Basilenko, you beauty, you're the guest today.
I know. I'm very nervous. This has never happened to me before.
And
we're on the spot.
So Tommy and I have done the quiz. Tommy, who called that Kohli wicket very nicely, by the way. Well done, Tommy. So we've got the theme today is big fourth innings run chasers in Test cricket. So not just at the MCG, not just Australia, not just India, but that wider theme we're working with today.
Can I just say that Baz has been so lippy over the past 3.5 Test matches. Oh, how don't you know this? Why don't you know this? And now he gets put in the hot seat. Oh, boy. Can we please get someone good on the phone?
We've got Mick from Strathpine. Are you there?
Hey, g'day. How are you?
We're never been better. MCG, beautiful day, heading towards a packed house. It's been quite the test match. You've got the chance here to win a $50 voucher for pontingwines.com.au to purchase Ricky's own Ponting Wines. Experience Ponting Wines on every Royal Caribbean cruise. Mentioned before, the theme's big chasers in Test cricket. And all you need to do, Mick, is buzz in with your name before the other bloke buzzes in.
Yeah, it won't be easy for you, Mick.
And then you get a chance to answer
Come
first.
on, Mick.
Whoever gets it wrong, if there is wrong answers, the other person gets to go. We know the format. We've been doing this for 3 summers now. Ready to roll,
Mick? They call me a nice guy, Mick, but I'm not when it comes to these things.
This is you're the heel.
All right, let's do it. Some of these are, on the more famous side. Some of them are, Okay, 1939, England, 6 for 654. Chasing 696 in a test match that went 11 days.
But the ship had to leave.
That's annoying. At least let me read the question.
God.
I would have also taken they were worried about World War II starting.
Oh, fair enough.
Leaving Durban.
Sorry, Mick.
So 42 runs away from victory when they had to leave at tea on day 11.
Don't say sorry when you're not sorry. You love that, Baz. All right, question 2.
Brad,
Come on, Mick.
1-0 up. Mick, your turn.
Get in early here, Mick. In 1948 at Leeds, Australia broke the record at Leeds, chasing 404 in a day. Who scored 173 not out that day? His final runs in Test cricket. 1948, Mick.
Final runs in Test cricket. It went all right.
Mick. John Bradman.
Yes!
That's my boy,
Yes! And he was robbed as well. Neil Harvey walks out to bat. 4 runs to win. Hits a boundary. Had Bradman hit the boundary, he would have finished with 7,000 Test runs and an average of an even 100.
That's what you get for picking 19-year-olds to play Test cricket.
1-1 going into the third set.
Mick.
Okay.
Arthur Morris, 182 as well in that
Yes,
innings.
yes. Morris set it up and Bradman knocked him down. In 2003, the Windies went on to break the record, which stands to this day, making 418 for 7 on the final day at Antigua. Ramnaresh Sharwan made 1 century. Who made the other? Clue, he was mentioned by Fleming and me on the coverage just before lunch.
Bharat.
Bharat, who was it?
Shivnavan Chanderpaul.
It was Shiv. 106 not out.
Who hit the winning runs, though?
I can't remember. Who was that?
My mate, Omari Banks.
Omari Banks. That's good trivia. You don't get a bonus point for that, though, Baz.
2-1 up. 2-1 up as we go to the... And I've got a feeling you might know this, Mick. 4th question. This comes back to 2019.
Come on, Mick. I'm barracking for you, brother. In 2019 at Leeds, Ben Stokes broke Australia's heart chasing down 362 to win by 1 wicket. Who did he put on 76 with for the final wicket?
Mick.
Mick.
Yeah, Mick.
The spinner.
Yep.
Glasses.
Yep, the spinner with the glasses.
What arm did he bowl with?
Left.
That's not going to help you.
What's his hair look like?
Peach.
Leach, yes.
Leach is good enough. Yes.
Fair enough.
Did you say Peach or Leach?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Wow.
We're going
All right.
2-2 going into the 5th. We've manufactured the close finish that we were after.
This is what we want. Good luck, Mick.
Come on, Mick.
Come on, Mick.
In 2008, South Africa chased 414 against Australia at Perth and did it with ease, making it 4 down to go 1-0 up in the series. Which 3-format all-time superstar made 106 not out for the Proteas in the chase?
Mick.
Oh, Mick's,
Oh, wow.
Mick's in. Who was it?
Callis.
Wasn't Callis.
It's a good guess, to be
Great
fair.
guess. 3-format superstar. I like
Yeah, I mean, it is A.B. de Villiers.
Yeah.
But like,
Yes.
Callis was there making runs.
Yeah, he was. Graham Smith 100 as well. JP
Sorry,
Germany
Mick,
59
I told
out
you
at
I'm
the
going to
end.
sink you.
That was a ding-dong affair. It's like
It
ding-dong
was,
about it. Well done.
it was one of the best quizzes. So basically, this is what it needs for it to be a good quiz. I need to be on this side of the
But then
fence.
you don't get your name in the intro, so you got to weigh that up. It'd be Adam Collins with Tom Morris.
I love my name too much. All right. Well done, Mick. Well done. That was good fun.
Mick, you've still won the $50 voucher for pontingwines.com.au to purchase Ricky's Own Ponting Wines. Experience Ponting Wines on every Royal Caribbean cruise. Stay on the line, get your details, and you'll be sent that voucher. Thanks for being a great sport. Well done answering 2 questions, and call up again for the Sydney Test next week.
Please do, Mick.
Well done, Mick.
Good as gold. Thanks, Mick. Right, so just the state of play here before we go to a break. It's 1 o'clock local time, which means we're about 10 minutes away from our resumption. Rohit Sharma was caught in the gully from the bowling of Cummins. Marsh took the snaffle for 9. They were 1 for 25. India, reminder their target's 340. In that same Pat Cummins over, KL Rahul, outside edge, trying to leave a ball. Ended up with Usman Khawaja at first slip. A 5-ball duck from the in-form Indian number 3. Then Virat Kohli could not resist. Across his body, angled bat, the quintessential Kohli dismissal in recent times. 5 from 29. 3 for 33, the score at lunch. 307 away from that target with 2 sessions left in the test. Bharat Sundaresan.
Yeah, we telegraphed it. Virat Kohli knew what was coming. Mitchell Starc knew what he was doing. I think everybody here at the MCG knew it was about whether Virat Kohli could resist that temptation that you mentioned. Can he keep leaving deliveries on and around off stump? And this one was pretty wide. It was on a virtual fifth stump. He chased a wide one. It wasn't even a ball that Stark made him play. He chased the wide one, just couldn't help himself, Virat Kohli. And I said it just before he got out. It's not a natural thing for him to do, to play out sessions, to play for the lunch break. And you could see he was getting a little restless, but he showed a lot of discipline in the first innings. Here, unfortunately, with the stage set for him, he is the big show. He doesn't call himself that, obviously. But at the MCG, with so many people here, with the whole world watching, it was his moment. He used to be the big match player. He loved the big moments, but, age catches up, doesn't it?
It certainly does. His last test innings at the MCG giving into that temptation, dismissed on the stroke of lunch for 5. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. We'll take our final break of the lunch interval. On the other side of it, Gerard Whateley picking up commentary. 2 sessions to go, Australia. 7 wickets to go, 2-1 up in the series. India, 3 for 33.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there. Maintenance works continue on the Westgate Bridge city-bound. Only 2 lanes open. Speed back to 40. Delays back to Millers Road. There's a broken down track in West Melbourne. Footscray Road inbound before Docklink Road. The right-hand lane is blocked. Strap in for summer at Gunbuyer World Theme Park. Now open daily with unlimited water slides, thrill rides, wildlife and shows. Come get a wildlife. Tickets selling fast. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Paddington is back on the big screen in an exciting new adventure, starring Antonio Banderas and Olivia Colman. Paddington in Peru, only in cinemas January 1.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. 1 check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
On the road for the holidays? With over 350 locations Australia-wide, Metro Petroleum is the perfect place to take a break and refuel on your journey. Metro have also teamed up with Mr. Whippy to launch the brand new Mr. Whippy Ice Cream Cup in vanilla bean and chocolate flavours, all in store now. So while you fill up with quality fuel, treat yourself and the family this festive season at Metro Petroleum to a Gatorade 600ml bottle for just $3. Offer from January 1 to January 31.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, IPEC's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
So just who is Sumo Energy? They're as Aussie as playing cricket in the backyard.
Come on, Dad, let's play cricket.
Local as Sumo Energy is ready to power your home. Proudly Aussie owned and operated, Sumo believes energy should come as local as the corner milk bar, your next door neighbour or automatic wiki.
That's out! Quad high!
Take a few moments to compare your current bill to Sumo's prices and learn what you can save. Local as sumo.au.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
At Efficiency Plus, they're committed to providing innovative and sustainable energy solutions to businesses of all sizes. Their services are designed to help businesses optimise their energy consumption, reduce their environmental impact, and enhance their profitability. Efficiency Plus are passionate about helping businesses achieve these goals by providing sustainable energy solutions that deliver measurable results. Experts in renewable trading, they also buy and sell carbon credits. Efficiency Plus, creating a more sustainable future. Visit efficiencyplus.au.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for work blocker Karen Downs and Packman. Workwear for wherever you work.
The luncheon interval comes to its close. 3 for 33 India. They're 307 runs away from victory. A chase seems highly unlikely now. Australia bowled 26.1 high-quality overs, gave India nothing, and prized out 3 wickets. Rohit, Rahul and Kohli to prompt that lunch break. 3 for 33, Jaiswal's 14. Rishabh is naught, about to face his first ball. Run rate is 1.26 and over. That gives you an idea of the quality. Starks 7.1 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 9. Cummins 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 10. Boland 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 5. Marsh 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2. And Lyon 1 over, none for 2. Weather's beautiful here in Melbourne for Beacon Trade, the tradies' key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. Light cloud overhead, 27 degrees, heading for a top of 28. The pitch update for Mole Map. Get a Mole Map 1 check to experts. It's been the quality of the bowling rather than anything from the surface. And more than 50,000 in, ensuring that we have broken the all-time record for a Melbourne Test match. Simon Katich, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Gerard. All our listeners.
Bharat's in the racing as well for the start of the session. Bharat, welcome.
Afternoon, Gerard.
What a shock.
I didn't realise you snuck in there.
What a shock the Kohli dismissal was. The addiction.
Yeah.
Just pure addiction.
It is.
Wide and full.
Yeah, he's done it so much over the years. It's become muscle memory for him. Cover drive, cover drive, cover drive.
And the older you get, I guess, the more difficult it is to resist temptations in life, generally.
Yep.
Mitch Stark did the business. And so he opens up after lunch. Rishabh Pant, how does he go about his work? The hero from the Gabba, but the circumstances are wildly different. 4 years ago, he piloted the final session chase. Australia's bowling has just been too good to let India off to any sort of start at Lona Flyer. Stark left arm over, bowls to Pants, who's forward and defending the ball away to mid-off.
Massive afternoon for Rishabh Pant, isn't it? After what we saw from him in the first innings. How's he going to go about it, Bharat? Is he going to temper things?
I don't think so. No. I don't think Rishabh Pant thinks like us. He lives life on the fast lane in more ways than one. I don't think that would have... He would have looked back at the dismissal and maybe looked at it again and said, maybe I should have, played according to the field to an extent, not risked it. But then he would have told himself, I'll back myself and do it again if they put the field out there. That's just how he thinks.
Stark just holding his back and rib again after the first ball. He's playing through discomfort. He bowls to Pant, full down the leg side. Pant had a swish and a miss.
It's been excellent so far, Stark. He certainly challenged Jaiswal with the new ball. It looked like he was going to nick him off at any stage. Just went for the big Yorker there, but drifted down leg.
There is a bit of a divide in this Indian team, generational divide. We've seen, especially Virat and Rohit belong to a previous generation. KL Rahul sort of fits into it. And then there's these guys, led by Rishabh Pant. Pants, the Jaiswals, Gill, who's not playing.
Stark striding in. Pant is his target. Pant back foot defence.
We saw how the top order, led by those 3 aforementioned names, dealt with this situation. Interesting to see what these guys do. Because Rishabh Pant now will take charge of this run chase, won't he?
And then if Jaiswal gets going, particularly if he can get through this first 20 minutes while he settles in again, then I think we'll see some aggressive play once they feel like things are in their favour, which is what Reddy and Sundar did so well in the first innings. They absorbed pressure and then they dished it back out when they were settled.
Stark end bowls, part forward, defending to mid-on.
A lot of the times you can go out there thinking you want to put pressure back on the bowlers, but a lot of the time in Test cricket, particularly day 5 of the Test, you have to earn the right to do that. You have to see what the conditions are like firsthand and realise what you can and can't do from a percentage perspective, and that's probably the challenge for Rishabh Pant, because at the moment percentages aren't really in his favour with the ball still being quite new and Mitchell Starc being fresh after the lunch break.
3 slips and a gully in place. Starc bowls to Pant, full, drew him forward past the outside edge into the gloves of Carey. A wicket maiden from Mitch Starc. 3 for 33. Toyota scoreboard don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. I reckon Australia was budgeting for 3 before lunch and they got them. It's the potential of 92 overs. That's 27 down. I'd like to just get a little bit more before the 40 over mark, because 40 to 80 will be the hard graft.
It should be, but then that's where Nathan Lyon will have a role to play, particularly if there's 2 left-handers out there. And 2 left-handers that won't want to just sit on him either, so that will present opportunities for him.
Yeah, 4 years ago, that was at the Gabba. Rishabh Pant versus Nathan Lyon was a deciding battle. Tim Payne didn't have his best day behind the stumps, so Alex Carey will have to be alert as well. But that's what really changed the momentum of that game when Rishabh Pant took Nathan Lyon down. We are obviously a long way away from that. At this point, they needed someone in the top order to go big. Jaiswal is still out there.
Scott Boland's entrusted with the task at the Warne end after lunch. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 5. Notice the draw was favourite at lunch, as I would have Australia clear favourites at the moment. Boland around the wicket to Jaiswal, who defends that right down low on the bat. That didn't get up as much as he expected.
Yeah, I agree in the fact that there's still 65 overs remaining. That's a lot of balls to the modern player to have to navigate under pressure. If these 2 don't absorb the next probably 15 of them, 50 overs is a long time for the rest of the order, of which 3 are tail-enders. And then you've got a couple of young kids in Reddy and Sundar who were brilliant in the first innings, but then they've got to back up again now. And then Jadeja.
Jaiswal forward, strokes the ball to mid-off, no run.
Jadeja, for me, is probably the big Australian wicket, because he's the one that we saw in Brisbane. He can knuckle down, he's got good technique, and he can bat for long periods of time and not be worried about whether he's scoring or not.
They needed someone to play that Pujara role.
Yeah.
They would have looked to KL Rahul to do that at number 3. But yeah, you're right. Jadeja has the technique, the temperament, and the experience to take India home if it comes to that, saving the day.
Bonus of getting Rahul for a 5-ball duck. Jaiswal leaves outside the off stump.
So I think these 2 will offer up opportunities. They won't be able to contain themselves for, the next hour. At some point, they'll want to score. It's in their nature to. The problem is, in this situation, is you can't have a mindset that, we've still got plenty of batting to come, because if everyone's got that mindset, it goes bang, 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 and before you know it, you're 6 down and you're in trouble and you're leaving the job to too few.
Carey up over the stumps. Jaiswal just likes to shuffle forward against Boland. So this is a cat and mouse tactic that Carey has used in the midst of overs. Jaiswal back, cutting for 4. Latched onto it. Sent on its way through backward points. Lovely boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools. 3 for 37.
That's one way to counter it. Put away a bad ball, just too short and wide from Boland. And that's the one thing that these 2 could do, is to put Pat Cummins under pressure with the fields that he sets. And if he starts to worry about the runs flowing, then he starts to change the field and make it more defensive. But 1-4 is not going to do that just yet.
Jacewell's 18. Bowled around the wicket to him. Jacewell back, cuts in the air over the top of Gully for 4 more. If you get something loose, you better have a dash. Jacewell to 22. Back-to-back boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools.
That's his biggest strength as a batter, Jaiswal. He doesn't miss out on anything, does he? Again, a bit of width. I don't see Scott Boland dishing out 2 boundary deliveries back-to-back.
Yeah, just too much width there. And Jacewell does lean off the cut shot, so he's already trying to create room for himself, and that brought about his downfall in that innings in Perth. He came off it, cut to point.
Boland on the follow-up. Jacewell, circumspect, runs the ball to points. Kept his head about him late. A couple of boundaries in the over. India 3 for 41. Toyota Scoreboard don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Having a New Year's Eve party? Shop Lombard. Open every day till 2025. Shop costumes, balloons, hats, blowouts and poppers. In-store now. Lombard.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. 1 check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. There's a confetti-filled balloon that's just blown out onto the MCG. It sits at mid-on. Stark bowls, parked down the leg side, popped it up momentarily. It lands short of square leg. Picked up no run. So you want to be careful not to pop that out in the middle or it'll go everywhere.
Australia briefly had a 12th fielder on the ground. The security guard was had positioned himself at long on, mainly for that balloon, which he will now pick up. But there is a lot riding on this result, the way Rohit Sharma got out and his body language as he left Simon and Gerard. India saved this game. The series is still alive.
Part yet to score. Stark over the wicket to him. Part defends.
But fall in a heap.
That security guard popped the balloon and confetti went everywhere.
Right all around him. That's how the support for Rohit Sharma will go if they lose this test match after the series he's had.
It's not pretty reading at the moment. His numbers, last 15 innings, just averaging just under 11. It's grim reading.
And a whip shot from outside off, skewing it to Gully. Part pulls across the line, straight into the turf. It's fielded by Constas forward of square, no run.
The runs are one thing, but the hard part is captaining with conviction when you're not performing yourself, and then some of the decisions that have been made in this series that have led India to this point, you know, with the chopping and changing of the team, Ashwin departing, you know, at the drop of a hat, and I'm sure he's got his reasons for that, which we'll find out in due course.
Shane's got the helmet on third slip. Start to part who leaves outside the off stump.
And then the fact that, as you say, there is a generational divide forming in this team, and it does look like a team that will be in transition now in the next probably 6 to 12 months. A new age Indian player is coming through, and we saw it with Reddy and Sundar in this first innings. Obviously Bumrah is one of the senior members, as is KL Rahul, and they've both stood up throughout this series. And then the biggest surprise to me was Shubman Gill missing this test, because his 2024 has been superb, and he's a future Indian skipper.
Stark bowls, Parts defends. Forward to Watchman.
Already the chatter with the Indian media contingent, it is a big pack. Would Virat Kohli have picked himself if he was captain today? And would Rohit Sharma pick himself for the Sydney test if he was captain, if he wasn't Rohit Sharma? So the narrative is already being built up around that.
And there's reason for that. It's purely around performance. There's a reason. If that wasn't the case, then no one would be talking about it. But there's a background to it all, and it adds up. And you've seen it in the fluctuating performances of India between the first test till here.
Last ball of the over. Part flashed at the wide one. Tossed out there by Stark. Good strategy. Not edged. Maiden over from Stark. 3 for 41. Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Hi, Ricky Ponting here. Cruising and fine wine go hand in hand, just like summer and cricket. And thanks to Royal Caribbean, you could win a cruise holiday while enjoying Ponting wines. You'll enjoy wine tasting hosted by Ponting Wine's award-winning winemaker Ben Riggs, ride the Flow Rider Surf Simulator, even a game of cricket in the middle of the ocean. Or just relax in the adults-only Solarium pool. Enter at iCanWin.com.au to win all this and more. Conditions apply.
This session on SEN Test Cricket for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you are. There's plenty here at the MCG to see Scott Boland's. He delivers to Jacewell, who's on the back foot, stroking back to the bowler. So Lions just come a little bit finer from backward point and a little bit deeper. The previous over, 2 cut shots. The second was in the air, somewhere around where Lyon has perched himself.
Yeah, and it feels like Scott Boland is trying to get some extra bounce in this track. He's really running in and hitting the track. Just wonder whether the 3 slips that are in play might be better served if he's just a fraction fuller here to Jacewell.
Cleary over the stumps. Jacewell back, cuts, past line at 4. He has tuned that shot up beautifully, the youngster. Third boundary off Boland, who's notoriously hard to get away. 26 on the board. And he is running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. That's steady, hot and strong.
Not sure what Scott Boland's plan is here, bowling short and wide to Jacewell, but he's paying the price. Jacewell's already sitting back knowing that that's a high percentage scoring option for him here. He knows that if he drives on the up and the ball decks away, those 3 slips are waiting.
Boland on the follow-up. Jacewell rides the bounce, sends it out to point, takes the single, Part hurries through before Labuschagne can do anything about it. 3 for 46, 294 to win.
Even that delivery was short of length, wasn't it? That's not Scott Boland's natural length. Seems to be working on a plan. For now, Jaiswal is the one benefiting from it.
It's up to 1,413 runs this calendar year at 70. So second only behind Joe Root with a big gap to Duckett in third. Doing 3 centuries and 8 half centuries. As we've marvelled at, 36 sixes he has struck throughout the year. Attention returns to Richard Parks. Hasn't scored yet. Carey up, Boland in. Parks slogs across the line, got forward of mid-wicket, not really where he intended, but it'll have the effect. It'll get to the rope. This Indian crowd has found full voice with the boundaries that are starting to come. 50 up for India in the 30th over for the loss of 3 wickets.
I don't think that's where he was aiming to hit that.
No, it wasn't, because his back leg sunk and his left hip sunk to the ground. So it felt like watching it live. He was trying to mow that over deep square leg.
He nearly
almost
did what
like
Kawaja did in the first innings.
Correct.
That was nearly the QM.
Correct, and that's why it went through mid-wicket, purely because of where it hit on the back.
Boland to Parks. Oh, that rose sharply. He did well to get that down safely to the pitch.
They showed this in Adelaide as well in brief periods, that this middle order is just going to go after Scott Boland, put him off his length. And we saw Rishabh attempting some of these shots in the first innings, obviously fell to one of those.
Deep squares going out now on the back of that. Shot 2 balls ago.
Jason
common
just
sense.
waving at Part, making sure he saw it.
Yep.
8 from one over, 9 from the next from Scott Boland. There's 1 to come in it. There's no need for anything rash. Part Plays defensively to the last ball of it. 3 for 50. The Toyota scoreboard ticks over. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now. 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, forward square and fine leg. That's what Stark has to bowl with from the members' end. Jacewell's on 27. He's back and cutting. Lyon knocks it down at point and denies him any runs. It's getting short and wide inside the off stump.
Steve Smith's just signalling to Travis Head to make sure that Rover, with the camera down there, he's getting in the way of not only the batsman but the slips.
Only Steve Smith.
Oh, he'd pick up on everything, Smithy.
Operator's been given a stern message from umpire Joel Wilson. Thumbs up. Stay out of the way now.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You don't want to see movement like that. It's distracting.
Stark to Jacewell, 3 for 50. Jacewell leaves outside the off stump.
I actually think, given Mitchell Stark's pace, that he can probably employ Marnus Labuschagne down for the slash, because I think at this stage, Jacewell's looking for something with width and shorter, and he's just going to throw the hands at it, and it's going to slash down to third man, either square or finer, depending on the line. Whereas cover at the moment feels like it's a harder shot with Stark's bounce and also the movement away.
Stark bowls, Jacewell drives, but Downs cover. Labuschagne fields on the run.
A couple of times in this over, Jaiswal just as Stark is running this check toe to his left to see if there's a fielder out there. You're right. The moment he sees a bit of width, he will go the uppercut route.
I just think what it'll do is it'll force him to try and find his boundary somewhere else, because at the moment that's what he's looking for. He's played 3 off bowl, and generally once it goes there once, it's the warning shot has been fired as a bowler, and he knows, well, okay, that's the area, and it's been there 3 times now, so he's making it pretty obvious what he wants.
Stark bowling to him. Jacewell cuts, got it through. Wide of gully for 4. It's a battle of wills right now, and Jacewell has the flourishing cut shot. He's 31. He's just changed the dynamic out in the middle. It's good batting. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
Yeah, very good batting. You've got to put those away, but it was there to be put away. It was short and asking to be knocked on the head, which Jacewell did. Played that commandingly down to third man.
Line just pushed a little bit deeper. It's that backward point. 3 for 54. Stark to Jacewell. Wrapped on the pads. They're up. They're asking. No. It looked good live. Carey up. Cummins up. Stark and Lyon. This is the conference. Hands out from the captain. Yes. Don't die wondering right now. This is for IMAR, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13IMAR today.
Full enough.
Yeah, look good.
Looks very good.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW on-field decision is not out. I've checked the field placement and it's a fair delivery. Front on first, please.
Joel's had a good test match so far.
All eyes to the pay.com.au replay screen. It's just a bit slow to fire up. Here we go. Right on the crease. Bat didn't get to it. It's on the back
Can I
pad.
have RTS to check if there is any?
Back pad as well.
Let's roll back once again for me.
Maybe umpire's call, but he's so far back in the crease.
See a clear gap as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please.
This has got every chance. Top of the back pad.
Pitching outside of impact in line. First call, Joel. Stay with your knockout decision.
Umpires call top of leg stump, leg bail. That's all of that looked out, to be honest. There's so much of the ball. I know it's all the 50%, and that looks stone dead on the projection.
But realistically, I know the rules are 50%, Gerard, but the initial laws of the game have been it only has to be clipping.
Yeah.
So why 50%? Why not 5%?
It looked out live. It looked out on the projection. And the I'm on the there.
Yeah.
0% alcohol, 100% beer. Australia dead stiff. There were gasps. Players went to their knees. Unfulfilled. Stark tries again. Jacewell on the move. Drive to mid-on. It was a bit hollow. It's all a bit hollow after that. 3 for 54 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
They're the tradies, mate. At Simon.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals store-wide. TVs, fridges, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more. Priced to clear. Save over $1,500 on LG 65-inch OLED TV. Up to 35% off Windows 11 computers. 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses and adjustable bases. Up to a huge 50% off clearance rugs. And Lusso fabric recliner and footstool. Hot price now just $448. Harvey Norman clearance. Best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. The more that you look at that, that should have been given out by Joel Wilson on the field, and then it would have been confirmed as umpire's call. The seam is actually inside the middle of the leg stump. So it's not just the bail, it's hitting the stump, and the seam is inside of halfway.
I'm surprised he didn't give it out at the time, because to the naked eye it looked good. I know we're on a bit of an angle up here, but he looked like he was in trouble, Jacewell.
Lucky to survive. It's 3 for 54. Boland picks it up. Part turns him to the leg. He wanted to go, sent back. Labuschagne quick in from mid-wicket. A thumbs up from Part to Jacewell for the good call. It was 3 for 33 at lunch. It's 3 for 54. So 21 added in 24 minutes of cricket. Too deep on the leg sides. Parts on 4. Boland around the wickets. Leaves. Carries up over the stumps to
Australia recover from that. You can see Mitchell Starc was visibly angry, which he has every right to be. It's hard to keep the emotions in when you know that decision might well prove costly in the result of this test match. He's charged in, was brilliantly bowled, deserved a better result. That's the game. They've got to go again now.
Boland to Parts, turns him to leg. There's a single on the glance. Comes this from deep backward. Square comes up. 3 for 55. I do know how the DRS works, but you think through. Labuschagne yesterday on 10 got given not out, umpire's call survives, and then on 70 given out, umpire's calls. This ball has more of the stumps, hitting more of the stumps than either of those two yesterday.
And that's where potentially it needs to be tweaked again to change.
Jacewell's on 31, lucky to be there. Boland to him. Jacewell swings and misses on the advance. Tried the drive past the outside edge.
The youngster's got to put it aside now. He's had a bit of luck, make the most of it. But just a bit tentative there. Boland just getting a bit fuller, which spoke about a couple of overs ago. That's the length that he's got to hit. He's got 3 men waiting for a catch. Jacewell wants to sit back and cut, so don't give it to him. Make him drive through mid-off and cover. If he hits it through there, well played.
You pondered when Australia might move the field as the backward point is down on the boundary now. Lyon to the boundaries that have been hit. Boland to Jacewell, full face of the bat as he advanced. Then had to scurry back. Boland fielding in the follow-through. Crowd growing all the time. At lunch it was 53,792 and there's significantly more than that in now. Up in the top deck of the Warren stand, you can see patrons filing in, coming through the enclaves and up towards the back rows. They're in the back row and the Ponsford stand as we look at it at the city end. The bottom tier is so well populated all the way around the grounds. Boland to Jacewell, defends the last ball of the over, lent on it to backward square, able to take a run. He'll keep the strike. Jacewell is 32. India 3 for 56, just a little bit loose on the fielding done there. Carey couldn't haul it in, no damage done. Toyota scoreboard, don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Take 1, Ray. Too fast, Ray.
You did say to read it faster than a NAB home loan approval.
Touche, Ray.
Search NAB Home Loans. NAB, more than money. T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply. See our website for details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. The battle resumes. Jacewell 32. Stark 1 for 13. Stark bowls. Jacewell plays him away through cover. Climbed up on top of it. Got it to ground. Lavishan and Cummins chase it out into the deep. They have 2 and come for the 3rd on the Marnus throw. So able to get some runs through the biz covers. Save with biz cover. Business insurance on the go. Jacewell's 35. It's 3 for 59.
It's a serious shot there. On the up. Wasn't there to be driving on the front foot, but he just got into a strong position and hit on top of the bounce. Nicely played through cover.
Constituency is cranky about how that LBW appeal panned out, both with Joel Wilson on the field and the use of the technology. Second only to the crankiness of Mitch Stark, who bowls to Parts, who nearly chopped it on. Inside edge, bobbled up past the stumps. He's ever so close here, Stark.
He is. He's been very, very good.
He's changing the bails. Just wants a little change of luck here.
Yeah, it's the modern way.
And then Jason changes them back. This is the modern way. Everybody's fiddling with something.
Correct. It's classic. Starkey's having a massive laugh about it.
Constance just trying to G up the crowd from mid-wickets. Quite get the Viking clap going to the same extent that he has done in the Test match. Parts on 5. He leaves outside the off stump.
These two will have to ride this spell out.
Starks just had a verbal chip at Jacewell as he's going back past about the LBW decision. He looped the stumps to come Jacewell's side. Gave him his full informed opinion. Three for 59. India 281 away. Australia needs 7 wickets. Stark bowls, Part forward to defend. Everything intact. Runs it to mid-off. Cummins gets around, prevents a run.
I believe in myself. That's why I'm here, though. So why'd you change your back for if you're not superstitious? I'm just enjoying this moment in my life.
Stark at Jacewell.
He said, why are you superstitious?
If you're not superstitious, why'd you change the bails back? What do you say? I'm just enjoying having the time of my life. Terrific. Stark bowls. Part ducks the bouncer. Stark just lingers a bit in the follow-through. He's in the battle.
Certainly is. He's charged up. It's right on the money to Rishabh Pant. He was trying to get down the wicket. He's a good foot out of his crease, on the move, trying to get forward, but Stark just banged it in.
Last ball of Stark's 11th over. He delivers to Pant, who's driving, beats, no, doesn't beat Cummins. Great dive, knocked it up, picks up, throws. Would have been interesting. Terrific stuff from the captain. It was really past him when he got his hand to it, kept it to 1 and created a moment. 3 for 60. This is the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Terrific stuff. Colo's coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. So 27 runs in about half an hour since lunch. They haven't lost a further wicket. They nearly did. The lead before shout looked good. It didn't go the way of the Australians. Boland's 10th over. Carey up to the pegs. 2 slips the gully. Bowls here to Rishabh. Punt gets forward. Opens the blade to back. Good point. Jaiswal wants 1. Punt goes back. Never, ever won there. G'day, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo. Plenty happening.
Can we have a moratorium on bail changing? I think you've got to build up the momentum, right? If your luck's going against you for an hour or two, if things just aren't working out, the game's drifting, fair enough. I don't mind the way Nathan Lyon does it, the way Stuart Broad did it. But, you know, they'd only been back about 25 minutes since lunch. Right on top before that. 1 leg before shout doesn't go your way, changing the bails. Quite like Jaiswal changing him back as well. That was reminiscent of what happened at Adelaide or Brisbane, was it, a couple of weeks ago. Quick look at the ball here. Labuschagne up to the umpire. Shows it to umpire Goff. And back to Boland in turn. So he goes back here with punt on strike. Carey's back as well. Plays into the offside. Quick single. Looks like it's on this time, and they're through comfortably. Might be an overthrow as well. Ponce just collects. Backing up. They get a second. Another overthrow. 2 sets of them at both ends there are misfields. The lesser spotted 2 sets of overthrows from the same delivery, where 1 becomes 3. 3 for 63. Crowds involved. The flags are flying at the city end like it's the Indian cheer squad behind the goals. Rishabh's up to 9.
That's the easiest 3 Rishabh Pant will ever make from just bunting it into short cover. The awareness there between both these two is brilliant, because they had to be sharp on both overthrows because they were sort of in between. They weren't exactly like an easy single straight away, but they took off straight away and got them.
Australia's looking to settle here. Boland round the wicket, driving or skewing Jaiswal through mid-wicket. Wasn't quite where he wanted it, but it's fine for 1. 36, been out there a long time. 103 deliveries. 3 for 64 India. A reminder, the target's 340.
76 to win, 59 overs left. And it's possible with these two at the crease if they get going, because we can hear it already. The crowd's starting to get involved.
So after a no ball there after 2 overthrows earlier in the over, Boland overstepped. We see that upstairs. 3 for 65. So 275 away. Any other team at India, we're probably not having this conversation about the target, I reckon. Here's Boland up to the stumps, delivers here and playing late. Rishabh Pant's a point, no run to Nathan Lyon, but just the way that they're batting does get more aggressive the deeper you go. And Jaiswal's still there. We know what he's capable of. Rishabh Pant at 5, Jadeja at 6, Nitish Kumar ready at 7. Washington Sundar at 8. Akash Deep at 9. I mean, these are all cricketers who we've seen at the top level can really put the foot down.
And we saw it yesterday with Lyon and Boland. Once that softness got into the ball, you know, scoring became easier and just surviving became a lot easier as well.
So a partnership is up to 32. Boland in here, defending off his hip. Rishabh playing from the crease, no run. One left in the over. Yeah, that's right. The ball's, 34 overs old now. This has been the period of play through the innings so far where teams have been able to accumulate, albeit yesterday this is just when the collapse kicked in for Bumrah as well.
Yeah, and he's an outlier, so exclude him from the... Yeah. Because he's just been on fire.
This makes all other factors irrelevant. Still 2 left, my apologies, due to the no ball. Round the wicket, keep it back. Rishabh leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. Damien Fleming jumping in as well for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Colo, Cato, listeners. A little bit of momentum here for India. And that's without Rishabh Pant totally going off.
Post-tee session's the one, I think, because that's where the ball will start to probably be around the 50-plus over mark. And after a break...
So what could they be there, India, do you think?
Say tee times at what, 3:10?
Yep.
An hour and 20 to go.
Boland around the wicket. Close to the off stump as Rishabh shoulders arms through to Carey, dives into the gloves. Overcalled. 3 for 65 with Jaiswal 36. Rishabh on 9 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send the ute to do a Hilux job.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Middle session is for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. A couple of correspondents saying England might have a dart at this as well. They might, but England in 4th innings since 2022, they've gotten progressively worse. It's India who have shown they've been willing to lengthen their batting lineup with different types of players. That's what makes this interesting. If, as you say, Simon Katich and Damien Fleming.
What can they chase in the last session?
Well, we'll get Tom Morris to bring up the scorecard from Brisbane. That felt
what sort of overs are they looking at?
Yeah.
Oh, they'll be close to 38 overs left, I reckon. They're not going to get through, well, maybe 20 in the next hour, 20.
Stark in here, Jaiswal facing, drops his gloves and a ball back of a length through to Carey.
There'd probably be 40 overs left in the day for the last session.
So why don't we give them 4 and over? Let's be generous. 4 and over through to tee. They'd have to go really well. And that'd be across, what do you reckon, 40 in the final session, he's saying. 38 in the final session.
Yeah.
So 80 runs on from here.
To get 200.
So I knock over my binoculars.
That depends. Yeah, wickets in hand, doesn't it?
That would mean, you're looking at 195 or so in the final session. How many, I wonder, they got in Brisbane? Tom, here, that's when they put the foot down with Rishabh coming in much later in the piece. Stark bowling to Jaiswal, a play and a miss. That would change everything if he finds his outside edge there. Extra pace as well. Tom Morris with the Cobra mistake.
So in Brisbane 4 years ago, India were 3 for 183 at tee, and they ended up 7 for 329. So there's a maths there.
Do it for you.
Australia would have to bowl poorly for India to be 3 for 180 at tee here today, given there's an hour 20 till that takes place.
So 146 in the last session in Brisbane for 4 wickets.
And that felt like their foot was down. Yeah. So, there'd be a whole different thing. Much higher degree of difficulty. Stark can make it harder here. Bowls to Jaiswal. Yorker length dug out. Bit of interest in the cordon, but that was bottom of the bat, not pad.
But 4 years ago, similar Australian attack, isn't it?
Yep.
But just bowling for Hazelwood. So the Aussies had their gun attacking.
And Cameron Green as well.
Really good 5th bowling option.
He's using the toe of his bat this game.
Yes.
Chalked it up through mid-wicket. That one there was right off the...
Gee, Stark's bowling well, isn't he?
Not giving away runs. 11.3 overs, 1 for 17. The wicket of Kohli before lunch. Stark away from us. Jaiswal bouncer, accurate,
Ripper.
sways, limbos out the way. Quick.
Oh, what a beauty that was. And back up to 143 kilometres an hour, Mitchell Stark. There's been so much banter between Jaiswal and Stark, hasn't there? Each wanting to win this personal battle within the bigger battle.
Yeah, well, he was told he wasn't bowling quick enough in Perth by the youngster, and then he promptly got rid of him in the first over in both Adelaide and Brisbane. So a great comeback from Starkey.
They both smile at each other. Pay.com.au replay screen there. Stark bowls Jaiswal outside the line of the off-stump, shoulders, arms nice and early.
And there's also a fresh Pat Cummins spell to come after Mitchell Stark. So, Cummo got the ball first session, bang, couple of wickets.
There's another thing that stands out on that scoreboard at the moment. The Australian over rate is -4.
That's not a good thing, is it?
No.
That's 20% of your match fee if it stays that way.
I mean, it's worse than that. It's a third of a test win for the World Test Championship. If you consider what they would get if they were sanctioned 4 points. Stark up, bowls to Jaiswal here. He looks to drive past mid-on, but doesn't get it beyond the man in that position. End of the over. 3 for 65 the score. That was an eventful maiden with Jaiswal staying on 36. Rishabh Pant on 9 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
You've got to love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? You'll be bowled over with the range of air conditioning solutions to suit any home design. Switch to a Dakin this summer and transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au for more info. Dakin, perfecting the air.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. That number on the bottom of the scoreboard, -5 for over rate now. Nathan Lyon into the attack though, which will help on that front. Numbers for Heinrich, German engineered forklifts and racking systems. Damien Fleming with me. Cat jumps out. Line 1 over, none for 2 so far. I wonder how Rishabh Pant will deal with this. We know historically he loves attacking line, thus the long on, long off, and deep square leg right away. And not quite all the way back though, tempting him to try and hit a 6. Lyon round the wicket to Punt. Punt goes back and knocks it to long on for an easy single to get off strike. He's double figures now with the single. 3 for 66.
Let's see what the change of pace does. Yeah. Lyon will be itching to bowl. Itching to get some wickets. It's been a tough series. He hasn't bowled too much. Got 3 in the first dig. Runs in the second innings.
Slip short leg. Line southern end. Wide on the crease. Round the wicket. Ball forward in defence. Jaiswal, who's 36 from 110, but he can lift that strike rate very quickly if he chooses to go in that direction. That's kind of the debate right now, isn't it, Flem? Will they live a little here, Lyon? If these two young left-handers, I say young in Jaiswal's case, can get set and feel comfortable, will they start to attack some more? Lyon bowls 2 in. Jaiswal sweeps hard and well right out the middle of the bat, right out to the Indian fans. That's 4 runs. The flags wave once more. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools. Jaiswal into the 40s. 3 for 70.
Yeah, that is the corridor of carnage to Jaiswal. Gee, he met that a long way down the pitch, didn't he? And then generated so much power. That flew for 4.
He smashed it. Pay.com.au replay screen. Gave it everything. Line to Jaiswal. Sign of intent. Back on the front foot defending here. Tom Morris, Cock of the State.
At lunch, Jaiswal was 14 off 83. Since lunch, he's 26 off 28.
Well, there you go.
Getting a couple of his favoured shots to the square cut against the pace bowlers and now the sweep against Nathan Lyon.
2 left in the over. Long on further up with Jaiswal on strike. Line to him here. He goes back to cut, thumps it into the turf at point. There won't be one there. Game's just opening up a little bit again. Crowd tapped into that as well. Lyon finishing the first over of his spell. Jaiswal back and punching for one. He'll keep the strike to long off. That's where runs are opening up with men now set back. Jaiswal 41, Rishabh on 10. It's 3 for 71 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a you to do a highlights job.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. So we had one moment in the session so far, a leg before review that went the way of umpire's call, but ever so close at the top of leg stump.
Yeah, and there is WhatsApp messages going everywhere, isn't there, Tommy? About getting the right adjudication. There's inconsistencies, and even the most stringent one saying that less than 50% of the ball was crashing into the top of off the stump.
New spell Cummins over the wicket here. Jaiswal well forward defending to cover. It ends up at mid-off where Head does the fielding.
I dispute that. I reckon there was more than 50% of the ball hitting the stumps. But there's a bit of conjecture on where do you measure from. The top of the stumps, which is what Simon Torfel told us at 7, or the top of the bails.
Ah, right. Well, what is the ruling on that? I mean, I must admit it's not something that I've...
Well, I mean, if it's from the top of the bails, there's more than 50% of the ball under the bails. But I reckon under the off stump.
Cummins 2 slips the gully, punching his Jaiswal straight to cover.
Leg stump, sorry.
So if it were to be assessed by the stump as opposed to the bail, in that sense it goes India's way, but if you use the bail it goes Australia's way. Is that a fair way of simplifying it?
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, looking at I'd love to see the percentages of the ball. I think there was actually a case to say that more than 50% of the ball was under stump height.
And that's all automated, of course. That's not the third umpire saying that. That's what flashes up on their monitor as well. Interesting. Cummins, Jaiswal, 41 for him, goes back to cut. Out to deep backward point. Safe shot along the turf. He's 42, 3 for 72. 268 away.
Because it looked a very good shout live. Yeah. Very good shout.
Just the body language when hit on the pad and slumping forward, it always looks more problematic for the batter.
And you're assuming the Hawkeye or whatever they use, changes from day 1 to day 5 on a warm wicket. The bounce and pace.
Might get Tommy Morris to dig into that. Call a few contacts, that kind of thing. Cummins, northern end away from us. Turning through the onside. Rishabh Pant looking to move the game forward now. Sam Constas in pursuit. They'll get a couple. Out to the punt road end. Rishabh 12. 3 for 74. Flags wave again with every run here. If it's going to be anyone in the world who is going to be able to turn this game on its head, remembering that throughout these Border Gavaskar series, expect the unexpected, it would be Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, I mean, he's done it before. There's confidence from the individual batsman in Pant, but also within the team.
Muscle memory. Punt 12. Facing up here, fallen straight, and quick as shingle, takes on Travis Head, and no concerns whatsoever. He was at mid-off, and there was no doubt he was getting through. Rishabh 13, 3 for 75.
Yeah, probably wasn't switched on, Travis Head, on that occasion at mid-off.
Tommy's got his hand up. Cobra mistake.
Yeah, just looking online, Law 3.4.6, the wicket zone is defined as a two-dimensional area whose boundaries are the outside of the outer stumps, the base of the stumps, and the top of the stumps. Makes no mention of any bails.
Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Cobra mistake. Thanks, Tommy. Cummins in again. Beautiful drive down the ground by Jaiswal. Passes the stumps. Head in pursuit. He'll get there before it gets to the rope. But again, that purpose and timing. Gets a couple. Jaiswal up to 44, 3 for 77. It completes an over where 6 runs are taken. That's on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send the youth to do a highlights job. They trail, 263 to win, I should say.
Summer's here, and that means one thing. Whether you're on the road, at home or cheering from the stands, there's nothing better than a 4 and 20 pie. Whether your favourite bowler's taken 5 wickets or our best batter's been trapped LBW, any break in the day's play is your chance to enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Pie's so good, they'll have you cheering with every single bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
This middle session, the penultimate session of the test match for Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Wicketless so far for Australia. The score taken from 33 to 77. Nathan Lyon, just his 3rd over of the innings. Bowls here, southern end, and leaving alone is Rishabh Pant. Thought about playing off the front foot, got to the pitch and pulled his bat out the way.
Nice, guys.
This partnership has flowed reasonably good, hasn't it, after the lunch period?
So worth 44. Both batters look set. Punt's faced 32 balls for his 13. Growing in confidence. He's beat with a ball that really turns from the, well, I was going to say from the middle of the pitch. There's very little to aim for Nathan Lyon in terms of footmarks. It's going to have to turn from the...
Yeah, minimal, isn't it?
Yeah. But it did turn.
Good turn.
Receives applause from Steve Smith on our replay screen, pay.com.au. Lyon, southern end, mid-on and mid-off, both back on the rope. Lyon bowls and well wide of the off-stump. Rishabh leaves. Tempter there, backward point, wanting him to cut. That's where Mitchell Marsh is.
Good, Gaza.
Come on, Gaza, comes the call from Alex Carey. Next to him, Travis Head at short leg. Smith at slip. Lyon bowls, and again, Rishabh's happy to leave in that channel. Bit of cat and mouse through the over here, Flem.
Yeah, it's good. Now he's getting it out wide. I mean, we saw him get stumped when Rishabh Pant started charging as Nathan was starting his run-up. He wasn't even subtle about it.
Lyon, a familiar approach. Past umpire Goff to Rishabh Pant. He has to use his bat on the middle stump line, but plays it straight back to Lyon in his follow-through. Crowd continuing to grow. Over 54,000 people at the G. Lyon up, bowls and beats him again on a line where he had to play. Carey takes the bails as well. Much better over from Lyon. That's a maiden. 3 for 77. India remains with Jaiswal 44. Rishabh Pant 13 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
G'day there. Maintenance works continue on the Westgate Bridge City-bound. Only 2 lanes open. Speed back to 40 k's. Delays back to Millers Road. In Dandenong, crash on Clough Street. It's closed westbound at Lonsdale Street. The right-hand lane also closed eastbound. Emergency services on the scene directing traffic. Panadol helps relieve everyday pain. Not the pain of driving in holiday traffic, but for that back pain from sitting in the car too long, Panadol's got you covered. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Incorrect use could be harmful. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
Got Damien Fleming with me for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. No one better to talk about the technicalities of fast bowling and how to hit the top of off stump than the man who did it so often for Victoria and Australia. And that's exactly what Pat Cummins has made an art form of as well.
He's had a loosener, went for 6 runs, Pat Cummins, so expect him to be right on the money this over. Interesting field, isn't it? A short cover and a traditional one.
Yeah, short cover. A deep silly point, helmet on. Cummins bowls here, hits the thigh pad of Jaiswal, spills into the offside. So a slipper gully, a deep backward point for a flay in that direction. Marnus Labuschagne, as you say, like a very deep silly point, very short cover, something like that. Conventional cover, that's Khawaja. Mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a long leg. It's a funny one, the bails, isn't it? I mean, the bails are there. Bails were invented to tell the umpire whether the stump had been hit in the first instance, but they've evolved in their meaning over the journey. Cummins delivers here, and a waft from the outside line is Jaiswal playing and missing eventually, but no footwork to speak of, and that would have been an ugly way to get out given the hard work they've done after lunch.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very good cutter at the ball, but sometimes he gets lazy with his back foot. He just collapses and throws his hands at it. when he plays the cut shot well, the back foot goes towards the offside and he hits down on the ball.
Yeah, really well summed up, Flem. You can see the back knee like cascading down as the ball got to him. He was late on it as well. Cummins over the wicket to Jaiswal, slip in the gully, and he plays and misses ever so close there. The Corden thought he'd edged it. They were all up together and he didn't quite.
That's a cracker, isn't it? Made him play off the back foot. I think the ball's still moving, and then bowls a yard fuller, quicker. That is a beautiful delivery.
And Cummins wobble seam.
Oh,
superb. Tom Morris as well. Back to you after this ball. Cummins, 3 left here. Jaiswal leaves. Got the good oil with the Cobram Estate Australia's extra virgin olive oil.
As we did yesterday, we looked at a few Australian batters and how their 2024 went. Virat Kohli's year. 19 innings, averaging 24.52 with the bat, 1 century and 1 half century. He actually was dismissed 9 times for single digits, which is the most he's ever had in Test cricket in a year.
Looked dejected as he left the MCG, Flem, falling for that.
Just wide half volleys and dismissing him. You know, Nitish Reddy's nailing them for 4.
Cummins bowls Jaiswal, hits with some force off his pads to mid-on, but heads there, no run.
Isn't he Reddy? If you bowl a wide half volley to Reddy, he's either square driving it or cover driving it for 4. His footwork is a great example to a lot of the top order batsmen in both teams who have their weight back, their front leg straightens, their weight goes back, and they can't control shots that aren't bowled straight at them, or deliveries that are bowled straight at them.
Last ball of Cummins' 11th over. He's got 2 wickets. Jaiswal here, who carves far more convincingly, but there's a deep backward point sweeping in that direction. Nathan Lyon, single from the over. Jaiswal keeps the strike. He's 45, punts 13. India 3 for 78 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
3 for 78 India. Last over before drinks. Targets 340 here at the MCG. Nathan Lyon prepares to go again to Jaiswal on 45. Long off back. Delivers here, and Jaiswal's forward in defence. Flem, a rider who would have been on the beat when you were playing Test cricket. Greg Baum retiring from the age next week. He had a presentation in the press box at lunch after over 40 years working in newspapers in Melbourne.
Yeah, nice man, Greg Baum, wonderful writer. So he'll be missed, won't he?
Hope he stays around as a columnist or something like that. Lyon bowls here, and Jaiswal drives down to long off for 1. He's 46. Easy runs down there, 3 for 79. He said afterwards, he wished he knew they were going to do a presentation. He would have prepared something. And he's like, actually, I'm glad they didn't tell me. I wouldn't have dealt with the pressure. Quiet man by disposition, but a wonderful guy and great mentor to so many people next door in the press box. Good on you, Bormy. Smith at slip, head at short leg. Rishabh on 13. Line to him here. He dances and plays just past the bowler to long on or deepish mid on. He literally walks the single there, Rishabh, as if to make a point. Never breaks into a jog. He's 14, 3 for 80 to score.
That energy. What'll happen is he'll end up getting a lot of balls thrown down his end to make sure they deliberately rush him.
Jaiswal a boundary away from a half century. Line up to him here, and he goes back and plays through mid-wicket, finds the gap, work to do for Khawaja, back towards the rope, and the ball will beat him.
Wow.
Yashasvi Jaiswal gets a chance to raise the bat. A half century for the man who started this series in such staggering form at Perth Stadium with 161. And here at Melbourne, So much work to do for India. He's the one who stood up so far. 50 from 127. Work still to do, but heading in the right direction.
He's hit a lot of fours after lunch, hasn't he?
Line to him here. Jaiswal on the sweep through square leg. Hit it well enough that Abbott's going to have to put a dive in. The sub collects it in front of the Indian flags at the city end of the ground. 2 more for India. 52 for Jaiswal. Partnership up to 53 as well at 3 for 86.
And it's at a decent clip now, isn't it? So if Rishabh Pant comes to the 4 here, that lead or the runs to win is going to whittle down under 200.
What could they get it to by tee if these two are still there? Fascinating. Line bowls, last ball of the hour, knocked on the head, out to cover. That would be drinks called. So it is here by umpire Goff. India have added 53 runs, all in this partnership since lunch. Jaiswal 52, Rishabh Pant on 14. They're 254 runs away from their target, which is 340. This is the drinks break for Billy's Superior Instant Filtered Water Systems. On the other side of it, Gerard Whateley jumping into commentary, replacing me.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Having a New Year's Eve party? Shop Lombard. Open every day till 2025. Shop costumes, balloons, hats, blowouts and poppers. In-store now. Lombard.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Want to know a secret? The IKEA sale is now on. Up to 50% off hundreds of products till January 13. Head to ikea.com.au before everyone finds out. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Woken up tired but you've got an epic day ahead? Get to work and smash your day with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Stay alert and boost your energy fast with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine energy than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into your glass or water bottle, let it fizz and tackle today. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies.
Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick. So go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. India 3 for 86. So they'd gone at 1.26 and over in the 26 overs to lunch. Thereafter, it's 53 from 14 overs. So the run rate up to 3.8 in that patch. Overall, 3 for 86. They're trying to knock off 340 in 92 overs. Jaiswal's 52, Pant is 14, and the partnership worth all of those 53 runs. Business has picked up, Ravi, Shastri.
It certainly has, and both these players showing a lot of character, especially Jaiswal. When you think of what he went through yesterday, he dropped 3 catches, but he's very determined today to make an impact. He's already made an impact on the series, but if he has to get 100, no better day than today if we can get India out of this.
52 from 129 balls, 7 fours. Pat Cummins is the threat. His previous over was pure quality. He bowls to Pant, who leaves outside the off stump.
Yes, and Australia will have to be patient. They know a wicket at this stage could lead to another one as well. Wickets have been coming in clutches in this test match. So it's important that they're very patient in a situation like this.
2 slips and a gully in place. The extra cover. As Pant faces up and leaves outside off.
And he's been very disciplined. Rishabh Pant is playing against his normal style of play. I think after that dismissal in the first innings, he would have thought about it. He knows the state of the match, the state of the series. Match awareness, so important in a situation like this.
Disciplined in the first innings, 14 from 40. Nothing rash, nothing inventive, so he's batted absolutely to the circumstances presented. Cummins spill. Pant ducks the bouncer.
India will be hoping that if they can go into tea with about 6 wickets in hand, they'll believe they have a great chance of drawing this test match.
No ball signal from the TV box. The moment of the session, Ravi, is the LBW shout against Jaiswal on 31 from the bowling of Stark, given not out on the field. Umpire's call. Were you on Fox at that stage?
Yeah, I was on Fox. For the naked eye, it looked out. I think a lot of umpires would have given that out.
Hart plays away from his body out to cover.
Because when you looked at the amount of the ball hitting the bails, I think it would have been... It should be more than 50 to go in favor of the umpire's call. I think it would have been 51, 49.
It was...
Slice of luck.
Yeah.
You need as a batsman.
It's hard to rationalise the percentages when you looked at the graphic that was presented and seen it live. It was out live. Cummins bowls, punts, pulls the bat inside the line. So he's not to be beaten on the outside edge. How does all that sit with it? The DRS and bails and stumps and 50%?
I've always believed if it's hitting the stumps, it's out. I don't think as simple as that.
We've given the leg stump a big rattle, not just a clipping, a proper rattle. Jaiswal has been faultless since. He's 52. It's Pant who's on strike. Cummins to him, and Pant plays again to Labuschagne at cover.
Yeah, very responsible innings so far from Rishabh Pant.
Is there any scenario in which India picks up a chase?
I wouldn't think so. I don't think they'll be thinking about that at this stage. We're probably thinking of going into T3 down. If that happens, then you'll have to see where they are and what the required rate is. If they have to get those runs, they'll take a dash at it. They'll make a dash of it if they're 3 down at T.
Pant leaves outside.
At least for half an hour, 45 minutes to see how things go. Yeah.
3 for 87 at the end of the over. A good one. It just had a no ball in it. The Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first.
Spend $5 or more with your MasterCard credit card and you could win a $1,500 Benelong dining voucher. Ends December 31, 2024. TC's exclusions and eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Port Arlington Mussel Festival is on January 11. Port Phillip Ferries will run direct to the event. Live bands, kids fun and delicious mussels. Visit portphillipferries.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Nathan Lyon, 4 overs, 1 made, none for 16. He's been bowling from the worn end. Australia just taking their time over the fields. Short, fine leg, deep backward square. Long on, long off. There's a slip and a bat pad in place. Jaiswal plays from the stumps down to the long on and helps himself to a single. Karachi just to pick up the ball. No damage done. He's taken 2 catches in this innings. Rahul and Kohli. The Kohli wicket, Ravi, just sits so heavily as that ball outside the off stump last over before lunch.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was gutted. You could see him walking off. The shoulders had dropped. He was livid that he had been sucked into playing that shot again.
Back from the off stump, plays it away to point. So there must be don't play. Oh,
yeah. Sometimes you feel it's almost an afterthought when that bat goes there.
It's on 14 line around the wicket to him. Punt back, cuts, finds the gap. Forward a point. Constas gets on the chase out to the punt road end. He'll slide and save the boundary. Good pickup. They'll come back for 3. Heaves it in from the deep pockets. 3 for Punt, who goes to 17.
You can see now that the ball is over 40 overs old, much easier to bat. We saw that when Australia batted yesterday. That's why I can't help but get the feeling Australia missed a trick by not declaring and giving India a chance to bat.
Jaiswal drives, just chips the ball to long on. It's an easy single for him. It's 54.
This next 45 minutes is important, 50 minutes. If India will be looking 51 overs remaining today, they need about 250 to get at this stage. If they can go into tea, adding another 40 runs from here. You never know. They might have a dash straight away after tea for about 45 minutes, go at about 6 and over, see if anything can happen.
Lions over the wicket now, bowling to Punt, who covers the stumps.
But I think the first option would be to get out of this with a draw. That puts tremendous pressure on Australia going into Sydney.
You want the draw on your side in Sydney, given its history.
Yep.
Last ball of Lions over. Punt pushes it back down the pitch. 3 for 92 on the Toyota scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean, Cumseek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Scott Boland is coming back from the members' end. So he had been from the worn end. 2 big overs Jaiswal took him for. 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 29. So shaking up the bowling for the Manshake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. And Ravi, the current crowd is 66,208.
Unbelievable. I mean, to break a record that stood for 90 years, the number of people that have come in over 5 days, it's a terrific advertisement for Test match cricket.
It sets a high bar for the Ashes next year.
Yep.
Oh no, they've changed their mind. Cummins is going to continue on. Let's put his cap back on. So 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 18. Cummins bowls. Jaiswal forward to defend, to cover. Done here.
He's a model of concentration. Yashashvi Jaiswal missed out on 100 in the first inning. Great opportunity here now that he's got a start.
Put Labuschagne under the helmet here at Silly Point, 3 pitches away, right on the edge of the square.
It seems to be a nothing position, really.
Line at deep backward point. Marsh in the gully. Labuschagne at Silly Point. Jaiswal back to cut, down to line. So the protection is there to keep it to 1. Jaiswal's 55.
It's been a profitable shot for him today. The square cut. Every time he's got room on offer, he's put it away to the boundary. That's probably the reason why Pat Cummins has got a man in the deep now, in a sweeper position.
Apart the change of field as Labuschagne leaves and goes to short leg. But again, a little deeper. So really a short mid-wicket off the square. Probably doesn't need the helmet in that position. But keeping it on. 1 slip in a gully. Point comes up. Australia turns to Cummins. He bowls to Part, who's in behind defending. Lavishane's just sort of holding his hands out, going, is this actually where you want me? What's the plan here? And he's looking to Smith to set him up. So he stays off the square with the helmet on. Part 17. India 2:47 to go. Cummins bowls, part forward. Ball just off the pitch slows down considerably once it's beyond the 40 over mark, which is what you'd alerted us to, Ravi. That's the phase that we're in at the moment.
And from Australia's point of view, India will more the reason India want this draw is simply because they would have kept Australia whole day on the field. And there's just 2 or 3 days to go before the Sydney Test match starts.
Cummins over the wicket, bowls, Part in behind defending.
You can see already now that seam movement has disappeared. There's not much movement in the air. Batsmen having ample time. And this is where you have to be really focused and concentrating hard, because you might think things have become easy and then suddenly one wicket will lead to another. So this is where you've got to be extremely focused. It's important the two batsmen keep having a chat with each other, egging each one on.
Just retreats a deep backward square. Park just waits for him to settle. Cummins in, bowls, Part sways out of the short delivery. End of the over, 1 from it, 3 for 93. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
At Officeworks, get an Acer gaming laptop for $897 or a Lenovo Tab M10 10-inch tablet for $149. We won't be beaten on Boxing Day prices with our price beat guarantee. Exclusions apply.
India's leading run scorer for Australian outdoor living, bringing that backyard dreams to life. Yashasvi Jaiswal, 55. He has the strike, line begins the new over, quickly through, defended by Jaiswal.
Not been any turn really, just the odd ball has spun and beaten the bat, but in general, still a very good pitch.
Balls, Jaiswal leans a long way forward to defend. So India in 2014 survived 66 overs, 6 for 174. The target was a fanciful 384. It was all about occupation and occupy for more than 2 sessions. They did, and then won the next 2 Boxing Day tests. Jaiswal back to cut a short ball. He doesn't miss out either. Places it through cover. Constas on the chase. They have 2 as Constas picks up. 2 it shall be. Jaiswal's 57, and that puts him beyond 1,450 runs this calendar year.
He's an outstanding year. He's not finished yet. Yeah, when I think of that 2015 Test match, it's so similar to this one. Australia batting on day 5. And India drawing the game.
It was part of the real shift in momentum, wasn't it? No, we will stand defiant.
Yep.
Which then opened up the next 2 series. Jaiswal back, he missed. He tried the extravagant cuts.
This is where they're saying just need to concentrate harder.
Silly mid-off and slip. Then Marsh at backward point. And at point Constas. So they're there if it goes awry. Line around the wicket. Jaiswal stands up, knocks it into his own boots. Balloons back down the pitch.
Yeah, that was the Test match where we got the biggest shock after the game was over. Where the presentation happened, and then MS came and told me, Ravi, can I have a chat with the boys for 5 minutes? And he says, I'm packing my bags and I'm done, dusted with Test match cricket. Come on. And he didn't come to the ground either in Sydney. We had the World Cup after that. So he fully led the side.
As well, last ball beaten on the drive. So it came a bit unstuck in the back half of that over. Lyons giving himself a chance. 3 for 95. Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
And I think Rishabh Pant.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At MoleMap, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
3 for 95. Now the bowling change comes at the members' end. Boland picks it up for the man shake. Shake up the bowling. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weights. Ravi, you were saying?
Just that last over, I think Rishabh Pant doing the right thing, coming and having a chat with Jaiswal, who just seemed to have lost concentration. Some loose shots attempted. Just telling him let's get focused again.
38 minutes remaining in the session. So far without blemish for India. 2 covers are set. Pant faces up to Boland. Turns into mid-wicket, no run. Bharat's on the racing in to join us as well for 4 and 20 pies. Bharat, welcome back.
Afternoon, Gerard, Ravi. Yeah, Rishabh Pant having yet another chat with Jaiswal in between overs as well in the double bat tap. Really wanted to ram the point home, whatever it was that it was making.
Yeah, I would have told him, just focus. Don't let the door open up for Australia.
Boland to Pant, who leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, he's looked very assured in leaving the ball. He has a lot of time on his hands, as always, Rishabh Pant, especially when he's defending.
It's been very different to the Rishabh we saw 4 years ago, Ravi.
Yep.
Both in Sydney and in Brisbane.
Yep. I think he knows the importance of a draw here, with Sydney coming up.
A long way out of his crease as he faces up to Boland. He's forward to defend.
Just think from Australia's point of view, they might just have a plan B in place. And just for a short period, either with Stark or Cummins, go for some short stuff and set the field accordingly and just see if they can stir it up a bit.
It's the tactic they didn't try in the first innings when India were well set. Boland to Pant, back foot punch to a well-protected cover. And who, you're right, so Cummins is probably their most lethal strike. Stark does have the rib issue, as you can see that he's been working at that, and it doesn't quite suit Boland. So who exactly does it is an interesting question.
Yeah, it has to be Cummins. Cummins will be first choice, then like you mentioned, depending on Stark's fitness. I think Cummins is the right bowler to try that tactic, because he can bowl those lengths.
Boland to Pant, leaving.
And that's where they're missing Cam Green. He's been someone they've used for that ploy, both home and away. We saw that in New Zealand and in Australia last summer. They tried to go 1 over against Jaiswal in the first innings. They set the same field we saw at Lord's last year during the Ashes. And Jaiswal generally can't help himself. He does go for that hook and pull shot.
Last ball of Boland's over. And delivers to Pant, who's forward and keeping him out. A maiden. 3 for 95. Pat Cummins is the leading wicket taker before you dig, before every job. Search before you dig online every time. He's taken 2 for 90.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or MT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. The intriguing battle is Lyon versus Jacewell. Jacewell forward to defend. So drew 3 false moments out of Jacewell in the previous over. And after a long counselling from Part, it'll be interesting to see how this over flows.
Yeah, it won't be a bad idea for Nathan Lyon every now and then to toss it up. He's got 2 men in catching positions on the offside at cover. And another cover a little wider.
Head straight. Labuschagne a little wider. Smith at slip. Marsh at backward point. And to Jacewell. Back to cut into the turf safely. Out to Constas in the deep. It's just a single. It does get him off strike. He's 58, 3 for 96. There's a fan poll here at the ground. See if this helps you work out how many of who is here. The poll, what will the result be? India win 53%. Australia win 31%. Draw 13%. Tie 3%. There's a lot of wishful thinking in that. And bless everyone for it. Parts on 17. Back cuts low down. Marsh fields at backward point. Doesn't allow the run.
I can see where they're coming from. They reckon if India can go into tea 140, say 140 for 3. 200 needed, 40 overs, 5 and over. I think it's white ball cricket.
Yes. Be a lot of fun. Part back plays from the stumps, defends to the offside.
That'd be interesting if they actually have a dash for about half an hour after tea. I mean, that will get the crowd going.
Line around the wickets. Part from the crease, leans forward to defend.
That's the fun part of this game. You know, when they do that, if they do it, then and Australia get a sense that India want to chase this down, then the fun and games start. You know, just like at the Gabba, where after tea, immediately after tea, there was a message sent. There was a couple of big overs.
Back cuts out to Constas deep, a single taken. Up to this one tick. Ravi will pick that up. 3 for 97. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first.
The air is fresher, the grass is greener, there's no doubt about it. Tassie is the perfect place to race this summer. The Ladbroke Summer Racing Festival has arrived, covering all 3 racing codes and every part of the great state of Tasmania. TasRacing.com.au has everything you need to find the winners, detailed form guides, news and hosted racing coverage on Tas Racing Live.
Raiders Guide swept to the front and Raiders Guide pulls clear to win brilliantly.
Enjoy the Ladbroke Summer Racing Festival with TasRacing.com.au.
Crucial moments for New Farm Australian through and through. Cummins is coming back into the attack, so I reckon Ravi's on the money here. We might see the bumper tactic from Cummins. Now, what was the message after tea?
I think straight away after tea, I think after 2 overs, you got a big over. You know, runs started coming. I think the second new ball might have just been taken. That produced a few runs, and then suddenly the message was out that India are going for it. And it was unreal how 10,000 people filled the Gabba after tea in COVID times. The same might happen here if there's any wind of the fact that there's a chase on.
It feels like a big strategic ploy. Cummins comes back into the attack. 2 for 19. He bowls to Part, pitched up outside the off stump, left alone. So conventional, slip, third, cover, mid-off. Short leg, fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. So nothing to support the bumper barrage, but deliberately bringing himself back in.
Yep. But I still think it's well worth trying the short ball. His punt might not expect it seeing the field, but he's got a man at bat pad.
Punt's 18. Cummins bowls to him. He's in behind defending. So just for the moment, doing it with ease for Dyna Breeze Industrial Strength Heavy Duty fans. Now square goes out.
Yeah, and I think he will test him now with the short ball. He said that punt is good against the short ball. He can keep it down. Doesn't necessarily hit it in the air all the time. He can just ride the bounce, pick the single if needed.
Monsters now down near Bay 13, so he amps up the crowd to support the Australian captain. Cummins around the wickets, digs it in. Park got hit by it. Came straight at him. Couldn't get the evasive action, so wore it on the forearm.
Good delivery, good angle.
Just got into an awkward position there. You're right, Ravi. He does play the pull shot down when it's from outside off stump, but this angle he can get into a bit of a tangle.
Bit of muscle from Pat Cummins. It's the crease, bowl short, and behind it, Park defends. Cummins got Rohit and Rahul in the same over to put himself in the conversation of the player of the day for Bingley. Better living every day. Jaiswal 58, Part 18, 64-run partnership. But in this hour, Australia have dried it up again. Only been 11 runs in this half hour.
And the pressure just building. You just get the feeling that that's happening.
Cummins to Park, defends to cover. Labuschagne closes quickly, denies the single, has a shy at the non-strikers and misses. Weird moment earlier in the session when there were twice overthrows on the same piece of fielding. It's like indoor cricket. Now the Indian drum beaters and flag wavers have gone into Bay 13. It's an invasion.
Oh, there'll be some drama there. Post-tee. Fabulous crowd for day 5.
Last ball of the Cummins over, bowls to Part, sways out of the bouncer, a maiden 3 for 97. Ravi, Happy New Year. We'll see you in Sydney. We're going to bring Adam Collins in the last half hour on the way to tea for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
So just who is Sumo Energy? They're as Aussie as playing cricket in the backyard.
And if you hit it out over the fence, it's 6 and out.
Local as, Sumo Energy is proudly Aussie owned and operated. Whether you're signing up for a competitive new energy plan or in need of some support, Sumo is in your neighbourhood and ready to help. With call centres powered by locals, Sumo just gets it.
That's what I'm all about.
Take a few moments to compare your current bill to Sumo's prices and learn what you can save. Local as, sumo.au.
Our coverage is for Henley Homes by Henley Completed Home and Move In Now. 64 runs since lunch. They've not been motoring, but from time to time there has been a little bit of purpose. They're still a long way off at 3 for 97. Line in, bowls here. Jaiswal misses the cut with the attempts. He's there on 58. Adam Collins in. Bharat Sundaresan with me. Looking for a crucial moment for New Farm Australian through and through the Aussies, because that becomes a factor as well. 7 wickets away from the finish line. Can't afford a wicketless stanza. Slip 2 catching covers. Backward point as well. Line bowls Jaiswal. Cuts 2 backward point beyond Mitchell Marsh. To his left, Constas does the tidying up in the short sleeve jumper. 3 for 98 with the single. Jaiswal 59.
Looked like Shastri was shaping up for something a bit more adventurous, but then just adjusted at the last moment. Just the ball on top of its head. Happy with the single.
I saw Harsha Bogle outside. I said, when do they have a little dart? He's like, Line bowls here to Rishabh, who steers out towards point, gets 1 for himself. 19 for him, 3 for 98. He's like, just because you want the grandstand finish doesn't mean they want the grandstand finish. Like, it's a fair point. We do sort of ride the result a bit in these situations. 3 for 99, my apologies. He's like, well, they might be quite happy knocking it on the head for a couple of hours.
Typically conservative, Harsha. Just 1 minute.
241 away. On the other hand, might there be a little moment here either side of tee? Jaiswal 59, facing line, long off back, lets it go to the gloves of Carey. Hard spun off break. Because it would require something absurd really from here, given the required run rate. 45 overs to go, 241 to get. We're talking one-day cricket and beyond on a 5th day pitch. Blameless as it is. Line southern end, Sun hidden behind a cloud. Bowls here, well forward in defence, Jaiswal. Out to cover, no run.
Yeah, I'll be surprised if at some point, if these two are still there at the tea break, they just don't try play some attacking cricket.
And we've seen it more and more in 4-day cricket, where you get to a situation like this where you think it's pretty much game over as far as the result's concerned. Line bowls here and playing back defensively is Jaiswal. Collects in his follow-through. We'll come back to this. 2 from it. Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first. India 3 for 99. Jaiswal's 59. Rishabh's 19. They're 241 away from their target.
Stop what you're doing, because the Chemist Warehouse Boxing Day half-price vitamin sale is on now. Get half price off your favourite big brand vitamins, like Bioglan, Fusion, Inner Health and Nutrilife, half price. Nature's Way, Thompson's, Pentavite, FBX and Melrose, half price. Wagner and Microgenics, also half price. Plus find more half-price vitamins in-store and online. Be quick, sale ends January 1st. Exclusions apply. Excludes exclusive bulk sizes, retail limits apply. For half-price vitamins, shop at Chemist Warehouse and stop paying too much.
Our coverage is for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Travis Head is going to have a crack and try and get Australia celebrating a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. Change of gloves as well. Nobody in a hurry.
Oh, wow. Boos for Travis Head. How Indian is this crowd? When's the last time Travis Head got booed in Australia?
I've just got a feeling he won't care in the slightest. Yeah. So there is some magic spray being applied to Rishabh Pant's biceps, both of them. Or no, more the shoulder. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's where he copped the blow from Pat Cummins in the previous over.
But he's gone both arms. So we'll see where he got hit by Cummins, of course, on replay here.
It was on the right.
Hit him on the right arm, but they've given the left arm a bit of a working over as well. A bit like liniment oil. We'll rub it in, pull up the shirt. Away we go. Tom Morris keeping all the numbers for us as well for the good oil. He's got the good oil, I should say, for the Cobram Estate Australia's extra virgin olive oil.
May as well do it now. Bharat asked me a few moments ago to come up with the stats that demonstrate how few maidens Nathan Lyon has bowled this summer compared to other summers and other series that he's been involved in. Clearly he bowled 1 over in Adelaide, so that doesn't help his cause, but he's never played in a series of this length or longer where he's bowled as fewer maidens as he's bowled this summer. So he's bowled 12 maidens this summer. Best figures 3 for 96.
Interesting.
So Bharat knew it. He just needed to have it confirmed with the numbers, and it did.
Just got the crowd update here to 66,000 people. Overall attendance 365,000, overtaking that 36-37 standard by about 15,000 across the 5 days, and that was a 6-day test as well. A reminder on the screen that you can't throw stuff on the ground. Getting boisterous down in Bay 13.
It is. If you throw, you go.
If you throw, you go. Being held up again here. Can't quite work out what the story is here. 1, 2, 3, 4 men back. Rishabh facing Travis Head. Might it be this over? Not on the evidence of that. Well forward, pushing to mid-arm, gets 1. Up to 20 from his 71st delivery. And it brings up the Indian 100. They were 3 for 33 when Kohli nicked off. 3 for 100. And they're nearing that point where they can dictate terms and find themselves a draw if they wish to. Jaiswal down to mid-on as well. He's 60, 3 for 101. So 239 away, but 44 overs after this. This is where they can kill some clock, so to speak, if they want to go in that direction.
Yeah, very much so. But Travis Head could well be the temptress here for both these batters.
Must be wise. On bowls here. Rishabh gets a full toss and hits it back to him. I remember at Sydney in 2021, Rishabh wasn't patting full tosses back to Nathan Lyon. Nor was he at Brisbane. Head straight back to his mark. Might be an over 8 thing as well. Bowls here, leaving alone outside the line of the off stump. 2 left in the over. The over 8 is -5. And if that's what it remains, they'll lose half a test match worth of World Test Championship points. Head bowls here and leaving alone. Dead ball. He's bowled it so quickly that Rishabh's like, no. You can't do that. I'm not even tapping my bat. So he lets it go. Dead ball called. Still 2 to go in the over. Head bowls. Rishabh plays off the back foot. Out to deep point. Gets 1. 21 for him. 3 for 102. That's clearly over 8 bowling from Travis Head.
Very much.
And if they've formed the view that they need to tempt them into something, but also have to tidy up that number on the bottom of the screen, we're going to see a lot more of Travis Head after tea. And that wouldn't be pretty, given how good this test match has been. Head to Jaiswal, 60, and he'll stay there. Ends the over, racing through it. 3 runs coming from it. Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first. 3 for 102. Jaiswal 60, Rishabh 21. And the next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now is Ravinder Jadeja.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Line delivers from the southern end and carving away to deep point is Rishabh, who moves to 22. 3 for 103. Easy at the moment for both left-handers. Simon Katich going to jump in with us as well. Through to tea, which is 19 minutes away. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Bharat, and all our listeners.
We've just been talking about this being fewest number of maidens Nathan Lyon has bowled in a series of this length, Simon.
Line up. One catches the slip. Square driving out to Sam Constas for 1 is Jaiswal. 61, 3 for 104.
And it's clearly a ploy from India. They've more or less neutralised him during the series, haven't they?
And it showed in Perth. He bowled quite well without huge luck in that second innings, but there was no doubt they were going to attack him.
Lyon passes umpire Goff. Bowls here. Rishabh leaves alone, close to the off stump, but far enough away that he can shoulder arms.
And it's hard for him to bowl maidens with the field as is because there's deep mid-off, deep point, deep backward square. So there's gaps everywhere in the inner ring for singles for these two.
Lyon straight back to his mark. They're racing through here. He delivers to Rishabh, who leaves again.
I don't think he's bowled with mid-off up to Jaiswal in the whole series. He's been back the whole time. So that in itself is quite significant. He's worried about getting hit over his head there.
2 left here for Lyon. Bowls to Hunt, who leaves in identical fashion. 3 in a row that have started outside the line of the off stump and spun yet further into Carey's gloves. Lyon's getting through his over as quickly as Jadeja does here.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to get that back to level.
And to be fair, they've got it down to -3 in the space of 5 minutes. It's gone down 2 overs. Lyon to finish and leaving again. That's uneventful Test cricket. 2 runs coming from it. 3 for 104. Will either team budge? We'll see in a moment. 61 for Jaiswal, 22 for Rishabh Pant on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Some very fair feedback on the text line, Glenn in Cairns. Why don't they think about overates from over 1 rather than when they get in a hole? And Michael in Templestowe, here's an idea. How about hustle more between overs all day as opposed to playing catch-up by using a part-timer? Honestly, I don't get it. We do see this a lot. Now, they're bringing Stark straight back, so they've gotten those 2 overs through. Tommy made the point, it's like middle overs of a one-dayer. Now they're unleashing Stark for 1 more stint, but the broader point from our listeners is correct.
Yeah, it's spot on. And I've said it before on the coverage, and I believe in it. I think that the intensity, or the overrate, is indicative of the intensity you play at, and when you're playing at the right intensity to try and get a result, you are hustling through. And when you're just going through the motions, not saying Australia have been going through the motions, but you know, when you're playing at a slower tempo, I think it's quite significant in the way you're going about it.
They bowled so well before lunch, Baz. It was that squeeze. Cummins and Boland and Stark, they were all part of it. Can they get that going again here? 15 minutes until tea. Can they go bang, bang? Jaiswal's been there throughout on 61. New spell. Stark starts here, full and straight and defended.
Yeah, they've Manus Labuschagne with the helmet on at short point. They've tried this throughout this session, haven't they, Simon? Pulling short, getting him to cut. We saw Boland do it, and that's when Jaiswal really got this innings motoring along.
Yeah. I think, if anything, it should have been the other way around. I think the drive is the more dangerous on this wicket, particularly for Stark, who's been able to bowl at good pace and got some shape, particularly early on with the new ball.
Very short point. Labuschagne wearing the helmet. Jaiswal waiting for Stark. Northern end bowls here, leaves alone. Dives into the gloves of Carey, really, doesn't it?
Stark's in pain. He's grimacing, he's holding his rib.
Reaching to that left side that we were told wasn't going to be a huge factor. He bowled quickly before lunch, but we'll see a replay here on the screen of his face as it gets to Carey. You can see, well spotted, Baz. He's really grimacing there, swearing to himself as well.
Might have been swearing to Joel Wilson for not giving out that LB. Joshua.
The only league before shout of the session. How's that get amongst it with tinnies? How's that hazy pale ale? Stark bowls here, leaving alone his Jaiswal. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. That was the one moment, wasn't it, in this session? Other than that, they've kept their heads well, putting on 71, and it does have that feeling to it, doesn't it, Stark? If back-to-back test matches, feeling it on day 5, he'll certainly be bowling. If Australia feel like they can open the test match up again, it could be a very different Australian 11 that fronts up at the SCG on the 3rd of January.
Yeah. There's a big change in the field now. Leg slip goes in. The third man comes really fine now. There's only one slip. So he's going to try and attack him short, but on a much straighter line, almost heading over leg stump.
Stark's 13th over, 1 for 17 so far. Bowls here, full straight Yorker length, taken through mid-wicket by Jaiswal, caught it on the full. They walk through for an easy 2. He's 63, 3 for 106. Looking at the pace on the screen here, he's been in the mid to high 130s compared to the low to mid 140s in his previous spell.
It's a 3-day turnaround, like you said, for Sydney. They travel tomorrow.
He wouldn't be doing anything for a couple of days,
so, yeah.
given the way he looks now. And starting on Friday, that's a quick turnaround. You lose the toss and you're bowling first in Sydney. Trouble.
And it's been a story for Stark to an extent, where deeper into the series he's found it tougher and tougher. Played a role before lunch getting Coley. Can he get one here? Bowls nice line and length to Jaiswal, but he's been out there for so long now. He defends to mid-on without a fuss at all. 154 balls for 63 for the young man. So in the event that they do change it up, if it is winner takes all at Sydney, that is a huge decision. Jai Richardson is in the squad at the moment. Sean Abbott is in the squad at the moment. Mitchell Marsh, who's desperately out of form. Brendan Doggett, who's been in the squad for a couple of test matches when they had injury cover for Josh Hazlewood. Bo Webster is the all-round option as well. Stark up last ball of the over, 2 runs from it. Short ball left alone easily by Jaiswal, who's 63. Rishabh's 22, 3 for 106. 234 away from their target of 340. Australia have not yet celebrated a wicket this session for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. Do you think that Richardson's history with injury might affect the other spots in the team? Let's imagine a world where it's Stark out, Richardson in as one of the front 3 quicks. Might how they manage the Mitch Marsh spot therefore be affected by just wanting some insurance with Richardson, I ponder?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, he hasn't played a lot of 4-day cricket in recent times.
So in that scenario, Sean Abbott might come into calculations to bat 7.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that Sean Abbott is probably more of a bowling all-rounder.
Yep.
And that's, if this plays out as it could do, and it's 1-1, Australia need to win the trophy.
Line bowls round the wicket, Rishabh Pant whipping towards mid-on, no single there.
And a lot depends on what the wicket's like, because there hasn't been a lot of cricket played there this season. Just the one Shield game against WA recently.
Your thoughts after this ball, Baz? Line up. Delivering here to Rishabh, full and straight, knocked on the head.
I guess the attacking option is to bring in another bowler in the side. That's what they've lacked. And the way Pat Cummins has been batting, probably in the form of his life, he bats at 7, Abbott comes in at 8. That's one way of looking at it.
Line southern end. 3rd over of his spell. Bowls here going back to chop down hard. Here's Rishabh. Moves to 23, 3 for 107. They could go Abbott 7. I mean, Abbott bats in the top 6 at county cricket level, and I know that's not the same as Test cricket, but he's got a lot of runs batting at 6 for Surrey.
One thing they get with Bo Webster is the spin option as well.
Yeah.
Medium pace and spin. Colin Miller.
It's an attractive thought for Sydney. Round the wicket line. going back and cutting down hard, but cut off at cover by Constas. Jaiswal stays on 63. I mean, that's probably the old world glasses of Sydney being a spinning track, not so much these days.
And the other thing is, who's more likely to take test wickets, because that's the challenge. These Indian players love playing spin.
2 left in the over. Jaiswal gets forward to a well-flighted delivery, pushed just behind point where Head does the fielding, no run.
Not according to anyone in India right now.
But on these tracks, it's a different story.
Exactly.
But I know what you're saying. The stats won't back that comment up, but look at what we're seeing now. You'd say they look pretty comfortable.
2 back on the offside for Jaiswal. Defensive field. Lion bowls here. Cuts away. Doesn't sneak it past cover. Constance gets another touch. End of the over. 63 Jaiswal. Just a single from it. Overs drifting away. Just 40 left now. Rishabh's on 23. 3 for 107. That target of 340. It feels like they've more or less called the whole thing off if they were ever interested in the first place. So the onus is on Australia. Can they open the game up the way that Nathan Lyon was able to at Adelaide a decade ago, but wasn't at Sydney 4 years ago in a match that was going in a similar kind of direction?
But that had the extreme scenario where Ashwin and Vihari had couldn't move, and never seen anything like that before. But yeah, lots of questions for Australia, but how well has Yashasvi Jaiswal played? So, I mean, yes, there was the LBW, which ideally should have gone Stark's way, but we've seen at a time when we looked at Sam Constas and, you know, understandably sang his praises about the boldness and the brashness. Already in this series, the different types of innings we've seen from young Yashasvi Jaiswal tells you why he's so highly rated.
Constas is dancing with Bay 13. Got the shoulder going. They're loving it. Stark, new over here. Bowls to Rishabh Pant on 23. Gets behind it in defence. Every ball Constas is involved with the crowd.
And, you know, we speak about the number of sixes Jaiswal has hit, all the runs he scored, but we saw it in India as well. There was that tricky pitch in Chennai against Bangladesh where they lost the top order and he made, I think, 60, faced 160 balls. This boy is very special.
He certainly is.
7 boundaries from his 63 for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. It's Punt on strike at the moment on 23. Just one slip and the catching point. Tucked around the corner. Down to fine leg. Constant work to do. Won't get there in time. Dived away to his left, but the ball just skipped across the outfield. Rishabh Pant, 27. That's only the second time he's found the rope. 3 for 111.
We had to take the dancing shoes off there, did Constas, put the skates on. He couldn't quite get there. It was tucked down to fine leg nicely. Just the extra pace to start. Raced away.
That'll put a stain on his brand new cricket jumper. 6.5 minutes until tea. Stark up. Bowls to Rishabh Pant over the wicket, who defends to mid-off, no single.
Also in an amazing twist on radio, never seen before, Adam Collins has somehow managed to send a text, called himself Jono and said Maxwell for Sydney.
Well, you know. If it were the days when the pitch was spinning, they might have an interest in a spinning all-rounder, but you know, that time is no more.
Well, if it's a all-rounder that bowls spin, what about Cooper Connolly?
It would be interesting. Here is Stark, short ball swayed out the way. Rishabh Pant stays on 27, 1 left in the over. I mean, let's assume they stay within the squad, though. So there's the Webster for Marsh option, which feels like it could happen in any case, on form basis with runs, and also the ability to get more overs out of him. Richardson,
what they need, though, yeah.
So Richardson, if he were to come in to replace Stark, at least Webster would provide cover for Richardson in the event that his body didn't quite get him through. That's on the assumption that Stark has something that does keep him out, based on the body language a couple of overs ago. Still bowling here, though, charging in. Last ball was 144 clicks, much quicker. Bowls here full, finds the edge, but through where there isn't a gully to third man, where Lionel collected around from deep backward point. 3 for 112, 28 for Rishabh Pant. 1 ball left in the over, partnership 79.
And it goes to show how difficult 5 test match series are when you get to this stage of the series, and they're been hard fought. an even battle throughout. It becomes a physical challenge as much as a mental one, and the Australian quicks, you just wonder how much of that last test in the Gabba has contributed to this with Stark, because he and Cummins shouldered the load, and we asked that question up there.
Yep.
Why did Mitch Marsh only bowl 2 overs on the day that Josh Hazelwood went down, He only bowled 6.
Yeah, Stark bowled 24 there. Heavy workload. Delivering here, back of a length, defended into the offside. Ends the over, 5 runs from it. 3 for 112. They're 228 away from their target, India, with Jaiswal still there on 63, punt on 28. Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first, and the next batter for India to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now is Ravindra Jadeja, but not required in this session.
Yeah, the way it's going, looks like we'll be back where we were 4 years ago, even though that was a 4-match series. Going to the final test of the series, locked at 1-all, India having drawn a test, unless something dramatic happens in the last session.
I mean, imagine the hype leading up to that. It'll be, I mean, we've had a lot this week with the debut of Sam Constas and the extraordinary crowds that have rocked up at Melbourne. But all eyes were turned to Sydney, as they did Brisbane 4 years ago. With everything on the line, it's going to be Marnus Labuschagne, the lesser spotted. Haven't seen Marnus bowl since Perth, I don't think.
He's going to bowl bouncers.
Yes, he is.
This is not going to make everyone happy. Yep. It'll upset some people we know well.
Jared here at the moment? No, Jared's off getting afternoon tea. Let's hope he's not watching the TV screen.
Please, Jared, turn away.
So Labuschagne's going to operate with the field you often see in modern cricket when trying to induce something silly. Deep square leg, short leg set deep. And by that I mean 3 pitches over on the lid, under the lid.
It doesn't
deep
want to get
backward
killed.
Square, fine leg, a fly slip beneath us, that's Nathan Lyon, and a deep backward point. Labuschagne round the wicket, bouncer dies into the gloves of Carey, well wide of the off stump, and Rishabh has time to basically laugh at it.
Yeah.
Well, 1 over at the Gabba, wasn't it, where he was hitting the mid 130s, but this was 127. His tongue stuck out.
He's going to give it everything, to be fair to Labuschagne. He did prepare for this before the series. 5 back for the short ball. Labuschagne bowls here, balloons over the head of Rishabh. That could have justifiably been signalled a wide, Simon, but it wasn't.
It's close. Nathan Lyon is right in front of us here, in front of the members on the boundary. I'm not sure it's going to carry to him with a ramp shot. I think he needs to probably be in 10 metres because it's just not enough pace from Labuschagne to travel the distance.
Well, Rishabh was caught ramping down here a couple of days ago, but this is not going to be in his half. Another bouncer, he ducks it with complete ease. So, you know, if they want him ramping, they're going to have to put it on the dance floor. And we've seen no evidence of that so far. And Lyon's going to come up, as you said, Simon, ever the captain. Lyon's coming 10 or 15 metres up off the rope.
I mean, Rishabh Pant went, Lyon is dropping back though.
Couple of minutes till tea. Rishabh facing Labuschagne, bouncer, ducks it. Here's my question, Simon. How come he's had 4 bounces in a row and we're getting away with that? Because typically after
ducking,
2...
and the umpires are deeming it to have probably gone through around chest height.
Signal 1 bouncer so far.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of course Sunil Gavaskar. Rishabh Pant getting out to bowl in the first innings was stupid. What if he gets caught ramping Marnus Labuschagne?
Labuschagne in. Over the wicket, change of angle, results the same. Bouncer ducked. You can see Rishabh's kind of got his right shoulder out, waiting to duck before the ball's bowled. It's so predictable here, and there has been no intent from either batter in the last half an hour or so to try and get the ball moving. They are clearly playing for the draw, at least at this stage.
Slow ball Yorker. Courtney Walsh to Graham Thorpe. Bring it on.
Harmison to Clark. What could he do? This might be the final ball of the session. Probably will be. Field spread. Smith has come up to leg gully though. Over the wicket. Bowls here to Rishabh. Bouncer ducked. That'll be the over. And tee is called by umpire Goff. So 1 session to go in this test match. That was the session that India needed after losing 3 quick wickets before lunch. The collapse of 3 for 8 has been arrested by a partnership unbroken of 79 for the 4th wicket. Jaiswal 63 from 159. Rishabh Pant, 28 from 93. There are 38 overs remaining in this test match, Simon Katich, and it would take something very special from Australia from here to open things up.
Yeah, particularly when it took all session to try and open and end up, and they couldn't. Still 3 down after being 3 down at lunch. So they're coming back after the tea break. The ball's 54 overs old, so the percentages would say that India should be able to get a draw out of this now, and it potentially gets called off early.
Yeah, 26 overs away, that second new ball. So, and at that point, India would have just a dozen or so overs left. So unless they get themselves out, or one of the Australian bowlers is able to produce something really magical on a pitch which has not really offered them much, especially once the ball's gone soft. This game is heading only one way, and India will take it from 3 for 33 with Virat Kohli getting out of the last ball, or what became the last ball before lunch. Australia were on top, had great rhythm, the bowlers, but Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rishabh Pant have done a great job of just blunting them.
So a session of just on 28 overs, none for 79. As we go to the final break of this test match, 228 runs away from their target of 340. To stay up to date with everything BBL on the Big Bash app, live scores, exclusive content, player stats, personalised for you on the Big Bash app. Download today. India 3 for 112 at tea on day 5. Kat's going to stay on for the tea break. He'll be joined by Tom Morris in just a moment.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Seeing some good form on the roads at the moment. We do, however, have delays following an earlier broken down truck on the Monash Freeway outbound at Forster Road. Then maintenance work slowing you down over the Westgate Bridge as you're heading towards the city because 2 lanes are open, the rest are closed due to those works. Pet emergency this holiday season. The Animal Referral and Emergency Network is here 24/7, including public holidays. Visit emergencyvet.com.au. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Spend $5 or more with your MasterCard credit card and you could win a $1,500 MasterCard gift card. Ends December 31, 2024. TC's exclusions and eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Port Arlington Mussel Festival is on January 11. Port Phillip Ferries will run direct to the event. Live bands, kids fun and delicious mussels. Visit portphillipferries.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Trust is crucial for any tradie. Trusting your tools to nail the job. Trusting your team to deliver top-notch work.
Hey, mate!
And of course, trusting your best mate to lend a paw. For insurance, IMAR has been trusted by tradies for over 35 years. We work hard finding you the right cover, chasing your claims and getting you back on the job fast. For tradies insurance you can trust, give IMAR a whistle on 13IMAR.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals store-wide. TVs, fridges, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more. Priced to clear. Save over $1,500 on LG 65-inch OLED TV. Up to 35% off Windows 11 computers. 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses and adjustable bases. Up to a huge 50% off clearance rugs. And Lusso fabric recliner and footstool. Hot price now just $448. Harvey Norman clearance. Best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
This is Ben Reid. If you're planning to sell your home early in the new year, now's the time to speak to an Ian Reid vendor advocate. We're working right through the holiday period. At the very least, download a copy of our free booklet, Fatal Real Estate Traps Exposed. It's packed with vital information you need to know to sell your property for the highest price with minimum stress. Call us now on 9430 0000 or visit ianreid.com.au.
Ian Reid Vendor Advocates.
Sell your home a better way.
Go on,
ring us. Men, ask yourself, what will it take to win back your freedom and take back control? The answer is simple with the Molicare Premium Men Continence Pads range. They provide the comfort, security and discretion you're looking for to take back control. The Molicare V-shaped pad is designed for men, keeping skin dry with a 3-layer absorbent core and advanced fast dry effect to prevent skin irritations and maintain healthy skin. Get a free sample and try the Molicare difference at molicare.au.
When it comes to trusted and reliable brands, don't look past Holman Plumbing. In the industry for over 30 years, Holman Plumbing offers a comprehensive range of quality and watermark-approved PVC fittings, manufactured to Australian and New Zealand standards. With offices around Australia, speak to one of Holman's local representatives about their PVC fittings. You can't go wrong with Australia's full-range plumbing supplier, passionate about providing clever solutions to the trade market. View their full plumbing supplies range at holmanplumbing.com.au.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Midst of ovals, Jacewell back, cutting for 4. Latched onto it, Sandroth's on its way through backward points. Bowled around the wicket to him. Jacewell back, cuts in the air over the top of Gully for 4 more. Jacewell rattled the pads, they're up, they're asking no.
Line up to him here, and he goes back and plays through mid-wicket, finds the gap, work to do for Khawaja, back towards the rope, and the ball will beat him. Wow. Yashasvi Jayaswal gets a chance to race the bat.
The tea break for Dakin, transforming your home into the ideal haven. And for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Well, at the start of the day, we had 4 results possible, and unless something miraculous happens in the final session here at the MCG on day 5, we probably just have 2 results possible, a draw and an Australia win. India still require 228 runs to win. They are 54 overs in their innings. There's 38 overs remaining. It's a long time, but they're 3 wickets down. Jayaswal is on 63. Rishabh Pant, who of course was the hero at the Gabba 4 years ago, is on 28, and the partnership is 79. We've seen Mitch Marsh bowl, we've seen Marnus Labuschagne bowl, we've seen Travis Head bowl, Nathan Lyon, and of course the 3 quicks. This is the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The state of play for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipecehealth.com. Where do you see this game as we sit right here now, Simon Katich?
Well, I felt that it was going to be a draw when Gerard asked at the start of this innings, purely because I just didn't think either team wanted to give too much away, and I think that was evident when Australia batted on today. I think they were concerned around the firepower in this Indian batting lineup and potentially the bowling, and I think the way it's played out, getting those 3 wickets early has made it probably more likely that India would shut up shop earlier, given that they're in danger of losing the test and losing an advantage in the series, because at 1-all, they want to go to Sydney 1-all and know that Australia have got to make the play there to win the Border Gavaskar Trophy back.
It's going to be hard with 7 wickets still to get in this final session, and the ball is now old. What is it? 54 overs old, so we're still, 26 overs away from the second new ball, which would be maybe the last lifeline for the Australians. Mitchell Stark is sore. Nathan Lyon is being played well by the Indians. He's probably not quite at his best. The pitch isn't suiting him. Mitch Marsh isn't 100% fit. So they're relying heavily on Scott Boland, who's a workhorse, but doesn't have the pace, and Paddy Cummins, and he can't do it all himself.
Correct. And they've tried hard. There's no doubt they've been trying. Not much went their way that session. I thought Stark started very well, and you know, on another day, that LBW decision against Jacewell gets given out, and you know, India probably DRS it, and it stays out because it was hitting a fair part of the stumps. And live, it looked good. So, strange one there from Joel Wilson, but that happens in cricket. You know, it's a tough job being out there umpiring for 5 days, and it's probably one that he looks back on and probably thinks, you know what, it could have gone the other way, but it's a split-second decision, and he gave it not out.
And in these sort of series, there's such fine margins as well. That's the Bendix breaks big moment. Bendix, the best-known breaks. I mean, the graphic told us the ball was clattering into leg stump. The laws of the game are such that they didn't support the Australian team in that situation, but you just wonder whether the ICC, when they take a step back and have a wider lens, will have a look at that law and adjust it accordingly, because it doesn't seem to make sense. And it works both ways as well.
Yeah, it does. And a lot of it comes down to the initial decision. So whatever the original decision is, and in that case it was not out, then has an impact with the umpire's call, because it stays. And the technology, obviously, you know, that looked like it was more than 50% of the ball hitting the stump, which it shouldn't be. Why should it be 50%? You know, realistically, initially the LBW was about some of the ball just has to clip the stump, and as long as the bail's getting dislodged, then umpires will give it out, and that's been the history of the game. So that's the question I'd ask, and I guess they'll look at all that stuff when they review the match.
That's the state of the game for IPAC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechhealth.com.au. The player of the day contenders, thanks to Bingley, better living every day. Looking through the Australian bowling figures, Pat Cummins is the only one with multiple wickets. He has 2 for 19 from 14. Mitchell Starc 1 for 24 from 14, and Scotty Boland's wicketless from 11 overs. Who have you been most impressed with?
I think Cummins is always going to be up there. You know, he got big wickets there just before the lunch break, 2 in the over. You know, knocked over the Indian skipper Sharma, and then got rid of KL Rahul, who's arguably been India's best batsman on this tour, particularly at the top of when he was opening, and had to bat 3 this test because of Rohit Sharma coming back up the order. But yeah, 2 big wickets there really started to get things going Australia's way. Mitchell Starc obviously got Kohli out just before lunch, that last over, but yeah, Cummins once again.
Is the game in a situation where Australia can just set ultra-aggressive fields, or do they still need to be a little bit careful?
Oh, I think they can really attack now and see if India want to have a crack. I mean, it's 6 and over right from the word go here, so they'd have to take some risks to go and get 228 in one session, and Australia would have to bowl poorly, I think. So, yeah, I'd be open to that, where they attack and set some aggressive fields and see if, you know, there's a mistake or two, because all it takes is, like what happened yesterday, someone gets on a roll, a couple of wickets, and next thing you know, India are 5 down. They're only a couple more wickets away from the tail, and anything can happen.
That old 2-wicket rule, you keep speaking about it. Kato, appreciate your time. We'll hear from you after tea. Grab yourself a party pie or a cupcake or whatever it is you eat at tea. Keep cool this summer with Ream Solar branded Cool Cabana. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. This has been the Tea Break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The 3rd session from the MCG coming up after this.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day, it's a good run wherever you're travelling around Melbourne. We do, however, have a crashing in Dandenong on the Dandy Bypass. That's Hammond Road, and we're seeing delays starting to ease off after an earlier broken down truck on the Monash Freeway that was outbound at Forster Road, and due to works, Westgate Bridge is a little slow inbound. Dan Murphy's don't match competitors' advertised prices, they beat them. For New Year's Eve celebrations at low prices, shop your favourite drinks online or in store today. T's and C's apply, choose to drink wise. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
When you swim for sick kids, Australia cheers you on. Be a Starlight Super Swim hero this February and join the challenge at superswim.org.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Don't get run out on your way to work, lose the commute, and work closer to home. Waterman Workspaces offers private offices and ergonomic co-working areas with flexible memberships and outstanding amenities for teams of all sizes in locations across Melbourne. With fully equipped meeting rooms and bookable spaces, your team will enjoy working from alongside a thriving business community. Raise your run rate on your business and daily productivity and visit waterman.com.au today.
Golfbox is Australia's greatest golf superstore. With the biggest range of brands and best prices, you simply can't go past Golfbox for your golf gear. Whether you're just starting out or looking to better your score, Golfbox has you covered with the largest range of clubs, balls, bags, gloves, clothes, shoes, tech, accessories and more. With PGA professionals and golf specialists for expert advice, plus lightning fast delivery Australia-wide, it's never been easier to shop for you, your family or your mates. Shop online at golfbox.com.au and save. Golfbox, we outfit everyone.
Summer's here, and that means one thing. Whether you're on the road, at home, or cheering from the stands, there's nothing better than a 4 and 20 pie. Whether your favourite bowler's taken 5 wickets or our best batter's been trapped LBW, any break in the day's play is your chance to enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Pie's so good, they'll have you cheering with every single bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. One pallet from Melbourne to Cairns or a full semi-load from Eastern Creek to Brisbane. We make your logistics simple. State Transport. Our people are your solution.
At Officeworks, get a Lenovo Celeron laptop for $327 or a SanDisk 1TB portable SSD for $127. We won't be beaten on Boxing Day prices with our price beat guarantee. Exclusions apply.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently setting up the kids' school fair, so leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Carl. I'm in a bit of a pickle and I could really use your Hilux. I promised the school I'd round up some goats for the fair's petting zoo, but they're running circles round my ute. It's humiliating. Oh yeah? Bleed all you want. A Hilux is on its way. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
We go the distance at the MCG, the final session of day 5. It's 28 degrees. There's light cloud overhead. The weather is for Beacon Trade, a tradies' key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. The pitch just refuses to do anything. Get a mole map, 1 check, 2 experts. Stoic resistance in a 79-run stand between Jaiswal and Pants. So if you're running the numbers, 228 from 38 overs. Would India have a dash at 6 and over even briefly in this session? Or is this going to peter out? Could Australia take a flurry of wickets to embolden the whole thing? At this time each day, we celebrate our Liquorland local legend. Liquorland supporting local legends, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Choose to drink wise. Today we recognise Ian Alderman, who is the president of the Noarlunga Cricket Club in South Australia. Ian has been a long-term servant of the club and played an important role in the growth of the club and in facilitating updated nets and facilities. Ian picks up the $100 Liquorland voucher. Peter Lalor, welcome in.
With a name like Alderman, you're just going to be a pillar of society, aren't you, Jared?
Yes.
Nominative determinism there. Well done to him. Will they have a ping? Of course you have to have a crack, don't they? They're only 3 wickets down. It's only 6 runs and over from here on in. Why wouldn't you have a crack?
Travis Head's going to bowl the first over after tea, so I wonder what Australians thinking. Is it don't put overs into the quicks here, knowing there's the quick turnaround, and does that open the opportunity for India to launch an all-out assault?
Well, it's the worst possible scenario for Australia. I think we discussed this morning. They did not want to be bowling deep into the 3rd session. Today, Monday or Tuesday? Monday. Because they're going to be back on the field on Friday. Stark is struggling. You know, Cummins must be feeling really weary. It's not a great situation for Australia in terms of the fitness of their bowlers and what they need to do to prepare to be right for the 5th test.
Yep.
It's going to be it's a very attritional couple of hours.
So if there was any intent from Australia, they would have opened with Cummins and Boland. This is the 55th over only of this ball. So there's still a long way to go as Australia hasn't left itself much margin with the new ball. So Travis Head bowls, Jacewell drives to long off. Gifted the single down there. This field is spread far and wide.
The other thing, Gerard, is that they're 3 overs behind on the over rate.
So I think that's playing a big role here.
Yeah.
Is don't have a draw where you're going to get docked points.
Yes.
Which is the error they made against India in 2018, as they lost and they didn't catch the over rate up, and it cost them their place in the World Test Championship.
So Australia have set 4 back almost on the ropes, haven't they, for this?
Parts 28. He's playing back, nudging the ball out to point. Constance Fields, they take the quick single.
Very defensive mode.
Very
defensive. Asking India if they want to attack.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Can take 6 singles and over.
Yeah. Good here.
Jacewell drives. 3rd single of the over down to long off. Shot been posted there. It feels like a huge occasion that's not going to get the climax that it deserves. That's my sense.
Just see them winkling a couple of wickets and everyone's hopes getting up.
Yeah. A couple of covers in place. It's a very wide delivery go from Head.
Not a bad ball, that, though. Throwing it up, throwing it wide, asking him to drive on the up.
Leaves outside the off stump. Last ball of the first over after tea. Part is driving the full toss. Just about got jammed under the bat. 3 for 115. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. The early action, Rowitz for 9, Rahul for 0. Cummins got 2 in and over to light it up. Stark O'Coley on the stroke of lunch for 5. That's when it felt possible, 3 for 33. But the resistance throughout the session to get to 3 for 112 from Jacewell and Part, as they put on 79, and that's been furthered by 3 runs. Nathan Lyon is going to be bowling from the warm stand end. So if Australia does make the calculation that this is not possible, is they will bowl Stark and Cummins very little in this session, you imagine. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley Home and move in now. Jacewell faces up, back to cut. He's missed a few of those from line. It's probably when he's looked his most vulnerable.
Gideon Haig was observing earlier. He doesn't think he's seen Nathan Lyon cut so much in his life. It's been a curious bowling performance from Nathan, I think, this Test match.
Whole series. Jacewell on 65, smothers the spin to the leg side narrow.
Well, if you think of the LBW that he got in that first innings, that was a very un-Lyon-like dismissal, one that rushes on and traps a batter on the pads. That's not the standard Lyon delivery, is it? Or the standard Lyon dismissal.
Lines around the wickets. Jacewell stays at home and defends.
Very good players to spin India, given that, but the wicket hasn't helped him at all. You wouldn't even know Mitchell Stark had been bowling around the wicket from his end. There's not a mark on the wicket.
It's one of the tough qualities. There's just no erosion, no deterioration visibly in this MCG pitch. Jacewell turns to leg, which is wide open for him at mid-wicket, and takes his 66th run. Throw hits the stumps on the way in. So Lions 6 wickets at 51 in this series. Hasn't been a factor.
And 3 of them came in the first innings.
He was needed here today, but he has bowled largely without threat. Punts on 29. Oh, beaten. Lovely delivery. Flighted, spins past the outside edge.
That's a classic Lyon delivery.
Good ball, guys.
Over the top spin, good bounce, beats the bat.
Slip silly mid-off in place for it. Parts beaten again. Quicker delivery. 2 in a row past the outside edge. 3 for 116 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Light
up your taste buds at a Porto with our flavour-packed garlic-loaded wrapper. Chicken tenders, garlic sauce, Portuguese salad, mayo and chips, all wrapped up in a toasted pita for only $10.95. Limited time, excludes delivery and airports.
In footy, reaching the summit is incredibly hard. In business, you need one phone call to Summit Internet. Take your business to new heights with tailored business telecommunication solutions, including business internet, mobile plans and office phone systems. Visit summitinternet.com.au.
Head to Jacewell, cut to backward point at the start of the fresh over. Australia trying to get a wriggle on here. 67 for Jacewell. SEN Test cricket is for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Pick up this over rate and get back to some sort of normality. 57th over of the innings. Part back, swings across the line. Marsh has got work to do at wide. Mid-wicket, and he does. Keeps it to a single. A lumber round to his left.
I can't remember a more exciting start to the fifth day of a test match than this morning. And that was before play started.
Yeah.
Just to see the fans run to the fence.
As well back, stands up and clouts it down to long off for a single. 119 on the board.
This series and this test match have just gained extraordinary momentum, haven't they? They've got a gravitational pull to them. I think first day wickets are sold on expectation of
Ed outside the off stump, part leaves.
But when people are turning up on like this on the fifth day, you know the match is just beautifully poised and that the series is beautifully poised.
Yeah.
This be the biggest fifth day crowd in history, do you think, Joe?
In Australia, it might be.
Bold heady.
It's a long way forward, or you're talking the olden days only to get anything comparable.
It's already the biggest aggregate crowd.
Yeah. Last ball of the over, part back to defend. 3 for 119, Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Jono, did you get to Yarra Bend? Did I ever? That top tracer technology is amazing. I told you. Yep, now I know exactly how far I hit each club, the loft, the spin. Exactly. And like you said, it's not just hitting balls, it's improving my game faster. In fact, I think I'm ready to take you on. Now you're talking. Oh, look at that.
Top tracer at Melbourne's premier driving range, Yarra Bend, right on Melbourne's doorstep. yarrabendgolf.com.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 3 for 119. James Wells on 68.
Here you go, come on.
Just holds line at bay for a moment.
Let's go.
Oh, so James Wells taken exception to something that was said to him from Constas under the helmets.
Let's go. Come on, let's play. Hurry up. Right, Sammy.
Hart comes down to have a word with his younger teammate.
Hey, guys.
And now they're ready to play. Behind it, Jace Wells smothers the spin to the leg side.
Australians anxious to get on with it. They are conscious of these over 8.
Go, guys. Go, guys.
I have a feeling they were all aware that maybe something edgy was said that perhaps should have been. Bowls, Jace Wells from the stumps back to the bowler. There'll be a whole lot of stories out of today. We started to hear them at the start of kids being brought to the cricket for the first time. Parents at the $10 for themselves and free kids.
Come on, Gary.
Just that opportunity without it being so intense and expensive. Jace Wells smothers the spin to leg. I remember bringing my nephew to the cricket for the first time. It was the day 5 of Steve Waugh's farewell tour here. That was against India, wasn't it? And we were down
Come on, why not? Add 2 lads.
At the punt road end, about 6 rows back, and there wasn't much cricket that day. Wall walked his lap of honour, but just introducing the nephew to the cricket. Smothered by Jacewell, and he comes every Boxing Day now with his mates.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
Here we go, guys. Come on, Gaza.
Ryan doing his work from the worn ends. Jacewell drives straight into Constas. I reckon there's a bit of byplay there. I think he was happy to do that.
Nice, guys.
Straight into
Come on, boys.
Constas's midriff.
Last ball of the over. Jacewell drives through Constas down to long off. They have one. No, Part puts his hand up and says, that'll do. 3 for 120 at the end of the over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley. Completed home and move in now.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Shop unbeatable deals store-wide. TVs, fridges, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more. Priced to clear. Save over $1,500 on LG 65-inch OLED TV. Up to 35% off Windows 11 computers. 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses and adjustable bases. Up to a huge 50% off clearance rugs. And Lusso fabric recliner and footstool. Hot price now just $448. Harvey Norman clearance. Best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply.
Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. 3 for 120. Jacewell 69. Head is around the wicket to him. Jacewell pushes forward to defend.
Even if the cricket fails to live up to sort of the excitement expected, the crowds just generate their own excitement. Kids would love to come to this just because of the noise and colour of the Indian spectators bring to cricket.
Jacewell forward to defend.
I was out in one of the back rooms before, and they were telling me that they can tell what's happening by the sound, whether it's a wicket or it's a four.
That's a good pick. It is. Bharat made that run in Perth right at the start. Jason on the back foot knocks it away to long off for a single. He's 70.
But I love this feedback from Australian fans who are just saying how entertaining it is to be in the crowd surrounded by Indian fans.
Where'd the other one go?
It's the next level of exuberance.
Bale went a long way. Carey couldn't find it. Michael Goff just tosses it to the keeper. He can do the woodwork. 3 for 121. No intent from either side at the moment. Parn swings across the line. It hangs. Marsh at deep mid-wicket takes the catch. The first moment of aggression, and Parn is gone. Mitch Marsh hangs on in the deep. 2 Butte catches today, and he's surrounded by his teammates. Does that breathe some life into the game? 4 for 121. Parnt's gone for 30.
Well, that's a bonus wicket for Australia. Travis Head bowling, probably because they're behind on the run rate. Fielders back on the fence. As you say, Gerard, Rishabh Pant has not shown much aggression at all in this innings. That's his first attempt to really hit over the top, and he's hit it straight to Mitch Marsh, who's taken a sort of mark at centre-half back.
Yes, that's exactly what he did. That's very nice.
Intercept mark on the boundary. And that's a big win for Australia. Only 6 more to go, Gerard.
It was not at all in keeping with what's happened since tea. India didn't come out like that. And then Pant has a dash, and they're big boundaries here, so you've got to give it the full whack, and I just don't feel like he did. So Head gets the wicket. Australia celebrate for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. What happens next as Jadeja works his way out into the middle?
Well, Gerard, you said in the first over after the break that they could do it in singles. It's 6 runs and over, and there are 6 singles. With the way this field is spread out, and there's no bigger ground on earth to try and cover than the MCG. So there's no need for the big hit necessarily.
It's only felt like you would do it if it was on, and it hasn't looked like it's on in any way.
I didn't really expect them to go from 0 to 100 like that. The Marsh comes up with the new, the field comes up a little bit. The new batter.
70,000 in. Jadeja faces up. He's back to defend the first ball from Head. There is a lift in intensity from the Australians. Scrambling after the ball.
Great signs, deep legs. Great signs.
Head around the wicket. Jadeja forward to defend. And that is a wicket taking over for Travis Head. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. 4 for 121.
Home loans. If you've got one or need one, visit dreamstreet.com.au/win. Dream Street Lending are going to pay your home loan interest for the life of the loan. Here's how. Settle a home loan with Dream Street Lending and you're automatically placed in the draw to win this life-changing prize. Your home loan interest paid by Dream Street Lending for the life of the loan. Why wait? Enter your details right now. dreamstreet.com.au/win.
Nathan Lyon begins the new over. Jace Wilson 70 comes forward to defend. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 6 wickets away Australia, 219 away India. 69,757 precisely at tee. Jace well forward to Costas.
So guys, come on lads. 5-6 boys.
Eyes at the stumps then. Jaswell had not left his crease.
Come on Gaza.
Almost got through. Defends out of the pad.
That one through a bit faster than Nathan Lyon.
Finish Eddie lads. 2 minds.
A bit more chirp from the Australians after getting a wicket. Verve.
Line around the wicket. Jasewell back to cuts. He doesn't beat Cummins and cover. Just looking at
Mike sat up, wanted to be hit.
Yeah. Just looking at the quick, none of them were warming up. I just wondered if the wicket would lead to a fresh push. Neither Stark, Cummins nor Boland are doing any limbering. Jasewell back, strokes the ball down to long off where Stark ambles in off the rope. 71 for Jasewell.
Well, Head's getting you through the overs and he's getting you wickets.
Yeah.
And he's giving you a good break.
Deep cover called in by Lyon. And long off to come up as well with Jadeja, the new man in. So Labuschagne and Stark up to the infield. Just the deep backward square.
Come on, Gary.
Jadeja is a man who can play a long innings. Line to him. Jadeja trips to mid-on. There's no run there. One from the over. 4 for 122. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
If you can't live without Netflix,
Can't live without Netflix.
then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix Centre with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 4 for 122. Part the man out. Jasewell 71. Jadeja yet to score. Head continues on. And Jasewell back. Smacks the ball out to Labuschagne at long off. There's only a single to be had. He's 72. Elite year for Yashasvi Jasewell. Tom Morris keeping score for the good oil from Cobram Estate. Australian extra virgin olive oil.
1,465 runs at an average of 56. 953 tonnes. I'll tell you where it ranks in a moment.
Jadeja forward to defend.
It's in the top 15 calendar years of all time. He's just gone past Varun Sehwag, 2008. If he makes 20 more runs, he'll be in the top 10 calendar years of all time. That's how congested it is.
And just pulled out to Jadeja either way. They all flinched.
Good numbers for a 21-year-old.
Jadeja drives to the long off. Labuschagne up quickly, fires it into the keeper's end. Oh, that hurt Carey's hands. Well, that hurt a lot.
Not you.
Didn't take it cleanly, didn't cost any extra runs. Jadeja off the mark. Some big scores in this series. The 100 in Perth, 80 plus here and now 70 plus. Jasewell drives off an outside edge to point and goes to 73.
Slight correction, Jaswell is 23, not 21. Kumaredi, of course, is 21. There's incredible young talent emerging in cricket, in Indian cricket, English cricket. We're seeing it here with Sam Constas in the first innings.
Stay sleepy, lads.
About a month ago.
Jadeja faces up to Head. The Head dragged it down. It's just dropped at the toes of Jadeja.
I like seeing that
trouble with the faster ball.
I see that shotty. Help me again.
Heads over. Australia -2 on the over 8. It's at the toes, turned away for an easy single to Marsh at mid-on. Uneventful over 4 singles from it. 4 for 126. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
If you're travelling through Dandy, Hammond Road is closed in both directions at the Dandy bypass. The eastbound left-hand lane is also closed on the Dandy bypass. You might want to use Frankston Dandy Road instead. And we're seeing delays on the Monash due to an earlier broken down truck that's outbound at Forster Road. Hosting the whole crew this summer just became a lot less stressful now that Menulog can instantly deliver any forgotten groceries or last-minute essentials. Did somebody say Menulog? And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
Floppy hat time at the MCG. 350 Doffia Floppy for Shane Warne, whose image the King is again on the scoreboard. Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. India 4 for 126. Jadeja is just marking out his guard with the bail. 31 overs left, theoretically, in the Test match. The run rate has risen to 6.9 and over, but not a whiff from India that they're having to dash beyond one rash shot from part where he holed out to Marsh in the deep. Chase ball 73, Jadeja 2. Crowd, such a big part of the Test match. Chant for Warney goes up. Jadeja forward to defend. You posed a question yesterday and you had a youngster in the crowd answer it for you straight away who was keeping score, Pete. Did you come across our young lad?
A young lad called Tom, who I met when I was leaving the ground. No, he's even younger than you, Tom. Morris.
Jadeja forward to defend.
It's impossible, is it? Thomas Miles is in fact the chap that Gideon and I met on the Montefiore Hill last summer. Sports journalist from country South Australia, who's moved to Melbourne to cover the motor racing.
Yes.
He's a great lad.
Line to Jadeja. Defends.
So you recall Thomas gave us an update on how many times Marnus had played and missed.
Yes.
He says to me, Labuschagne ended up with 29 false shots and plays and misses. Thomas has been scoring from the crowd every game.
Jadeja runs the ball to backward point.
Since 2013-14 Ashes. He has sent me his charts. They are just, he and his brother do charts. They are incredible. They have the wagon wheels, the ball by balls, every single detail in different coloured pen. But get this, Gerard.
Jadeja defends.
He says, I feel like I'm documenting history. Labuschagne ended up with 29 false shot play misses. If you can see, they are the red dots as opposed to the black dots in his scorecard. These things should be in a museum. This is...
That's so great. Jadeja defends the last ball of the over. Hang on a tick. 4 for 126. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Reward for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus.
Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding.
Search Compare Host Plus today.
Are we about to see one of the quicks? Yep. Yes, we are. Scotty Boland it will be. So Australia are going to shake things up. The man shake. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and moving now. Just finish off with Thomas's charts.
There is more information in Thomas's charts than I see from the professional scorers and the way they chart. I've never heard of them actually marking the plays and misses before in different coloured pen. You could learn a bit, Tom Morris.
I'll take some notes.
I'll show you. I'll send you some of these. He might send you to sit out in the crowd for an education.
Thomas, I'd love you to tell us the plays and misses of Jacewell in this innings. It's been a feature of survival, as you have to have been able to ride through that. Experts for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Damien Fleming's come back in as Australia have brought some pace back into the attack. Welcome,
6 for 7.
Yes,
6 for 7. This great man delivered a few years ago.
Jacewell 73. Boland's his cuts out to the deep backward point. Lyon fields a single.
Get the sense India have just given up this chase, haven't they?
I don't think they ever indulged it, to be honest.
Just kind of living in hope that they would put the foot down one more time.
But those wagon wheels, I remember Jack Cameron, the late Jack Cameron, who scored for the ABC, and he would tour and score. As every player who made a century, he would draw up the wagon wheel and present it to them. There'll be old world cricketers who have a Jack Cameron wagon wheel to document one of their finest innings.
Well, there's even little stats down the bottom. I'm just discovering new things.
That's tremendous work, isn't it?
It's a work of art.
What's in red?
Oh,
Jadeja bowls. Edge out! Jadeja edges bowling through to the keeper. She might be game on. That's 5 down, and Boland answers the call. Damien Fleming.
I asked for it. Be inspired by the 6 for 7 big man, and Bolo did not let us down. That looked an absolute ripper.
Oh, that has bounced.
It was wide, but Jadeja wasn't expecting that bounce with the old ball on day 5. Brilliant, Bolo. What's he got? 1 for 1 in this spell? 5 wickets for 6 now, please.
Marnus Labuschagne was talking about a bit of inconsistent bounce yesterday. I didn't think we'd seen that much of it today, but that one has reared up. Back of the length.
Nitish Kumar ready. Is the next to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sail on now.
Oh, a lot of people here remember this 21-year-old's effort in the first Australian innings.
Are you indulging that this can happen now, Flem?
Oh, definitely. There's enough time now.
So interesting.
2 quick wickets. You know, it'd be not, if Lino could pick one up, it'd be very handy. And the quicks can just attack. And then we do have the second new ball up our sleeve. And it's going to jag. The pace and bounce is going to be inconsistent.
Off stump, come back.
It's just weird that Part did that to open things up when they really weren't chasing.
He could have smashed it along the ground for 4, though.
Yes.
He decided to get elevation. He tried to hit a 6, and he could have easily smashed a 4.
It's 2 pretty poor shots from him in this game. There's a few others got their hands up for some of the worst shots in the game. Virat Kohli's was pretty terrible. I don't know where that came from.
Just opened up a possibility that didn't seem to be there. And now Boland has barged his way through. Jadeja gone, ready at the crease. The crowd comes to life. Boland over the wicket. Ready defends from the stumps. That was zeroing right in.
Picks that one up. Looking to trap him on the pads. He's dug it out. Played it from the crease. Game got one last twist in it, Gerard.
It's been a rollicking test match. It's worthy of one last twist. Certain Pakistan test here comes to mind. Ready, inches. That spat up, came off the bat, flopped away across the popping crease, landed safely in front of point.
The other thing is, too, if it starts to misbehave a bit, if all you're doing is trying to survive, the bowlers will get more and more confidence as well.
Not in control of that shot there, was he?
No.
That defensive shot. It's almost like it squared up a little bit.
63rd over, and we've seen some steep bounce in this over from Boland.
Silly mid-off goes in precisely where that ball landed. 2 slips in a gully. Boland to ready, turns from his pads down to fine leg. And a hassle-free single to get off the mark. 5 for 128. I was just thinking, that was 2016. A game that was pattering along to a draw. Australia didn't declare till just before lunch on day 5. Pakistan.
That's the Pakistan game.
Yeah. At tea they were 5 for 91, so it started to go wrong there, and they got resolved in 53 overs. That was a game.
Akmal was playing in that game, wasn't it?
Yeah, Musbar al-Haq had a shocking time of it. including Lion bowled them to victory, and All Hunt made a dark Court Maddenson. So that was in that phase.
Right, that was a different game.
Last ball of the over. Jace said he's back to cuts. Lions called into action at point. They'll be able to get 2. Jace moves to 76. 5 for 130. A wicket taking over for Scott Boland. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Paddington is back on the big screen in an exciting new adventure, starring Antonio Banderas and Olivia Colman. Paddington in Peru, only in cinemas January 1.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Paddington is back on the big screen in an exciting new adventure, starring Antonio Banderas and Olivia Colman. Paddington in Peru, only in cinemas January 1.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley complete at home and move in now. Australia need 5 wickets to win, and that isn't completely out the expected window now. I think 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, Fleming, we were thinking, well, it's going to take something quite remarkable to break up this partnership. And is it possible that Punt's dismissal in the second innings was worse than the first innings?
I just think, it didn't look as bad, but in the context of the game it is, because I still think he could have smashed that along the ground for 4. Or he could have worked it for 1 or 2. I mean, there was more options. They're only 2 wickets away here.
Yeah. I mean,
than the tail.
If they were chasing the runs, almost different story, but the fact that there was no interest in going after it.
He tried to hit it for 6.
There was no need for it at all. So he falls for 30. Opens the door. Jadeja, Newman, nicks off the bowl, and Newman in the attack. Wickets at 121 and 127. Now 5 for 130. The tumper's been out there. The pitch has been bashed down. 4 men around the bat line. Bowling to Reddy. He's on 1. Plays in front of the man at short leg out to mid-wicket. No run. 100 in the first dig, of course. And Jaiswal's still there. So they bat deep, and it's India have things broadly under control. But you're right. 2 wickets from here, and it'll feel different.
Need Nathan Lyon to come to the wicket party.
None for 33. Line up southern end to Reddy. And he
beats Smith. Caught the edge. Steve Smith, a ripper at slip. Nathan Lyon does come to the party, Damien Fleming, at the best possible time. Australia have gone bang, bang, bang. They're right back in this test match. 6 for 130 India. Australia have got plenty of time to take the last 4 wickets. That is super work from Steve Smith to his left.
Court Smith bowled Lyon. I'm not sure what dismissal. It might be in the 70s. Like it from Lyon, but this is incredible from Stephen Smith. Low down. He would have lost sight of the ball a little bit because Carey was in front of him, but soft hands, made sure he didn't land on his elbows, and this game is alive. 1 more wicket, they're into the tail.
They've got a sniff here, and that was a lovely delivery from Nathan Lyon. Just turned a little bit, hurried him on a bit, trapped on the crease, and as you say, sensational catch from Steve Smith. Australia are in this now.
And how often have we seen it from Smith when he's obscured by Alex Carey? He finds a way to keep his bearings. We saw it a couple of times crucially at indoor last year, close to the wicket, and here having to go behind Carey's left pad. Terrific fielding, celebrating a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. Lions up and about now as well.
It's just the beauty of getting a wicket, isn't it? Getting a breakthrough, because the new batsman isn't set. And they've got to get through those first 20, 30 balls here on day 5, because the pitch is just misbehaving, to a degree. You cannot totally trust the bounce and the pace in this pitch.
Australia have earned themselves a chance.
Crowding the batsman.
People everywhere around the bat. Smith and Labuschagne the slips. Constance silly point. Travis Head at short leg. Lyon with 4 left in the over. Bowling at Sundar. Batted beautifully for 50 the first time around. Different feel now. Lyon bouncing up and bowling here. And Sundar playing off silly point's leg. Ballooned up. Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone anywhere, but did go to ground. We'll see it again a second time here. Where did it get Constance here? Yeah, off the thigh. Above his right hand. Hit well enough that he had no chance unless it stuck. Line in the game. 3 left in the set. Bowls here to Sundar. Leaves alone. Close to the off stump. Pay.com.au replay screen. That wasn't far away either.
Well bowled and very good from the people behind the wicket, but that went straight on. Didn't turn.
That's the natural variation line striving for. He bowls here. Sundar leaves an off break. Well picked. Got out the way nice and early. How often have we said when India play Australia, expect the unexpected?
7-8 now. Come on, 7-8.
This was drifting and drifting no more. Nathan Lyon having his say. 3 wickets in 5 overs. Line in. Sundar plays to cover up-ish. Straight of silly point. There'll be a couple of runs. They're neither here nor there at this juncture. Sundar's off the mark. He's 2 at 6 for 132. Lions in the book. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life Australia. 28 overs to take 4 wickets.
Looking at the roads around Melbourne, there are delays in Dandenong due to a rollover. Hammond Road is closed in both directions. Just to the north at the Dandenong bypass, eastbound left-hand lane is also closed on the Dandy bypass. You might want to use Frankston Dandy Road to avoid that whole area. Dakin Air Conditioning has been cooling Aussies for 55 years, backed by over 500 dealers nationwide. Make this summer a cool innings. Visit dakin.com.au. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. That replay gets better and better. Steve Smith did everything right. So much experience. And Boland's got silly point standing practically on the pitch. Into Jaiswal on 76. He's forward. And the young man, Constas, at silly point, hasn't fielded under the lid at any point through the Test match until this session. Now he's right in the thick of things, Pete.
Yeah. And he's not shy, so he's filling the role that you want from someone under the lid. Going to be a little bit vocal as well.
Get I had him down for a bowl when it was petering out to a draw. But bigger job to do in the field.
Boland away from us. Delivers here on the back foot, punching his Jaiswal to Cummins in that close extra cover position. So Jaiswal 76 from 187. So much will revolve around how much strike he can take and pressure he can absorb.
That shot, when it comes off, it's a great shot to watch, that back foot punch, but his hands are a long way away from the body, so he's backing his iron hands to hit the ball. He wouldn't want one to keep low and just nip back a little bit from Boland.
Boland on the runway, bowls here and swinging wildly is Jaiswal. What doing? I mean, Marnus is appealing from cover. You can probably put that away for the time being, but the shot itself, I mean, his feet are nowhere. The ball is 2 feet away. It's a get-out shot from central casting.
And there's a third man, isn't there? Like, he could hit it well and still be out. Smith's been into Cummins about bringing fine leg up. They're not worried about the runs now, Australia. Well, they're getting him 3/4 of the way in.
So slip gully, silly point. Corden's up close. Couple of other catches in the covers. Boland delivers another wild push from Jaiswal. 76 from 189. He's been a model of concentration, especially through that middle session. What on earth is going on? Again, that's just playing away from his body on the up.
But his footwork's awful.
No footwork.
He's basically just standing and delivering.
It's bizarre. Is that pressure? Doesn't need to be playing shots like that.
I mean, unless he's decided belatedly to go for the runs, which would be just ridiculous. I mean, there's 28 overs to go after this. Boland in, Jaiswal defends. That's better. Past Constance to Cummins at cover. 1 left in this over.
Well, Australia would be delighted if they have decided to go for the runs, because that's really going to bring them into play.
Michael and Clyde saying the atmosphere around Bay 13 has lifted and you can feel the shift in momentum has turned. The Victorian hero and the GOAT turning heads at the G. Not wrong. 0433 98 11 16.
Where is Clyde?
Out
Baxter, Frankston way, isn't it?
Yeah. Boland, 1 left here. 13th over for him. Bowls to Jaiswal. That's more convincing. Driving back to the bowler, and Boland threatens to throw it back
you
at
don't
him.
see that from the big man very often.
6 for 132. Bit of heat in this. On the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life, 27 overs for 4 wickets.
The One Blade 360 effortlessly trims, edges and shaves any length of hair, easily reaching the most difficult areas with fewer passes. Forget about using multiple steps and tools. One Blade does it all. Visit phillips.com to find your nearest store.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
Final session of the Test match. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Nathan Lyon to continue. Travis Head got the party started for Australia, breaking the partnership of 88. Richard Punt caught it deep mid-wicket. Unusual celebration from Head too, where he looks as if he's putting his... Sorry, continue, Pete.
Pat Cummins putting on a helmet there and coming to...
Helmets that they got.
Yeah, it is Cummins at short point.
Short point, so they've got 3 under the lid.
So a short point, a silly point, that's Constas. A short leg and 2 slips. Men round the bat stuff, why not? India out of the game as far as winning it's concerned. Line bowls, lunging forward is Sundar on 2 and spills out to Marsh at backward point.
Yeah, the Travis Head celebration had everyone talking around the back and all that. I'm just looking at social media. It's a little bit about putting his fingers on ice because he is the golden arm, golden fingers.
Now Alex Carey's adjusted the field here and Cummins has moved.
So he's gone to catching cover. Cummins that is. Line bowls. Forward Sundar to slip on the bounce. Not quite. The 2 of them were diving in front of each other. It didn't carry. Labuschagne and Smith are there for exactly that.
Sundar hesitant to push at the ball there.
Oh, that's got him lunging forward, hitting high on the bat.
4 helmets.
4 under the lid.
I'd like to see one more somewhere.
They're swarming. They're ready. Line bowls and Sundar gets forward and defends straight of Constas, who you can hear through the stump mic. I wonder whether that's why Jaiswal was having a crack to try and smack it at Constas instead of point the previous over.
Great chance, actually.
Australian green lids everywhere. Line from the southern end. Sundar waits for him, bowls here wide on the crease, and he leaves a hard spun off break into the gloves of Carey.
Come on, Nate. 7, 8, 8.
Bounce there.
7, 8, go Reed.
These upgraded Kookaburras are good balls, Damien.
So 2 to it, boys.
So much chat. Lyon to Sundar. Flatter, defended. Constance collects and threatens to throw at the stumps with the backhand indoor cricket style.
Just can't see Sundar playing a Richard Punt type shot or a Jaiswal. He's going to defend stoutly. It'll take a big ball, a good delivery to knock him over.
Sundar shut out the noise. There's plenty of it. Line up and bowls to him here and he leaves. He pulls inside the line. It's not a plain miss. End of the line made. 6 for 132. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. 6 for 132. 26 overs left.
Uncomfortable and struggling to stay cool this summer? Beat the Aussie heat with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Whether you're indoors or outdoors, trust Dynabreeze to keep you cool and comfortable on the hottest days. Great for the workshop, home gym or patio. Dynabreeze fans are engineered to withstand the toughest conditions and are backed by an industry-leading 3-year factory warranty for that peace of mind. Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Get yours now at Bunnings and leading hardware stores.
Our 3rd and final session. Cheers for the cricket. Cheers Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And it's a final session that promises plenty now for Australia. Scott Boland will continue. Nathan Lyons briefly off the field. It's like he's changing his boot. Pat Cummins chatting to the bowler. Taking their time to get this right. And Mitchell Stark will have another spell in him as well, you suspect, at some point soon. He's bowled a team out here in the final session before Pakistan back in 2016 when he rolled through them when that test looked unwinnable in a similar situation to today. And of course we know how dearly Scott Boland loves bowling on this pitch. 3 in the cordon, silly point, couple of catching covers. Boland in here, delivers to Jaiswal, deflects into the offside where Sam Constas takes it cleanly. One hand. Tom
Damien.
Morris.
Good, sorry.
That's right. CricViz just reporting that the expected average for Parnes dismissal was 112.4, which means that you only get out every 112 runs when the ball pitches in that position. And they're batting for a draw.
Despite the icing of the spinning figure from head, that was clearly batter error. But it did open the door. That was the fourth. They've taken 6. Boland delivers. And forward here, playing past silly point, is Jaiswal.
Much better footwork, isn't it, from Jaiswal there?
So will Pat Cummins get Nathan Lyon to hold up that far end and use the quicks in short spells here so that they're fresh when they get a chance at the new ball?
I'd say so.
Three over spells or something. So we could bring Stark on for 3 overs now. Cummins on for 3.
What you can hear is Sam Constas at silly point doing the slow hand clap trying to get Bay 13 involved, and they respond accordingly. Round the wicket, Boland. In here, Jaiswal leaves in the channel outside the line. Decent length. So they're going to get with the second new one, Flem. If they took it immediately, do the maths correctly here, they'll get about 11 or 12 with it at the end of the test match, which will be mightily exciting.
And they're a chance with still, what is it now, 6 down, but one more wicket. You know, you're talking deep and Bumrah and then Siraj. This is such a big wicket here for India.
Can they get a look at the bowlers? Jaiswal over the wicket bowl and change of angle forward in defence to Cummins at straightish catching cover.
It's interesting. I'd come back around the wicket. He flayed a couple of real wide ones last over. From over the wicket, he looks more compact. I think his eyes are in line, his footwork's moving well. From around the wicket last over, he was everywhere.
Despite having faced 195 balls for 76, the young man has had a massive 2024. How will he finish it? Bowling to him here. Jaiswal works it off the hip. He's got an acre to work with. Bisects the 2 fielders on that side of the ground, gets a couple. 78 for him, 6 for 134 the score. 1 left in the over. I'll tell you what, they wouldn't mind getting Boland at Washington before he gets set as well. Yet to bowl to him. He will go back, as you say, Flem, back round the wicket for one last crack here at Jaiswal. Slip, fourth slip, backward point, silly point, and a couple of catching covers. Boland up, northern end, delivers here. Jaiswal full and driving and finding the gap and away to the boundary. It'll run, and it should reach it, and it does reach it. So he goes to 82 with a lovely shot. He's best for a time, 6 for 138. Their target, irrelevant as it is now, is 340. Drinks have been brought out onto the field. The first of a couple of drinks breaks in the final session. Boundaries for Azito, do it with Azito Power Tools. And our drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. We'll take a pause here at the G. 70,000 people watching Australia. They've got 25 overs to take 4 more wickets to go 2-1 up in the series.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
When you swim for sick kids, Australia cheers you on. Be a Starlight Super Swim hero this February and join the challenge at superswim.org.au.
Good afternoon. Taking a look at your run around Melbourne, Mornington Peninsula Freeway is seeing delays through Rosebud heading outbound, and due to a rollover in Dandenong, Hammond Road is closed in both directions at the Dandy Bypass. To the north of the Dandy Bypass, eastbound left-hand lane is also closed on the bypass. Celebrating New Year's Eve from the comfort of your home, watch Melbourne's New Year's Eve fireworks live on Channel 9 from 11 p.m. Search Melbourne New Year's Eve for details. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
3 for 121. No intent from either side at the moment. Park swings across the line. It hangs. Marsh at deep mid-wicket takes the catch. The first moment of aggression, and Part is gone. Jadeja bowls. Edge out. Jadeja edges bowling through to the keeper. She might be game on.
Number 33, line up southern end to Ready.
And he beats Smith. Caught the edge. Steve Smith, a ripper slit.
The 3 wickets to fall between tea and the drinks break. 6 for 138, punt for 30, Jadeja for 2, Ready for 1, all in the space of about 5 overs. 25 left in the test match. Adam Collins with you. Simon Katich jumps in with Damien Fleming and myself. A 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. How different the game of cricket feels now, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, Flem, and all our listeners. Yeah, it's certainly different now. Some amazing cricket in that last half an hour. Brilliant catch by Steve Smith off Nathan Lyon, and Scotty bowling with a beauty to get rid of Jadeja. But that man, Rishabh Pant, threw his wicket away to a rank half-tracker.
Could have hit it anywhere.
I know.
He could have just gone, I'll just get a single down the other end. He could have bludgeoned it for 4. And he wanted to hit a 6.
Yeah. To the biggest part of the ground. With a sweeper there.
It's given Australia this window. Can they climb through it? How much it would mean getting the job done here at Melbourne. When around the tea break, it felt like we were drifting towards shaking hands half an hour early. Not now. Always a twist with these two teams. Expect the unexpected. The motto of late for the Border Gavaskar. Washington Sundar just waiting for line here. All the catching men around the bat. Line up, bowls here. Sundar forward, defending to Sam Constas, who's busy there under the lid now at Silly Point.
Well, even the fact that he's gone under the lid on the offside to Boland, that made a difference, because you could see Jacewell get rattled a couple of overs ago playing at balls he didn't need to, and I reckon a lot of that was because Constas was right under his nose there.
Line passes, umpire golf bowls here. Sundar leaves the off break. Wide of the off stump, nothing wrong with that. Kerry loves it.
I would have stayed around.
Yeah.
He come over and everything's under his eyes, and he played it quite well. No, he was nowhere from around the wicket.
Yeah, he was wafting at balls that are way outside off stump.
Sundar been important on the final day against Australia before. Facing line, flied it up, knocked on the head, back to the bowler.
Well, there's 12 overs to the second new ball after this, and then that'll leave no, sorry. It'll be 12 overs
Get
left.
your calculator outside.
No, it's because it'll click over to 24 after this.
Yeah.
So there'll be 12 overs with the new ball.
Right. Line, again, flatter into Kerry's gloves. About 5th stump line, so mixing up his speeds. It's 87 kilometres an hour.
So these two need to do the bulk of the work to get through these 12 overs if India are to hang on, because 12 overs for the tail with that second
It's only
Newey.
1 wicket, Cato, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're into the tail.
Correct.
1 more wicket and they see Akash deep. That's the frame here. Line bowls, he spins again past the shouldered arms of Washington Sundar. He can play in
He's
both
got good
gears.
composure, Washington Sundar. Yeah. He's got real fight in him.
So line from the southern end. Finishes over here, and Sundar goes back and defends and bisects a couple of fielders, but there's nothing on. 2 from 16, Sundar. Jaiswal down the other end on 82. A 6 for 138. 24 overs remaining in this test match on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. In an absolute first at National Tiles, we're slashing prices on all our tiles for online buyers only between now and New Year. Yes, this unprecedented National Tiles online offer is only between now and New Year. I promise you there's never been a better time to buy National Tiles online than between now and New Year. But you'll have to be quick. So go online to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
It's going to be a change of bowler for Australia. It's the captain, Pat Cummins. Double wicket maiden to get them going earlier today. Nicking off Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul in the same over. Shaking up the bowling for the man shake. The captain's been good through this test. Round the wicket. Fielders round the bat, 2 catching covers. Bowls here short to Jaiswal, who sways out the way. That wasn't
no
far
warm-up
away.
balls for Pat Cummins. It just always looks quicker than 137 kilometres an hour from Pat Cummins. The batters just, they have to go all matrix, don't they, in the end? Jaiswal going, wow. Great. And I love the bouncer first ball. It gets you through the crease. Helps you warm up.
They do want him driving. They've got Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne as 2 catching covers, like they're 2 slips, about 12 metres from the bat. Cummins up to Jaiswal, who plays out towards Labuschagne, albeit a ball that sent him back, and he thudded it into the turf without a lot of control. Tom Morris with us as well with the good oil for the Cobram estate.
Look at Nathan Lyon. He's drawn level with Ravi Ashwin's, or R. Ashwin's, all-time wickets tally. In Test cricket, he's number 7, equals 7th of all time, 537 wickets at an average of 30. Just a few behind Glenn McGrath now as well. Not this series, but maybe later next year he'd get there.
4 still for him there on the shelf today, or for someone, or for Cummins. Bowls here to Jaiswal, who tries to flame off the back foot, but again doesn't quite get the timing. This time to the straighter of the cover.
The shot that could be undoing that, because no footwork and he's just throwing the bat, extra bounce. He's going to outside edge, but it could keep low and come in.
Yep. I'll close the face of the bat on one and chop it back onto the stumps. I don't think he realises at the moment how crucial he is for India to hang in there, because if he gets out before this second new ball, they're in trouble.
That's what Cummins striving for. One more. Cummins to Jaiswal, the set man, defends it. He's been out there for 200 deliveries, Jaiswal, for 82 now. Personal milestone, not a million miles away either.
Pat Cummins. Sorry. Yeah, brilliant bowling. I'm just saying, he's coming in and he's just changing his grip too. So he might not end up doing too much in the release, but the batsman's going, what is he doing? What ball is he trying to deliver?
So maybe trying to hide it a bit with from reverse in mind, possibly. He's operating away from us at the northern end. 2 left. Jaiswal here bumps him and he gets underneath it, but he does have the bat there for a long time as well.
Yeah, mixing up his length well, Pat Cummins, just so Jaiswal can't settle, get into any sort of rhythm against him.
Still a long way to go for India. 24 overs. Victory target off the table. 202 away from that. They had their chance in the middle of the second session to up the tempo, but they chose not to. Cummins to finish up. Jaiswal round the wicket, finds the edge and stopped well by Mitchell Marsh to his left. In about 4th slip there, saved runs. Gets Sundar back on strike for the next over. 6 for 138 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Jaiswal 82, Sundar on 2, 23 overs left.
Spend $5 or more with your MasterCard credit card and you could win a $1,500 Benelong dining voucher. Ends December 31, 2024. TC's exclusions and eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Mitchell Stark is going to return, replacing Nathan Lyon. So he'll have a burst here and then presumably a second one with the second new ball in 11 overs time, but trying to knock over Sundar before he's set. Took 4 wickets in a flurry to beat Pakistan here in the final session in 2016. Can get the ball reversing, we know that too. This might be the time for some reverse. If there's any there, Flem.
We'll have to have a look.
We'll see.
I thought India might have got it going about this time yesterday.
Yeah, Alex Carey made that point earlier today. So 3 in the cord and then a short leg. Bowls here to Sundar. First ball Stark, left alone. It bounces before reaching Alex Carey.
What about how close Marnus Labuschagne is there at second slip? If he takes a catch there, it'll be an absolute screamer.
So it's Smith at normal first slip. And then, Labuschagne is at least a few metres in front of where Carey's positioned as far as where he is in relation to the batter. And then Marsh in more the traditional gully, almost without a line of sight to the ball.
Marsh is almost probably third slip, fourth slip, but he's way deeper than Labuschagne.
Head under the lid. Stark out from the southern end, hiding the ball. Bowls it here, left alone, Sundar. So trying to at least give the impression that reverse is in the frame. Well, that's what he wants.
Just different bounce, isn't it? That first ball almost grubbed along the ground, and that one, good steep bounce from Mitchell Stark. So some variable bounce. They're definitely running in, at least showing to the batsman that they're trying to hide which way the shiny side is. I'm not seeing a lot of reverse, but who knows? If he goes a Yorker length and gives the ball more time to swing, can he get that in-swing Yorker going?
It's Constance now at short leg, not head, for what it's worth. Stark bowls here and Sundar leaves alone. And it's the voice of Constance you can hear between deliveries.
Brilliant in the first innings, Sundar. He's looking composed again here at the moment. Not getting sucked into playing at balls outside off stump that are wide.
Yeah, you just feel if someone plays a big shot, it'll actually be Jaswell up the other end. You hear a lot about the rate Washington Sundar's leadership. Still the young man himself.
All action around the bat. Stark up to the crease. Delivers to Sundar here, close to the stumps. Well behind it, defending. Stopped by Sean Abbott at backward point. Sub on the field at the moment.
Yes, King. Yeah, the boy.
Get the impression we're going to hear a lot of Sam Constance through stump mark over the years to come. I love how the chat remains the same at park or club level to test level. 7 and 8, boys. 7 and 8. Here we go. Here we go. And so on and so forth.
Here it comes.
He's might become his own world here, Sam Constance.
What an experience. Right in the thick of things. Can Stark get a second wicket. Got Kohli before lunch. Bowls to Sundar here. He sways out of a short one.
Nice bowling.
Quiet half an hour here for India. Just what they needed. So Sundar's faced 21 balls. So in terms of getting set, Kat, the degree of comfort will go up here surely for him.
Well, particularly against this older ball. Just about 70 overs old now. He's soft. These two have to be there for that second new ball if India are to hang on. Australia strike here. The tail's going to find it hard.
So Sundar stepping up so far. Stark charging into him, hiding the ball, bowls it here. Ooh. Hit on the pad via the inside edge. Might have got the full face to it, actually. Either way, it's back with Stark. End of the over, 6 for 138. Their target's 340. That's irrelevant now. Jaiswal 82, Washington 2. 22 overs remaining today on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing every day live. Gerard Whateley in for me.
Tired of running out of sparkling water or having to carry heavy bottles from the supermarket? Then get a SodaStream and make fresh sparkling water at home whenever you want. And if you feel like getting creative, add your favourite flavour like Pepsi Max, Lipton Iced Tea, ginger beer or passion fruit. There's a flavour for everyone. Never run out of sparkling drinks again this summer. Fizz, mix and enjoy with SodaStream.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean, Kamsik Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 6 for 138. Jaiswal's 82, Washington's 2. 22 overs remaining in the day's play. It's an occasion that deserved a tension-laden climax, and that's what we've got. Hiding the ball on the way in, reverse swing. 4 wickets required. A possibility opened up after tea. Crowded in around Jaiswal, who faces up to Cummins around the wicket. Jaiswal in behind and defending. Simon Katich for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food, and Bharat Sundaresan is with us as well. Bharat, welcome back.
Good evening, Gerard. Simon, how the thing has changed. We went to tea, Maan is bowling that over. full of pretty mediocre bouncers, to say the least. And it all felt like the game was going nowhere, but one bad shot from Rishabh Pant and the game's been opened up.
Jaiswal's the main resistance over the wicket. Cummins turned down the leg side, and there's runs in front of Khawaja at square. A couple for Jaiswal, who'll move to 84. The start comes up from fine leg. 200 to win, never mind. 6 for 140.
What is in the game now is Jaiswal 16 away from second 100 of the series. More importantly, can he hang in there to the second new ball and do the job with the second new ball, because that's what he's used to doing as the opener. You don't want to leave it up to the tail, because Australia will find a way through.
Cummins to Jaiswal, the back foot defending under the eyes.
And I wonder how many overs Cummins will give Stark here. You could see what happened there. He brought himself on, and after the first ball he realized there was some reverse swing. Immediately brought Mitchell Stark on from the other end. And just the last ball of the last over, you could see it tail in late to Washington Sundar. So just another little chapter in this game.
The game was going nowhere after two. We had 7 overs for 14 runs. It was petering out with line and head. And then Pant inexplicably in the 59th over opened the way. Jaiswal, back foot defence. Then Jadeja went in the 63rd. Lyon struck in the 64th with Reddy gone. And we're all balanced up. This is the 71st over now.
We spoke about it the other day. You can't afford to have a mindset that you've still got plenty of wickets left and the next guy will get the job done, because as we saw, Jadeja got an absolute beauty from Boland, and then young Reddy, who did a great job in the first innings, he got a good ball from Nathan Lyon. Brilliant catch by Steve Smith.
Cummins bowls. Jaiswal was short. He went after it down the leg side as he knocked it through to Carey. They're up and asking. Umpire says no. Immediate review. Carey tells Cummins he hit it.
Jaiswal looks very guilty. He looks very guilty. They're already celebrating, the Australians.
Cummins looks super confident.
TV umpire to director will have a player review for court. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the field placement and it's a fair delivery from the teacher.
This is for Imars the Shed, giving cash back rewards with insurance. Jaiswal survived an LBW on 31. This is down the leg side. Hooking the ball. Yes, he's hit it.
He's hit it.
It's hit the bat high up. Needs to be confirmed.
I can see a deflection of the gloves. Yes, please.
Oh, yes.
It's hit the blade, not the gloves.
If you can have RTS with the previous one, RTS with the previous angle, please.
Quite a while.
Let's kiss the sponsor's badge.
And you could see it in Jaiswal's body language as he turned around.
Just yes, please. I just roll back. Roll back.
Why have we not got Snicko alongside this?
Slowly.
Onto the SG. Touches there, comes off.
I can see a clear contact with the gloves. If you have RTS, you can have this.
Oh, there you go.
Here comes Snicko.
Go back to the previous one. Or the first one you showed me.
There is a clear visual deflection. There's nothing on Snicko.
Yeah, I can see a clear deflection of the glass.
This has to be given out.
The other angle that you showed just previous from the back, yeah.
It has to be given out. It clearly deflects off the bat.
The other angle you showed me, just show. Yes, please.
Regardless of what Snicko says.
Wow.
Freeze it there. Freeze the replay as the ball is on the gloves. Yeah. I can see the ball. Yeah, just freeze the replay there. I can see the ball has made contact with the gloves. Joel, you need to change your decision.
Oh, yes.
Jaiswal's about to be given out.
Now. Batter is out.
It's a massive moment in the Test match. There'll be huge questions around the process and exactly how Jaiswal's been given out. But he was definitely out. Don't worry about the glove. It came off the bat. Jaiswal goes for 84. This is going to be furiously debated in two countries. Technology giveth on 31 and technology taketh away on 84. Cummins has struck. India 7 down.
Clearly out. Yeah. Clearly out. I can't believe the Snicko has not showed anything up, because that's come off the face of the bat. And he knew it. He looked as guilty as anything.
And even TV replay showing the deflection, and I'm not sure why the third umpire kept insisting it came off glove. It seemed to come off bat.
Came off the bat.
Jaiswal knew it. You could see it in his body language. Now obviously he reacts after having seen Snicko. Oh, the end of 2024, Gerard. We have our diplomatic issue.
It was predicted early in the day, and it is before us there. The Indian fans are wild down below us. They're wrong, but we all see these things through different eyes. As the problem was the way the process was used there. It kissed the SG on the bat.
Yep.
Don't worry about the glove. It hit the face of the bat.
Yep. It's clearly seen a deflection from that behind view.
So Cummins gets it with the old ball. 71st over. It's still 21 to survive. Oh, they'll debate. Yeah, nah. 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Not for the first time in the series. Snicko failed. We've seen a couple of edges not registered from that part of the technology. We're not using hotspot. There's plenty of evidence to give it out. Akashdeep, the new man in. Australia crowd in closer. Cummins bowls to Akash. He runs the ball out through points. And he'll take a single to get off the mark and keep the strike. 7 for 141 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Never trade his mate. That's
At Blunston, we've always kept moving, so the people who wear our boots can do the same. Our work and safety range is built for anything the day throws at you. From a long day on the work site to tackling the rugged terrain on the farm and everything in between, Blunston has you covered. Engineered tough with next-gen technology and award-winning design, our work and safety boots provide protection and comfort all day long. Blunston, building the future. Find your local retailer at blunston.com.au.
It's turned wild at the MCG. Huge crowd in. Indian unrest. A replay, the pay.com.au replay screen. You'll see it over and over. Poor old Scott Boland came down to fine leg and they're chanting cheater at him. It had nothing to do with it. 2 leg gullies, 2 slips, 1 gully. Ooh. Bat pad, silly points. Reverse swing, Mitch Stark, 1 for 24 from the worn ends. No, 3 slips instead of 2 leg gullies. Now Australia is set. Akashdeep is on strike. Stark over around the wicket bowls. Akash squared up, squeezed it out. It goes away to gully for a single. He's off strike. 7 for 142.
You just wonder whether Pat Cummins will put someone behind point for a squirt like that to keep Akashdeep on strike next time he comes down this end. Pat Cummins was out at a cover region in front of the wicket. But he's only defending. He's just going to try and squirt the ball square of the wicket.
The byplay in those huddles. So Travis Head walked past the batters as Jacewell was just arriving, and he heard Jacewell say he was out, that he hit it. Came to the Australian huddle, and then we went from there. The Phantom Snicko, Rahul in Perth, Marsh in Adelaide. Now Jacewell in Melbourne. Washington faces up. He's beaten the ripper from Stark, roaring past the outside edge.
India in trouble here. Australia got their tails up. And the ball, oh yeah, that's gone beautifully off a good length. Just missed the outside edge.
We saw India generate quite a bit of reverse swing, the oldish ball yesterday, and it's happening here. How does Washington Sundar play it from here?
All the fielders from one half of the pitch back. Washington leaves. So keeper first and second slip gully, leg gully, short backward square now being redeployed by Cummins, who's going to take that position. Bat pad, silly point. Boland had been at a short extra cover. He's been put across at mid-on now. As Cummins comes to a short backward square. And Kawaj is actually not quite sure where he's been deployed. He's just a man looking for a position. He's going to second gully. All maximum tension, maximum controversy. Washington faces Stark, sways out of the bouncer.
Still 20 overs to go after this, so Sundar's going to have to absorb the bulk of it. The tail enders, they did a good job up in Brisbane. Akash Deep and Bumrah. Can they do it again? A long way from home here. Rishabh Pant must be sitting in that Indian dressing room or dugout with a sick feeling in his stomach at the moment, because they were cruising. And now, in danger of going 2-1 down.
Stark bowls, Washington defends back down the pitch.
And I think he will trust Akash a little more than he will Bumrah and Siraj. So you'll see him not worry too much about farming the strike now. That opens the door for Australia.
Yeah, the danger for Sundar now is you worry about getting down the other end, and it contributes to him getting out because he plays at a ball that he doesn't need to, and Stark will be all over that. Maybe just putting one out in the channel, seeing if he wants to fish at one.
Last ball of the over. Washington on the back foot sees it off. 7 for 142. 20 overs remaining. It's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing to everyday life. Everyone's going to have a theory on the crucial moment of the session for New Farm. Australia's #1 on hard-to-kill weeds. You've got Simon Torfel as part of your 7 coverage, and he's saying that the correct decision was made in the end. In the end, the clear deflection is conclusive evidence enough.
Agreed.
I'm sure I would want umpire Saykat. I'm sure I'd want my life in his hands. What he did earlier in the Test match with the liner, gave the ball not out that was out, in the way that he's described that dismissal. Cummins begins the fresh over. Akash edges short. Didn't carry to carry.
You're saying you won't trust your life in his hands. Right now, he's thinking about his own life, Gerard. His voice will be played and replayed for many more days to come. And nobody in India will agree with anything he says.
Yep.
Any danger Joel Wilson might get it right in the middle? He'll take the heat out of it. We do know his form, though, don't we? Cummins to Akash in behind, a bit jumpy. Gets it safely down onto the pitch. Oh, goodness, it's hard to keep up with all that's going around at the moment. Messages, public and private, all coming from everywhere. Raging debates. However this goes. Both DRS, the LBW earlier on, the court behind. Jacewell the centre of both of them. Cummins bowls onto the off stump. Akash lays bat on ball. Takes a single out to cover. Anything that dribbles past the field now is a run because it's so tightly crowded in. 7 for 143.
Once again, Pat Cummins, isn't it? We saw it, Simon, in Pakistan on dead pitches.
Yep.
The way he led this team. Call it the 15-day test. The reverse swing spell in the first innings in Lahore.
Yeah. And even here, this almost very moment last year against Pakistan where they got down to probably needing 100 to win, and Rizwan was going beautifully, and Salman, and then he went bang, bang, changed the test. It was over within 20 minutes. 7 for the match so far, plus vital runs.
Cummins bowls. Washington keeps it down. There's a bat pad right there, plus 2 leg gullies.
And that's exactly why I had him as man of the series, Gerard, with my predictions.
Yep.
So if he gets them home here and Australia go 2-1 up, every chance he's man of the match here with the runs he made in both innings and the wickets now. But there's still 3 wickets left.
There's 3 great contenders for Bingley, better living every day. What Bumrah has done, what Reddy has done, and what Cummins has done and still might do. 3 for 23. He bowls to Washington down the leg side. Washington didn't catch up with it.
I guess the next big question for Pat Cummins is, does he give himself another over, turn to Boland and wait for the second new ball? Because you'd want Stark and Cummins with a new ball, wouldn't you, Simon?
Well, the other question is, if they're happy with this ball and it's tailing a little bit, do they keep it? But it's a tough one because that new ball swung today. Mitchell Stark had it swinging. I think it was at 1.5 degrees at one point.
Last ball of Cummins, 17th over. He delivers to Washington, who ducks the bouncer. 7 for 143. 19 overs left in the day's play. The crowd formally has been posted at 74,362. Absolutely stunning day. And it has really come to life after the tea break, and it looks like it will take us the distance now. So that makes the final attendance at the test 373,691. Absolutely phenomenal.
Shattered the record, isn't it, Gerard?
Nathan Lyons coming back into the attack. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. So the wait for the new ball is on for Mitch Stark, and we'll get Tom Morris to complete the calendar year for Yashasvi Jacewell. Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. They are crowded in around Akash. Line bowls to him. He plunges forward to defend.
1,400 and... Oh, hang on, let me just refresh the page. Sorry. 1,478 runs at 54, which places him 12th all-time for a calendar year.
Akash, long way forward defending. Salimidov, 2 slips, leg gully, bat pad, either side of the popping crease. So 6 in the keeper, crowded in around. Plus a straight mid-wicket, 1 pitch away. Akash, let's hit him, having pitched outside leg.
Good move from Pat Cummins on a few counts. Akash did generally the way he plays spin. So Mitchell Stark gets a calf massage on the sidelines by the physio. He likes to attack.
Lion bowls, Akash hit on the pad. They ask. It was just a polite inquiry, not the full shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinnies. How's that? Hazy Pale Ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wines.
How long can he resist this? It's open areas everywhere. Hit a couple of balls, get rid of at least one of these close ins.
And balls, Akash defends. Keeps it right at his toes.
Bars around the MCG will do good business tonight, Gerard. Indian fans will need it.
ball of Lions over. Akash, just short of the city mid-off. Pushed forward, head couldn't reach it. A maiden over, tight, survived. 7 for 143, head reaching down with the left-hand, ball off the gloves, just underneath his fingers to touch the safety of turf. Akash 3, Washington 2. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean, Come Seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Arshdeep seems to have a problem with how close Travis Head is standing at Silly Point. Just had a word with umpire Joel Wilson.
Washington's on strike. Cummins meticulous with this field. 2-leg gullies, keeper, first slip. Kawaja being called into the cordon. Gully, short backward points. Silly points. Cover, bat pad. Cummins around the wicket, bowls. Washington blocks from the stumps. There's a single there. Cummins chases it off the square. They do take the run.
Big call from Washington. Of course, he trusts Arshdeep, but there's really no need for that single. I think against a reverse swinging ball and Pat Cummins, this tail up. The batter with the better credentials should have faced the rest of the over. He have made a number of mistakes in this session. Hope this one doesn't come back to haunt Washington.
Bowls. Akash runs the ball to point, sent back. Marsh was quick out of the gully.
Generally with these kind of draws, Gerard, the drama really picks up once the last hour starts. We're not there yet.
Yeah.
Already we've had a lot of drama.
We can sort of add into all of this mix. Australia batted for 2 overs this morning and then gave 2 up on the change. So 4 fewer overs than might have been the case. And then new ball overs at that. This is the 75th over. Akash on strike. He lets the ball pass. It bounces up chest height and bounces on the way through to Carey. That was the slower ball from Pat.
As you can imagine, Gerard, debate is raging around this Snicko decision, and the boss of Snicko has given a statement to Code Sports.
Hello.
I love this. Wow. That was one of the glance shots where there isn't any noise, so Snicko shows nothing, only ambient noise. I checked with the audio director and he said there was no noise either. Probably only Hotspot could have resolved that one. Thanks, Snicko.
Cummins bowls. Akash Yorker got it away down the leg side for 4. Toe of the bat onto it. It had some tail on it. A boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. It really doesn't relieve any of the pressure. 7 for 148.
Yeah, runs don't matter anymore. All that matters is Pat Cummins has 2 more balls at Akashdeep. If he could get 1 more wicket, now I think it will be too tall a task ahead of India to save this test match.
Cummins bowls. Akash defends from the stumps. Such a well-pitched delivery. You miss, I hit. Around the wicket for the last ball of the over. So this is 75. Do Cummins take a breather?
I think he will.
New ball.
This ball. This is 4th over in the spell. Broke open the game by getting rid of Jaiswal. Maybe go back to Boland for a couple from this end and then bring himself back on for the second new ball.
Cummins around the wickets, bowls, Yorker, Akash up to the task. Another over ticks by. 7 for 148, 17 to go. Our New Zealand audience about to leave us for the Black Caps and Sri Lanka. This is all on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
for your afternoon drive around Melbourne. There's a broken down truck on the Tulla Freeway inbound. That's after Moreland Road. The speed has been reduced to 60 while they get heavy haulage on scene. And a rollover in Dandenong Hammond Road is still closed in both directions at the Dandy Bypass. Eastbound left-hand lane is also closed on the Dandy Bypass. Enjoy 20 times Flybuys points on selected drinks at Liquorland, like a 1 litre bottle of Jim Beam White Bourbon. Offer ends Tuesday. Choose to drink wise. T's and T's apply. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Tensions are pretty obvious out in the middle. SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Joe Wilson telling the Indian batters to get a hurry along. Come back to the crease. Cummins is just loading up around the batters. 17 overs remain. Australia looking for 3 more wickets. Record attendance for a test match at the MCG confirmed. 373,691. And they're going to be taken all the way. Lyon has 1 wicket. He bowls to Washington. Full and chipped away through mid-on. There wasn't a whole lot behind it, but there's no defence. It might stop before it reaches the rope. Boland gets there and flicks it back. So they take 2. Washington keeps the strike. He's on 5.
Some sections of the Indian crowd were still just cheering on. The others are unhappy, Gerard. Most of them are happy.
Let's go, boys.
5 around the bat on the offside, 2 on leg. Washington forward defending.
And the only reason we're not hearing the jeering is there's not a single Australian on the boundary. They're all in the middle surrounding the batter.
It's a passionate game. Line around the wicket. Washington plunges forward to defend. Line 1 for 37. How Australia would like him just to pick up 1 before the new ball. Line to Washington from the toes, keeps it out.
Boland is just warming up, Gerard, so expect him to come in and bowl a couple of overs from this end before the second new ball. Just Scotty at the G. Might even get you a wicket.
Starks Paddy's massage. He's back on the field and he'll be right to go. Line to Washington, defending. Straight to the ground.
Come on here, Gary.
Last ball of the 76th over. There'll be 16 left after this. 12 of them with the new ball. Line to Washington. That's a pass. 7 for 150. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. Adam Collins coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley Complete at Home and move in now. Just what this frenetic, exhilarating test match needed. A diplomatic stink in the final session. Adam Collins in with Bharat, Sundaresan, 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Scotty Boland returns to the attack 4 overs before the second new ball is due. 16 overs left in the game. 1 more over before they'll ring the bell for the final hour, so to speak. 7 for 150. Boland in, catches everywhere. Into Akash on 7, bowls here. Catch, short leg, gone! Or is it? They're convinced, the Australians that is, Joel Wilson unmoved. It pops straight up to short leg. Are we going upstairs again? Are we getting another look at, dare I say it, Snicko? We sure are. Third umpire has been busy this afternoon.
Player review for court. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the field.
Wow. Usman Khawaja came running in.
Front on first, please.
Saying it was clearly out.
The pay.com.au replay screen will get a first look with Bharat Sundaresan momentarily.
Ooh, right, we wait for the replay. Well,
is there an inside edge before it hits the pad flat? That's the question.
I think it's hit the pad. I don't know whether there's an inside edge. Doesn't look like it hit the bat.
So the Australians just reflexively went up as though it was the most straightforward decision in the world. Here's Snicko. And there is a murmur, more than a murmur. Well, it's in operation now. Umpire Wilson, Joel, you're going to have to change your decision.
Spikes as the ball has just passed the bat. Satisfied, the batter has made contact
Joel
with the
Wilson.
bat. So, Joel, you need to change your decision. Stand by.
Oh, no. It was the soundtrack of the 2019 Ashes. Joel, you're going to have to change your decision. 8 for 150. Aussies on a roll. They've taken 5 wickets since tea. Akashdeep caught it short leg for 7. Boland gets a second. Snicko involved again. All happening at the G.
Call the head of Snicko again, Tommy Morris. All of India will want to know. But it just looked like it went past the bat. And you saw the initial replay, but clearly there was an inside edge. It was a very instinctive appeal from...
Well, the way that head went up, like you often can tell, not tell, but you can... Well, Simon Katich is at the back of the box. He did his job for years. The way the short leg went up, he's like, he knew there was 2 noises because he side on to it. And Constance at Silly Point was equally convinced. Yes. So you can see here on the replay time and time again, it doesn't matter now. Decision made. The technology was there. Jasprit Bumrah, he's had a stunning 2024 with ball in hand. Played his role at Brisbane to help India avoid the follow-on, which was so consequential in the final wash-up of the 3rd Test match. Walking out at 10, historically been an 11. And there because Scott Boland, back in the attack, struck with the first ball of his new spell.
This is what Australia wanted before the second new ball. To completely open up that end. And now they have it. 5 balls at Bumrah for Boland.
3 catches in the leg side trap. 3 in the cordon. Silly Point. Bumrah facing Boland down the leg side. Leg slip diving away. Mitchell Starc.
Well done, Mitchell
Saves
Starc.
runs there. Keeps Bumrah on strike. More important at this juncture. 8 for 150. Target of 340 long since gone.
Australia all over it now. They're all over India. Everybody playing their role. It's a crucial dive from Mitchell Starc. Nothing to do with the runs, but now Boland has 4 more balls at Bumrah.
Boland approaching away from us. Delivers to Bumrah here. Forward in defence. A couple of texts in asking about what happens with the cut-off. The final hour is the final hour is the final hour unless bad light intervenes. And it doesn't feel like it's going to. The sun is covered by cloud right now, but the lights aren't yet on. So all things being equal, Australia do have time and the conditions on their side. We love you because you're a Victorian bellows out beneath us here in the Olympic stand. Boland away. Delivers here to Bumrah. Yet to get off the mark down the leg side. Gets 4. Unclear what it hit. Buys. There were no buys in this test match till about an hour ago. 4 of them down the leg side. India 8 for 154.
You sure it didn't hit the pad? Joel's having that kind of evening.
Gosh, I feel for Joel there. I mean, look, there's going to be so much attention on the decision that was overturned in the absence of Snicko.
Yeah.
That Simon Torfel.
Yeah, you can actually see a mark on the bat in the replay.
An old-fashioned cherry.
Oh, this is from the catch before, is it? Boland again to Bumrah. Bouncer gets out the way just. Carey athletically to his left, drags it down. Australia have got the over 8 back to level as well, which is not for nothing.
There's so many replays and clips doing the round. There's one I just saw where Travis Head has a quick chat with Shastri Jaiswal while the review was being taken, and whatever Jaiswal says leads to Head celebrating.
Head says he knows after talking to him when the review process began, for what that's worth as well. All in with the catches. Boland to Bumrah to finish. He defends down the pitch. End of the over. 15 overs left, which means you can ring the bell. An hour to go. What a test match this has been. 8 for 154. Sundar 5. Bumrah yet to score. Drinks are coming out onto the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
We've seen delays caused by a broken down truck on the Tulla Freeway inbound after Moreland Road, and due to maintenance works over the Westgate Bridge. City-bound delays, only 2 lanes are open with delays back to Millers Road. Those delays are in place until the 4th of Jan. The Rebel sale is now on. Save up to 50% on selected running shoes, sneakers and basketball shoes. Plus, buy one, get one half price on full price clothing. And the Thunder take on the Renegades in the BBL here live tonight on SEN.
The fantastic sale is on now. Enjoy up to 20% off thousands of selected products, like up to $200 off selected sofas. Find your fantastic today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
Spolls, shorty went after it down the left side as he knocked it through to Carey. They're up and asking. Umpire says no. Immediate review.
See, I can see the ball. Yeah, just freeze the replay there. I can see the ball has made contact with the gloves.
Jaswell's about to be given out.
That is out.
It's a massive moment in the Test match.
Into Akash on 7 bowls here.
Catch, shot red, gone! Or is it? They're convinced. And there is a murmur, more than a murmur. Well, it's in operation now.
Snicko, a big part of this final session at the MCG. Jaiswal given not out on the field, but he smashed it. And umpire Saikat upstairs gave him out on the evidence of what he saw front on. And then Akash Street, a thick spike on Snicko, caught it short leg. Those 2 wickets there, the 5th and 6th of this final session. Australia 2 to get. We're now into the final hour. The lights have gone on. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan with you. He's here for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Nathan Lyon will operate from the southern end. 3 overs to go until the 2nd new ball. Washington Sundar, he's been there for 37 balls for 5 and done so much right. There are 5, count them, 5 catches on the offside, plus a short leg, a leg slip. And umpire Goff touches the watch to signify the fact that we have officially now hit the point where the overs must be bowled. Nothing else matters but 15 overs to go.
Signal rarely seen these days in Test cricket.
Always exciting when it is, Baz.
They should start ringing the bell.
They should bring the bell back. Yeah. I don't know why they did the what. Bring the bell back. Anyway. 8 for 1, 5 for the score, tweaking around as Aussies are taking their time. Extra helmets coming out, all the rest of it. I was in the press box when Jaiswal was given out, caught behind Baz. Tell you what, the response. There was cheering from the visiting journos when the Snicko wasn't there, and there was desolation and despair when umpire Saikat gave it out anyway. And it's kicking off in there, needless to say. So the coverage will be fiery in the postscript of all of this. Now, extra catcher in on the leg side. So 2, let's call it 2 leg slips, or a leg slip, a leg gully, and a short leg might be a better way of describing it. Sean Abbott in the middle of those 3.
Mitchell Stark's not on the field right now. We did see him get some attention from...
Watson never do this. Shut up, Rachel.
Got some internal TV banter between those contracted by networks. That's okay. Here comes Lyon. Start of the final hour. Bowls to Sundar, lunging forward, defending. To Labuschagne, who deflects from silly point. The straighter of the 2 down into the stumps.
Stark is just sat there on the chair, so maybe he'll be back for the next over.
Come on, Gaza.
Smith at first slip. Lyon bowls, Sundar leaves ever so close to the off stump. That's the one that goes on with the arm after hitting the shiny side. Pay.com.au replay screen. Just how close was it? We'll see it a second time.
Well, not that close.
Not as close as they made out round the bat, but still, pressure building. Line up, delivers here. Sundar leg stump line defends. So Smith at slip. Marsh at second slip, Kawaja at, let's call it gully. The two silly points are Constas and Labuschagne. The short legs head, the leg gullies Abbott, the leg slips Cummins, and Boland at a straight catching mid-wicket. Swarmed. Line in, Sundar. Defends off the inside part of the bat, not far away from head, diving to his right. This test match, we've said throughout, Baz, expect the unexpected.
Yep.
It's the counter-cyclical Border-Gavaskar series.
It is.
With that in mind, these two will probably bat for an hour. That's the type of series that we've got. Work to do for Australia. Nothing a formality. Lyon delivers southern end well forward, knocking it on the head. That's great batting from Washington Sundar. Positive footwork.
Well, he's faced over 200 balls in this test match already now, Washington. It was his partnership with Nitish Kumar Reddy that dragged India back into this contest. Can he somehow survive for one more hour?
There's one more ball in this over. Lyon's got 1 wicket. Bowls here, Sundar defends safely to Constas at silly point. 8 for 154. Maiden here, 14 overs to go. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday luck.
Word is, if Santa's sleigh needed tyres, the elves and Mrs. Claus demand Toyo as the tyre of choice. Which is handy, because Tyre Power's big December deal sale is on now. Not only can you get 4 for the price of 3 on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres, but you can also stop by for the world-famous free tyre safety check. Power through the festive season with Tyre Power. To find your Aussie-owned, local independent Tyre Power dealer, visit tyrepower.com.au.
Tom Morris is our numbers man for you, and Heinrich German engineered forklifts and racking systems to you after Boland's first ball. In here to Bumrah, yet to get off the mark, delivers here. Bumrah placed the silly point on the bounce. Constas diving to his left, not quite square enough. Tom Morris.
This is the first test match this year involving any countries which has gone more than 400 overs. For those of you who want to debate 5 and 4 day cricket, I'll stay out of it. Michael Vaughan.
Vaughan, copping pelters, isn't he?
Nathan Lyon, Simon Katich, they're all having a crack at Michael.
I gave him a clip on the podcast last night. We're all getting into him. In good spirits, of course.
I'm neutral.
Boland away from us. Lights on. Into Bumrah. Yet to get off the mark. Won't do here either. A defensive prod to Kawaja at mid-wickets.
How close is Sam Constas in at silly point? Bumrah can almost smell his breath on him. It's just how close he is.
Gosh, there is so much to unpick from this. A text in here from Brett. Seriously, they could make a movie about this test match alone. I don't disagree. 0433 98 11 16. Where are you taking it in? Are you here at the G? People still coming through the gates. SEN Stadium for all of that. 2-leg slips. Boland delivers.
Bumrah edging to first slip. It's carried. He's gone. Outstanding, Scott Boland. He's done it again. Back in the attack. 2 wickets in 2 overs. Australia are 1 wicket away from a famous victory. Stephen Smith, his second clutch catch of the final session, lowered to his right. After making 100 in the first innings, he's having a big say in the final session. Bumrah's gone for a duck, 9 for 154. After a few words from Bharat Sundaresan, it'll be Gerard Whateley to call you through to the end.
Who else but Scotty Boland? We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Joel Wilson's called for the third umpire, but Bumrah's walking off. It looked like a clean catch to me.
Placement,
Steve
it's a fair
Smith.
delivery, front on first, please.
Low just in front of him. And Bumrah's not waiting for the third umpire's decision. He's gone off. Siraj has already walked into the middle. Scotty Boland, why wait for the second new ball?
Yeah, just roll back 1 second. For me, I can see the fingers are underneath the ball. Just roll back.
Fourth umpire actually asking Bumrah to wait.
Yeah.
Well, we've had one umpiring controversy already.
Under the ball, as the ball gets into the hands. Satisfied. My decision for the big squid is.
Will be confirmed as out. Hands wrapped around a lovely piece of slips fielding. Out. 9 for 154. Siraj sent to the gallows. Simon Katich, welcome back.
Good evening, Gerard, Bharat, all our listeners.
Suddenly there's a big margin for error. Still 14.3 overs remaining. Slips, Cordon loaded. So too Scott Boland. He's into Siraj, who plays him down the leg side away from the leg gully. It'll be leg buys, I fancy. It sounded a bit patty. And so it is signalled. 9 for 155 puts Washington back on strike for the remainder of the over.
I mean, Washington can't lose the strike now. Not in this over, not in any of the other overs left.
This started in the 59th over. This is the 79th over. So in 20 overs, Australia has taken 6 wickets. What a turn of events. Boland looked to finish it. He bowls to Washington, who leaves.
When Rishabh Pant got out playing the ramp in the first innings, apart from going stupid, Sunil Gavaskar said maybe he's better off going into the opposition dressing room. I don't know what he's saying now. What a moment that's turned out to be.
A turning point.
As for all else that's spoken about, and India might try to lay blame elsewhere, they have to acknowledge their own part in this collapse and demise. Boland to Washington. Defends the last ball of the over. 9 for 155. The Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Experience the exhilarating BMW M range at Berwick BMW. With a range of BMW M models available for immediate delivery, contact Neil Phillips and the team at Berwick BMW today. LMCT 8953.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Australia 1 wicket away, 13 overs remaining. We brought in our closer, Damien Fleming. Welcome back, Flem.
Yeah, do you want this over or string it out for a little bit? Do you want one ball of the second new ball? What a wonderful test match. You know, over 70,000 people here, some great individual performances. But we're just about to see one of the great Australian victories of all time.
8 crowded in around Siraj. Nathan Lyon from the Warn ends. Line bowls, Siraj. They're up and pleading. Yes! Brilliant, Australia. Utterly brilliant. One of the great final session test victories. 7 wickets after tea. For a 2-1 lead in the series. It just has to be confirmed by the DRS.
Check the hit placement and it's a fair delivery.
Which is fitting because so much of this session has belonged with the TV umpire.
And the whole test match, hasn't it really? There's been so many DRS reviews, but Nathan Lyon, he doesn't go up very often if he doesn't think it's out. That was a great celebration from the greatest off-spinner that we've produced. Magical.
Low down, under the bat, under the knee roll. This will give Australia a second chance to celebrate. Be ready, people.
Just roll back once again.
Don't leave us hanging.
I can see the ball passing under
the villain of the piece, Snicko. Nothing there.
Satisfied. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please.
Here we go. One more roar.
2-1. Listen to that.
Australia win a record-breaking test at the MCG. A truly rollicking affair. It's a day 5 that will never be forgotten. India all out 155. Australia wins by 184 runs. Test cricket at its absolute peak.
Test cricket is alive and well in Australia. There's no doubt about that. What a wonderful victory by Australia. They looked down and out when Rishabh Pant and Jacewell were going, getting through to T, 3 down. And then since Rishabh Pant holed out deep mid-wicket, it just unravelled. The skipper, Pat Cummins, deserves a lot of credit for the way he went through the bowling changes. Scott Boland was outstanding. Cummo was outstanding. And then Nathan Lyon finished off with the last wicket of Siraj. Plum LBW. Some remarkable catching as well. Mitch Marsh took a couple of good ones, and so did Steve Smith at first slip to get rid of the first innings centurion. Ready. But what an amazing turnaround in this last session. This crowd has been treated to some absorbing Test cricket for the last 5 days.
The last 4 wickets in the last 10 overs. We were talking up the second new ball and how important it'd be for the Australians, and they didn't need to get to it. Nathan Lyon, good reward. He was so unlucky. I feel for Washington Sundar. India do have a player of real resilience and skill there. He didn't really look like getting out, but unfortunately at the end he ran out of teammates. Pat Cummins, a phenomenal Test match. Scott Boland producing big, as he always does here at home at the MCG, and probably the real winner is the Melbourne public and fans that have turned up today for this record-breaking day. To think that we've had over a record-breaking 100,000 fans, but 70,000 plus today. And the game lived up to the record crowd as well. It had everything. There was great individual performances with bat, ball, in the field in particular from Stephen Smith. What a wonderful 5 days.
7 for 34, 21 overs. Part in the 59th over, Jadeja in the 63rd, Reddy in the 64th, Jacewell in the 71st, Akash in the 77th, Bumrah in the 79th, and Siraj in the 80th.
Yeah. And it come from nowhere early, didn't, from Rishabh Pant, who batted against tight leading into the break, and looked like he was settled in with Jaswal to hopefully get a draw for India, and he played a shot that really it was a poor delivery from Travis Head. He'll say it's the golden arm that got the wicket, but it's a ball that could have been worked for a single, it could have been hit for 2, it could have been hit along the ground for 4, and he chose to hit it for 6, and that just opened up the window. After that, the Australians smelled blood, and everyone did their role, didn't they? There was no break-up in pressure. Good bowling changes. Just about every change seemed to bring a wicket. So that's a fantastic team performance by Australia.
Not many happen like that, Simon.
That's one of the great ever Test matches, particularly here in Australia, and particularly here at the MCG.
Thanks, Getty, one of the all-time
in front
great
of a record
matches,
crowd.
But Australia get it done. Mitch Starc alongside me. You've been playing this game a while now. How does this rank in terms of Test wins?
Oh, it's got to be up there in the grand final, doesn't it? That's why we've day 5, isn't it, Vaughnie? So, no, look, fantastic way to finish the week. I think it's been 5 fantastic days of cricket. The crowd, the turnout from obviously both India and Australia has been fantastic. The atmosphere's been awesome. Nearly out of gas, but it's been a great week.
Well, you really put in today, Mitch, as well. How is your back?
I'll deal with that tomorrow.
I saw you a little earlier on today in the morning, and you looked very relaxed. Did you feel like you could take all of these wickets at the start of the day?
Yeah, I mean, there's always belief in the group. I think it's been a feature of this group for a number of years, is sort of the calmness and just go with the flow and adapt to what's thrown at us. So there were a few flat patches through the day with the wicket not doing a whole lot, but we managed to find a way. The fields were fantastic to back up the bowlers, and I think that's just a feature of the group at the moment, is that calmness to know or have that belief that we can get the job done.
You might have felt like you didn't have a bit of luck at times, especially with that ball swinging around. Trav come in. You were the ultimate partnership breaker in the end with a rank long up. Did you expect that to happen?
It's harsh. Well, I had 4.5 days off, so didn't feature. I just thought I'd watch the boys bat this week, and nice to contribute.
What was the chat at tea? Because you still needed 7 wickets at that stage.
Not much, actually. What did we do at tea? I got told I was bowling, so wasn't too pleased about things. But no, I think a pretty relaxed group. We don't change too much, so I think we knew what we had to do. And Pat and Ronnie come up with the plans and had a chat and delivered that, and we were able to go out and execute it.
And what was the plan to Rishabh Pant?
Just get me on. No, bowl rank 1 and have everyone on the fence. So, I just threw him down there and then see what happens. And very lucky it turned our way.
And just talk us through the feeling when you're out in the middle there and you're pushing for victory. You've got a massive crowd here at the MCG, record attendance for a test match here at the G. It must be electric.
Yeah, it is. I feel like I can try and stay as a level. I'm trying to be one of the level ones and try and keep the boys in check a little bit. Look after Sammy under the helmet, the partner in crime. So, but yeah, electric. The crowd's been exceptional for 5 days. I don't think we've ever witnessed something like that on day 5 with a game like that on the balance. So, yeah, what a week to be involved in.
What did it take in the end? Because it was a match that just went back and forth right throughout the test match. India kept coming back at you. What was it that helped you get over the line?
Oh, I said that at tea, so I guess not knowing how the game was going to play out, what the narrative was going to be at the end of the test match. It's 2 bloody good teams going at it, and I felt like it ebbed and flowed throughout the 5 days, and that's probably one of the best test matches that I've been involved in terms of no matter what the result was going to be, that 2 teams went at it pretty hard, and there was moments where both teams stepped up, there was moments where they fought, and yeah, it's just nice to where they come out with a win. It's been a long 5 days.
Go and enjoy yourselves. Look forward to seeing you in Sydney. Congratulations once again to Team Australia, as we can hand back up now to Mark Howard.
Shagua there on the grounds doing the formalities. Australia win by 184 runs. Game scores Australia 474 and 234. India 369 and 155. Bowled out in 79.1 overs. And the tightest of celebrations once it was all confirmed.
Just absolutely brilliant. We talked about in the morning that the 4 scenarios, I think we were on the money, Gerard. But I can tell you, T, I think that second scenario that I thought the draw was well and truly in play, and that the new ball was going to be the decider whether Australia win this test match. But a fantastic team performance from Australia. You know, they'll celebrate this one. There's not much of a turnaround. You know, what the Australian team will be. It may change a bit now that they're ahead of the series. Nearing, you know, a draw that would get them to regain the Border Gavaskar Trophy, isn't it? There's still some worrying performances within the team, but the positives are enough for them to dominate after being 1-0 down in Perth. It's been a remarkable turnaround.
A decade-long quest to regain this trophy, so 2-1. You want the draw on your side in Sydney, and the draw is now on Australia's side.
Yeah, they desperately needed that, and they definitely deserved it. I think since Adelaide, Australia have dominated this series. When you look at the runs scored by Smith and Head and Alex Carey, and then in this test, Pat Cummins stood up as well. You know, his 41 yesterday was vital. And then today, the bowlers did an amazing job. They just kept hanging in there, and to keep believing, even when India were 3 down at tea and everyone thought that the draw was definitely on, it's a remarkable turnaround. Just goes to show how 1 wicket can cause a collapse, and India got exposed badly there, and they'll regret the fact that their top order didn't do enough of the job. Jaiswal, the youngster, stood firm, got brilliant 84, but the rest, Sharma, KL Rahul and Virat Kohli, they didn't absorb enough pressure for the middle and lower order, and in the end they've come up 12 overs short.
That's the concern, isn't it? Because their positives are Reddy's 100, Washington Sundar's 50, Jaswal runs in both innings, but their legends are not getting a run. And they've got a guy called Shubman Gill who I'd be backing to get more runs than both of them.
Yep.
So, you know, they've got, if they want to level this series and retain the trophy, they're going to have to look seriously at making a change with one of the legends.
It's now urgent for India, isn't it? Is the result of this test match was just so important as to the strategic choices you have to make in a one-off must-win test match. If I'm India, I want Bumrah captaining me in Sydney.
Yeah, because they've already seen, you know, it's not a question whether Bumrah can captain, he can. And they won with him. And who's going to make more runs, Rohit Sharma or Shubman Gill? And it's Gill for me.
Yeah. It just distills everything down, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, they've been playing. It feels like it's been uneven playing field because Australia have had the bulk of their players contributing. There's been a couple that have obviously struggled in this series, but India just feels like it's been Bumrah, KL Rahul, Jaiswal, and then young Reddy and now Sundar. as well as Jadeja, and they feel like there's probably 3 or 4 players in their team that are below where they need to be, and obviously 2 of them are their leaders in Sharma and Coley, and then obviously they've had a couple of young quicks, so it feels like it's been an uneven playing field given the difference between the two in terms of form.
Where it could open up to them if the SCG looks like we're getting good weather, reasonably hot. If they can get on a pitch that does turn, they've got good balance with Jadeja and Washington Sundar, like the 2 spinners. Bumrah will be a threat. If Siraj can bowl like he did in the second innings, and Deep's handy, that's what could be a good advantage for him.
There's some great choices for the player of the match here. 9 wickets for Bumrah, Reddy's first Test century, the Test century of Steve Smith, Pat Cummins, Lavishane's pair of
Insurance Test match here
70s.
of the Boxing Day Test at the MCG. It was hard-fought Test cricket right the way throughout. Australia and India, when they get together, it's always tantalising to watch. It came right down to the wire. Australia ultimately winning the Test match, taking 7 for 43 in the final session to go 2-1 up in the series. I'd now like to welcome up the losing captain, Rohit Sharma. Rohit, hard luck. 7 wickets in hand in that final session. How hard is that to take?
Yeah, it is pretty disappointing. It's not that we went with that intent of not giving up a fight. We wanted to fight till the end, but unfortunately couldn't do it.
Yeah, wicketless in the afternoon session. There was plenty of fight in that session. Ultimately, where do you think it went wrong in that final one?
No, look, I mean, it'll be tough to just assess the last 2 sessions. If you look at the overall Test match, we had our opportunities, we had our chances. We just didn't take them, and we let Australia come back into the game when we had them 90 for 6. But again, I know things can get difficult and get tough as well, but that is what we are here for. We want to be in the tough situation. We want to play hard cricket. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't want to look at only one incident that happened in the game. We just were not good enough.
Yeah, at one stage, Australia were 6 for 91. You fought tremendously well to get back into the Test match with the century of Nitish Kumar Reddy. They were 196 runs ahead at that stage, Australia, and then the partnerships formed from the lower order. Was there anything else you could have done in that situation?
I mean, I went back to my room and thought about it, what else we could have done as a team. But we tried everything we could. We did throw everything that we had. But, they fought hard in that partnership, the last wicket partnership especially. Again, like I said, we had our chances, but we didn't grab them, and probably cost us the game a little bit there. And then we know, 340 wasn't going to be easy for us. We tried everything we could. We wanted to set the platform where, the last 2 sessions, if we have wickets in hand, we can go for those runs. But, they bowled perfectly as well.
So you were thinking about winning the game in the morning session?
We wanted to go for the target. I mean, for that, you need to basically set the platform, right? That didn't happen from our side. Obviously, we want to have that positive mindset no matter what the situation is. You want to try and win games and want to find ways to win games. It's just that, there are ways to win games, and we were falling short in finding ways to win games.
Looking ahead to the next Test match, obviously some fine performances here in this one. Nitish Kumar Reddy, a fabulous magical ton in his debut Test match here at the MCG. Just talk us through that knock and what it meant to you as a side.
No, absolutely. Look, he's coming here for the first time. These conditions can get really tough, but he showed great character, showed a lot of fight, and showed solid technique as well. Battling there in the middle. He's got a bright future ahead of him. He's got everything that is required to be successful at this level. I just hope that he goes strength to strength, and he's obviously got a lot of backing from the team as well.
And a word on Jasprit Bumrah. It must be incredible to have a weapon like him in your team. 71 wickets this year at 14.92. No other bowler has done that in the history of Test cricket.
No, absolutely brilliant. Look, we know the quality of him. We've been watching him for so many years now, coming here and getting the job done for the team. Is somebody, he's not too much statistical person. Just wants to come out there and play for the country, play well for the team, and that is what he's been doing on this tour. Unfortunately, he needs a little bit more support from the other side as well. But again, looking at just Bumrah, the way he has managed himself, it's been outstanding.
Robert, thanks for your time and all the best in that next Test match.
Thank you.
Rohit Sharma, captain of India. NRMA Insurance is proud to sponsor this men's Test series between Australia and India, and would like to recognise that the player of the match for the Boxing Day Test will receive the Muller Medal, named in honour of Indigenous cricketer Johnny Muller. I'd now like to ask Uncle Richard Kennedy to step forwards, great-great-grandson of Jung Jenyanyuk, one of the first 11 from the All-Aboriginal cricket team of 1868, to present the medal to this year's winner. So many wonderful performances right throughout this Test match. Centuries for Steve Smith, Nitish Kumar Reddy, 9 wickets for Jasprit Bumrah, half centuries in both innings for Marnus Labuschagne and Yashasvi Jaiswal. But for his contribution in this Test match, the skipper Pat Cummins wins the Player of the Match awards. 6 wickets and 90 runs, but at crucial times. Congratulations, Pat. It must be nice to contribute in what is such an important Test match in the context of this match.
Yeah, that's right.
Series.
Yeah, that's right. What an amazing Test match. That's a good year. I reckon that's one of the best I've been part of. All week the crowd's been ridiculous and the cricket's been just as good. So, pretty happy change room at the moment. Happy to contribute.
We often talk about your bowling, but those 2 partnerships that you had, Steve Smith first up, and then in the second innings when your backs were against the wall, it was important for you to be out there with Marnus Labuschagne. He protected you initially against Jasprit Bumrah, but then you were able to form a nice complementary partnership together. Just how important was it for you both, and at different stages of the game?
Yeah, Marnus helped me out in that second innings, big time. You never really know what you're going to get with my batting, so fortunately it came off this game. Happy to contribute. Amazing innings from Steve to hold the first innings together, and winning the toss, but it wasn't an easy wicket, but to get up, high 400s really set the game up for us.
And you contributed today as well. Firstly, those 2 wickets in the morning session, but then wicketless in the afternoon session. What were your thoughts as a captain going into that final session after tea?
You always kind of think anything can happen. I thought we bowled, as well as we can in that first session. To have them 3 for 30, it kind of took their victory out of the equation. They batted well in the middle session. You never really quite know going to the evening, and once we got that one breakthrough, again, you never know what's going to happen, and that proved the case.
And you pounced on them pretty much immediately. What was going through your mind at that stage?
Just going in for the win, really. Once we felt like we had plenty of runs to play with, there was as many helmets around the bat as we could.
And contributions all round from the batters, but especially the lower order. How much does that get talked about amongst the group?
We talk about a lot, us lower order. We put a lot of work into it. We know that can be the difference in a lot of Test matches. So we've actually spent a lot of time on working out how to, first of all, bowl better to the opposition, but more importantly, ourselves try and contribute a few more runs.
And it was Travis Head who got the ball rolling with that wicket of Rishabh Pant. Whose idea was that?
It got a bit of a Midas touch. I'll give the coach the credit for that one. We're also a little bit behind on the the over rate, so we thought get Trav in there, might get a breakthrough, helps out with some overs.
Okay, and just lastly, Steve Smith, another fabulous century. Just a word on him and how he set the game up.
Yeah, amazing. Again, it wasn't an easy wicket. He really, just showed how to bat on that wicket. I think he was patient. He, when he got an opportunity, he pounced and, really up the ante kind of with the tail ender. So he was brilliant. Again, some handy catches. I think that goes unnoticed sometimes, how important he is in the slips.
You desperately want to win this Border Gavaskar trophy. Going into Sydney 2-1 up, that must be an amazing feeling.
Yeah, that's right. Just missed out of the Gabba, but we've been really happy with how we played, the last few Test matches. So very happy change room. We'll save this one for a little bit before we get to Sydney.
Congratulations once again, Pat. All the best in that final one.
Thank you.
Pat Cummins, player of the match. I'll be delighted with his team's performance across this week at the MCG. It really was one of the all-time great Test matches. But Australia go into that final Test in Sydney on the 3rd of January, the New Year's Test, 2-1 up in the series.
Australia win by 184 runs. Pat Cummins is going to join us shortly. Just the bowling figures. Stark, 16 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 25. Cummins, 18 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 28. Boland, 16 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 39. Marsh, 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 2. Lyon, 20.1 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 37. Head, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. And Labuschagne, 1 over, 1 maiden, none for none. Rowett, 9, 1 for 25. Rahul, 0, 2 for 25. Coley, 5, 3 for 33. That was before lunch. Punt and Jaswell batted through the middle session. Then Punt, 34 for 121. Jadeja, 0, 5 for 127. Reddy, 1, 6 for 130. Jaswell, 84, 7 for 140. Akash, 7, 8 for 150. Bumrah, 0, 9 for 154. Siraj, 0, all out 155. Washington, not out 5. Ramifications for the World Test Championships are heavy out of this, Tom Morris.
We know South Africa's in because they won last night against Pakistan, and what it means is that Australia, if they win one of their 3 remaining Test matches, will also make it. So as long as they beat India in Sydney or one of the 2 tests in Sri Lanka, they'll make it. If they don't, then it'll come down to India and Sri Lanka, an outside chance as well. But Australia have to win one of their last 3 to make that final against South Africa at Lords.
Let's get out of the way at the SCG, please.
Yeah. 3-1 trophy and book your place.
I'll be interested to see what the SCG pitch will be like, Gerard. And the weather looks good. Okay, so we'll get 5 days of brilliant weather, up to 32 degrees, I think, on day 3. But it might bring India in as well with their all-round spinners. And but I'll be intrigued to see the makeups of both teams.
Yeah, the dynamic of India having to win. So there's 3 good days, and then the last 2 days are awful.
Well, you've done more than me.
Yeah. So you're going to have to get on your bike early. And I think that the trophy holder doesn't hold the advantage going in, invigorates the whole thing.
Couldn't agree more.
Cummins is the player of the match. Is that was the way you were thinking, Simon?
Yeah, look, I know there'll people will say, look, Smith got 100 and there were some great performances, but when you look at the wickets that Cummins took, Australia probably don't win today, without him getting Sharma, Jaswal, who was well set on 84, and KL Rahul, who is someone that can dig in and has done throughout the series. So 3 massive wickets. And then also the fact that they had that buffer from that partnership last night. Cummins getting the 41 in the second innings plus the 49 with Smith in the first. Those runs were crucial in getting Australia to a massive advantage in this test match in both innings. So combined with his 4 wickets in the first innings, it was, very, very good test for him.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel for Jasprit Bumrah. Could have been almost man of the match in every test match, couldn't he? And if India win, it probably was going to be a batsman that got a big 140. It might have been Jaswal. But Bumrah keeps producing. I'm very comfortable with Pat Cummins. Thought his captaincy was proactive as well. He's got a really good relationship with Stephen Smith in the slips. You can see Smith's, helping him with the fields and the angles. And I thought his batting was brilliant. We would have been in real trouble if Cummins had got 2 scores under 10. But what did he get? 90 runs for the test match, 6 wickets, proactive captaincy. Well done.
What about the admission that Head was bowling for the over 8? Yeah. And Punt got out to him.
Wow. It is a wow moment. And I know it's the way he plays, but, both innings, you can still play that way but be better tactically about it. Like, in the first innings, the ball before, he missed it. It wasn't a percentage shot to play. I'd rather him advance down the wicket and try and hit them back over his head more than ramping. I don't know what they're doing internally. It's hard when the captains... So our man of the match is our captain. Their captain is under the pump with his strategy when they're in the field, and then with pure runs.
Yep. How do you deal with a moment like Punt if you're inside the Indian setup?
I don't know what he's like as a person, but he seems like a carefree spirit. But what he served up in this test with bat wasn't good enough when you're trying to stay in the series and go to Sydney 1-1. Both innings fell short, and I know no one means to make mistakes, but two pretty poor errors given he was well set in both innings. The first one was probably the worst because obviously the field's set for that field, but today that ball does not deserve to get a wicket, but because of a poor shot, and I know they back themselves to hit sixes these days, but you're playing at the MCG, it is a big ground square of the wicket, and he didn't get it and paid the price, and in the end India are sitting there 2-1 down when they had every right to go to Sydney 1-1, given where it was at tee. They had the whip in their hand for that last session, and he basically threw it away.
Yeah, the first innings one was, a bad error of judgment. But the second innings, he had so many options to do. That was a half tracker. He could have done anything and still scored runs, yet he chose the worst option.
And the ramifications of it are just enormous. There was not a whiff of a chase in anything that they'd done after tea. It was the only moment of aggression that we saw, and it's led to a catastrophe for India, who
they could have saved this test.
Yeah, and 1-1 going to Sydney, and all the advantages. So it's cause and effect, and you can pin it to that moment.
Yep, certainly so. I hope internally they do address it. I mean, Gordon Gambier better than me, but
he'll be seething.
I was near, the wicket, and I was more in the conversation than talking to Gordon. But I think he was talking up that we can chase these runs. And we've talked about it a lot this Test match. He's finding out the type of players he wants going forward, and you want Rishabh Pant, but I still think you can have some constraints around that type of player. We want you to be innovative. We want you to bring T20 there, but you've got to play the percentages more.
Yeah, and the game situation has to allow that. The game situation wasn't there today. It was just to be there at the end and do the bulk of the work, and he didn't do that.
But he did for a couple of hours.
Well, he did, but he didn't get the job done. No. You can't leave it up to someone else on a day like today, and that's what happened.
30 from 104 balls, and the chain reaction across 21 overs was 7 for 34. There's going to be a couple of moments that are heavily debated around DRS and Snicko. You'll have had your own view by now around the Jacewell dismissal and also Akash. Let's head down to Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan with the Australian captain.
We've got Pat Cummins with us. Pat, what a wild day, wild session, extraordinary Test match. Muller medal as well. You must feel great.
Yeah, that's one of the better ones, I reckon, that win. Amazing. I mean, turned out today, you felt like every result was on the table. Weren't really quite sure how it was going to play out, and then fit the same at tea, really. Looked like it was heading towards a draw, and yeah, the last hour, that's Test cricket, that's why we love it. It's amazing.
7 for 34 was the collapse all told at the end. What was the chat like in the dressing room at the tea interval when they'd gone through a whole session without losing a wicket?
I think we always just knew, if you get that one breakthrough, then it's a chance. It did feel a long way away. The wicket was pretty good and they were batting well. But again, you never know. We knew we had a bit of time. We had a second new ball up our sleeve as well. So just hang in there and kind of wait and see if you get that little opening.
Travis Head bowling straight after tea turned into a masterstroke. You kind of revealed there that was mostly for over-8 reasons.
Part of that. I mean, he's always shown that he gets a wicket. So it was half over-8, half throw something different at them. But, it was, I think, everyone probably expects Starkey or someone to bowl after tea. But we thought, I'll try and get on the kind of the right side of the over-8s. And then if we need a bit more time at the end, when it gets close, then we got it.
But at the start of that Indian innings, big total ahead. But your spell, the way you got rid of Rohit and Rahul in that one over, that set up that part of the innings, didn't it?
Yeah, no, it did. I thought the whole, first morning, really. I think, I've seen Starkey bowl a lot of spells. I reckon that was right up there with one of his best. Again, I think they got 30 or so in that first session. It kind of took the win really out of the equation for them, which then meant that we could go and attack a bit more. So, yeah, really just happy with all the boys today.
Were you a bit surprised by that they didn't have a real dart at 340?
Look, to be honest, I think we actually bowled really well. Similar to them yesterday, I thought they bowled fantastically well. The wicket was a really good wicket, but I think both teams, the first 20 or 30 overs of each innings, really made it tough.
And you spoke about the wicket that Travis Head got for you, but the crucial one was Yashasvi Jaiswal. Looked like it was going well. Looked like the ball was reversing. And then a dismissal that'll be spoken about for a long time to come. But just that moment itself.
Oh, yeah, that was, the big breakthrough. That's where we felt like you open up one end. And, he was playing very well. So I just went into licorice all sorts mode, really, and a bit of over wicket, round the wicket, bounces short, and threw in a slow ball there, and it came off.
What did you think when Snicko came out as without the spike? Did you think, oh, no, they're not going to... He smashed it, but they're not going to give it?
Yeah, that was my first thought. Luckily, clear as day, you could see on screen that he hit it. I was worried, but I'm glad there was enough evidence to see that clearly it was out.
Jasprit Bumrah yesterday proved such a formidable opponent for you guys. You fought back into it. You with the bat making 90 runs across the 2 innings at important times. But getting through that, getting through the Bumrah challenge and setting 340, you must be so proud of your group.
Oh, absolutely. Even I know we won the toss and batted, but first morning here at MCG always has something in it, and I thought the way the openers and all the batters really contributed to get us up to 470 or whatever it is. That sets up the whole game, and he's obviously been outstanding for them this series, but found ways to combat him and score plenty of runs.
How good is Test cricket, Patrick Cummins?
Right, and people want 4 days. We would have missed all this.
It's a significant test on a couple of fronts with the wider context as well. World Test Championship, one more win and you're through to Lords. And, of course, you're a win away or a good result at Sydney away for winning this Border Gavaskar for the first time in a decade.
That's right. Yeah, that's the extra layer that we've talked about quite a lot. It's a big series for us. A fair few of us in the change room have never won a Border Gavaskar before, so it's winning at home as well is always something we pride ourselves on. But to get another World Test Championship final, give us a chance to defend that would be career stuff.
And you guys really do care about that, don't you? There are competing versions of what the World Test Championship means to sides, but inside that dressing room, this means a lot to you.
Oh, absolutely. It's you're judged against every other team in the world, so. It's something we talk about a lot. Every test match has that little bit extra. It's the same with overages. You see us running around because we know how losing 1 or 2 points can really mean a lot.
There's one member of your team who's never sung the team song before, and I saw Travis Head made sure that Sam Constance got a stump. What was it like having him there, and what is it going to be like in there?
Yeah, it's certainly fun having a 19-year-old in the team. It does feel like a generational gap, but it's great. He was... he had an absolute ball out there. Even when we're taking no wickets, he was out in the sidelines, cheering up the crowd, like a kid in the candy shop. He was loving it, which is great to see, and really happy with how he went and contributed the whole game. Actually, he was awesome.
You've loved this ground over the years as a cricketer, enjoyed success here, another Muller medal today. Talk us through what that means and having a record crowd ever for Melbourne Test cricket across 148 years.
I mean, the crowd, first of all, this week was insane. It was so good. 80-odd thousand the first 3 days. That's like AFL Grand Final stuff, day after day. So it was amazing. It's one of my favourite Test matches. Obviously, the pitch and the ground's amazing, but this time of year, so many people, Boxing Day is a significant kind of event each year in their lives, and I love playing it.
All right, Pat Cummins, that's a thrilling Test match. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts after it.
Thank you. Cheers.
Gerard, back.
Terrific, Colo. And thanks, Bharat. Australia by 184 runs. So just having a little think through, there have been 117 Test matches at the MCG, and Australia has won 68. So the famous MCG Test is a draw, holding off Richard Hadley. The Ashes loss, Border and Thompson. The Hughes century, Lilly escapades of 81, which Australia wins. And this, it might be Australia's greatest ever win in an MCG Test match, given all the circumstances of 373,691, obliterating previous crowd records. Day 5, 74,362, like we've never seen before. 7 wickets needed after tea, and they got them with 13 overs to spare.
Yeah, I think it is the greatest Test match that I remember at the MCG Boxing Day. Because at the start of day 5, all 4 scenarios were in play. 2, as you said, a record crowd. Never has there been this many people walking into the MCG to watch, or anywhere in Australia, because this is the biggest ground, to watch a Test match. Very significant. A lot of the individual highlights too. We'll remember Smith and Reddy's hundreds. The bowling of Bumrah, I'll always remember how much he just kept trying to change the game for himself. Cummins' effort, and then finally, what I think makes it most significant is we got to commentate it. Didn't we?
Yep.
Lam, what about the young kid on debut, 19, playing ramp shots in a test match?
Irrelevant.
Mate.
Irrelevant. No, sorry, big point.
Yeah, so I think we had the best ever 90 minutes to start a Boxing Day test. I think that's indisputable. And then you think about all those markers throughout the test match, and then we close in the last session in front of a crowd like that. And we've got flashing controversy.
Yeah, controversy
this is
today.
This is
But
everything
back
a
to
sport
what
can
Cato reminded me of that I did forget. I mean, surely we will never see a first 90 minutes like that again.
It was
to start a
remarkable.
test match.
Yeah.
With a kid on debut.
So much to savour. A lot of you are having your say. 0433 98 11 16. There'll be a lot of talk back tomorrow, I'm sure. Let's take a brief break and then we'll compose ourselves and give you the post-game show, and we'll hand out our awards at the end of a memorable MCG test match which has Australia 2-1 up in the Border Gavaskar series.